Chapter 401, Indirect Killing. Greatly shocked, Han Fei asked, "Why are there so many monsters here?" The hexagon starfish said, "Human being, I find it a dreadful endeavor to go treasure hunting with you. I want to go back to the seaborne prairie. Shut up. You would only end up as someone's contractual spiritual beast if you go back. Do you believe me?" After Han stayed for only a couple of seconds, a crab dozens of meters long waved its pincers and attacked him. More importantly, different from the crabs outside, this crab was completely black, and its pincers were more like a pair of sharp, double-edged scissors. Behind him, the hero soul was attacking too. Han Fei felt that he would have been killed if he were anyone else. None of the creatures he saw were weak, including this crab. Nama Blade Edge Spiritual Crab Introduction. This is a mutated crab that has absorbed the deathly vibe in the Forsaken City. It's very aggressive due to the influence of the hero souls. Its shell can be forged into armor. L level 38. RA quality SQL S spiritual energy. 3421 points. 1 points E effect. Inedible SQS EESQSQS SQS ESQS RSQSQS QST ESQS Blade armor absorbable. Han Fei simply chose to go for the blade edge spiritual crab, and the blood-drinking knife glittered in his hand. This was not the time for a prolonged battle. He needed to get away from the battlefield as soon as possible. The people behind him would catch up to him soon. He would be in a dilemma if he hadn't escaped yet by then. Crack. Using the drawing art, which was Han Fei's best battle technique at this point, Han Fei cut through the crab shell. The saber aura did not stop until 30 meters later. At this point, Han Fei had stepped on the blade-edge spiritual crab and charged at the unknown darkness. 3 seconds after Han Fei ran into the darkness, a lot of peak-level dangling fishers had swarmed into the inner city. The hero souls and sea creatures who intended to hunt Han Fei, distracted by the intruders, immediately attacked them. "Damn it, I'm tricked. I'm going to cut my way through." Han Fei cut a couple of sea creatures in a row, including a crab, an octopus, a sea snake, and, most surprisingly, a huge conch. Having seen Xiao Zhan's 8-armed conch earlier, Han Fei knew that some conch could be tough and tricky, but he had to cut that particularly conch 3 times to break it. Han Fei's face was dark and his arm was shaking. It was really hard to deal with the creatures with hard shells. If he ever met an opponent who had a contractual spiritual beast similar to the 8-armed conch one day, that opponent couldn't be weak. Passing those creatures, Han Fei simply covered himself in a stealth array, but it was practically useless. He was immediately spotted by a serpent. Thankfully, the hexagon starfish, as free labor, dropped another array on Han Fei and managed to hide him in time. The hexagon starfish said, "You need to learn arrays more. You're not good at them except the spirit gathering array," Han Fei said gloomily. "Do you think I don't know that? But do I look like someone who has the time to study arrays?" He was lost for words. "I'm a heavenly talent and I'm despised by a starfish. When I'm finished here, I have to spend some time on arrays after I leave the level 3 fishery." Since the seaborne prairie, Han Fei had realized the importance of arrays. He did not feel so back in the level 2 fishery, but here he felt that he could hardly resist the ferocious hunters of the level 3 fishery without a few handy arrays. The outer city had already turned into hell, and fierce battles were going on at the gate to the inner city. The hero souls were much stronger than regular undead creatures. Holding their spears, they drew such intense circles of light in the water that they almost wove into nets. At the gate to the inner city, the contractual spiritual beasts were raging, and the human fishers were fighting crazily with glowing weapons. The hero souls were shattered by the peak-level dangling fishers one after another. Since Han Fei could kill the sea creatures like blade-edge spiritual crab, it was even easier for the hundreds of peak-level dangling fishers. Gradually, the advanced dangling fishers broke in and joined the battlefield too. Han Fei frowned, wondering how many people Xuanhuan had intercepted in the outer city. At this moment, the gate of the inner city had almost been cleared, and only a handful of peak-level dangling fishers as well as a few dozen advanced dangling fishers were killed. The situation was being stabilized. Suddenly, the 3-turned dragon drool grass at the gate exploded. Han Fei learned the dreadfulness of poison at this moment. The infinite poisons around the 3-turned dragon drool grass burst out at the game like strange fireworks that were flashing in the night sky. Han Fei was quite shocked that Xuanhuan detonated such a precious spiritual grass without any hesitation. He quite admired Xuanhuan for that. Not everybody had such resolve. After all, the 3-turned dragon drool grass could possibly increase the capabilities of the user and might be even more valuable than the venomous tulip. The moment the 3-turned dragon drool grass exploded, Han Fei sensed an earthquake. He felt that something was pushing through the soil. A moment later, he saw an infinite number of hermit crabs under his feet. Reading the information of the hermit crabs, Han Fei was quite horrified. More E-name soul-eating crab introduction. This is a mutated hermit crab. Because of the nurturing of the hero souls, they can feed on soul power. Level 13 quality, more 13, more T quality, more TA spiritual energy, 111 points, a more effect, 1980 A17, inedible, or absorbable. Han Fei immediately jerked and swam up. Those creatures were now swarming out. Even though he considered his soul to be steady and powerful, he would rather not risk his life. He heard xuanhuan's telepathic voice. Han Fei, it's time for you to show your sincerity in our cooperation. I've done enough. I've poisoned 30% of them as I promised, and I've detonated the 1,000-kilometer redness, making all the creatures within 100 kilometers delirious. There's nothing more I can do now. It's up to you. Han Fei frowned. How did you find me? xuanhuan said, hey, you're still carrying my poison. I can track you down as long as the poison remains. Han Fei knew that xuanhuan was negotiating with him. So far, he had done nothing except for attracting the undead creatures as a bait. Obviously, xuanhuan was unsatisfied. But Han Fei was not an idiot to join the battle immediately. Something would be wrong with his head if he did that. Han Fei said, let's wait a moment while they fight. xuanhuan said, someone will escape after a few moments at most. I can't lock the outer city down on my own. If they run into the inner city, neither of us can catch them. This is the only opportunity for us. Han Fei was lost for words. You think I'm a god? Do you expect me to fight 1,000 people while dealing with all those creatures? xuanhuan asked. Aren't you capable of the power of thunder? Han Fei said gloomily. Why do you think that? You think I'm Thor. Who's Thor? Han Fei said impatiently. Don't bother who he is. Just keep picking your sea-swallowing seashells. I will take action when I think I should. Then, Han Fei went to where the soul-eating crabs were coming. He was not worried that xuanhuan might run. There were so many people and so many sea-swallowing seashells here at the gate to the inner city. Unless xuanhuan gave up all of them, he had to continue the cooperation with Han Fei. Soul-eating crabs. The overwhelming soul-eating crabs marched forward. Though tens of thousands of them were crushed instantly, still, more soul-eating crabs swallowed soul power. Many advanced dangling fishers fell in the middle of the fight. There was nothing they could do when their soul was eaten. Someone exclaimed, abort the hunt, run. Han Fei saw that many people squeezed their flash stones and disappeared. The number of the people here was shrinking. After only a short while, a third of them had squeezed their flash stone and escaped. Apart from those who fled, hundreds of people returned to the outer city. They were already horrified of what happened to them at the gate to the inner city. They didn't know what lay ahead, and too many of them had been killed. After realizing that it was hopeless for them to hunt the demons, they believed that escaping was the most sensible choice. While those advanced dangling fishers were trying to escape, Han Fei was exploring the depths. At this moment, he was standing outside of an underground cave. Just now, he saw a swarm of soul-eating crabs coming out of the cave. Also, he perceived something even more dangerous down below. Therefore, Han Fei accidentally dropped a spiritual fruit and broke it. Chapter 402, Demon Han's Action. By the time Han Fei returned, he found that half of the messy crowd was missing, and the remaining half managed to deal with the situation. xuanhuan was lurking in the crowd. Sensing that Han Fei was drawing near, he glanced at Han Fei. Shit! Greatly shocked, xuanhuan had no time to care about his secret identity. He simply yelled, "Are you crazy?" Han Fei grinned and shouted, "Your grandpa Han Fei is here. Who dares to fight me?" It all happened too fast. xuanhuan had been paying attention to Han Fei, not believing that he would simply leave these guys here. He was not concerned even when Han Fei ran away a moment earlier. But his face couldn't have looked more awful at this moment. He could sense the overwhelming tide behind Han Fei. How could there be a tide in the undersea city? It could only have been a certain powerful creature. After Han Fei's telepathic announcement, everybody looked at him and he simply showed himself without hiding anymore. Damn it, take him down. Seriously? There's something behind him. Someone noticed Han Fei's follower, but Han Fei had already come close. In the meantime, he threw hundreds of spiritual fruits to the crowd. Many people thought that the spiritual fruits were weapons. But on a closer look, they found that they were spiritual fruits full of spiritual energy. Han Fei had thrown out hundreds of spiritual fruits? Who would do that in a battle? Bam, bam, bam. The spiritual fruits all exploded. For a moment, intense spiritual energy and fragrance was spreading out from the bottom of the sea. Han Fei dare not delay at all. He suddenly took a turn in another direction. Not good. It's the soul-eating crabs. Run. Not just the scavengers. What's that? A scavenger? Flash stones were squeezed and people were disappearing. The soul-eating crabs were charging at the battlefield like a swarm of locusts. Those who failed to escape in time were eaten alive. Those who didn't have a flash stone unleashed spiritual energy crazily. Han Fei saw that someone cut everything within dozens of meters in one slash. Some peak-level dangling fishers refused to run, because if this team fell apart, they would hardly be able to survive Han Fei, xuanhuan, and Xiaoshan if they ran into them as individuals. Someone roared, "Calm down and hold your position. Gather, gather." Grinning, Han Fei wandered at the edge of the battlefield and threw spiritual fruits or balls of spiritual energy at the crowded places. Gather. You still want to gather? Someone punched through the dense soul-eating crabs and spoke telepathically. Peak-level dangling fishers, come with me. Let's kill Han Fei. Han Fei was not panicked at all. He simply stood at the broken hole and performed the drawing art. One of the peak-level dangling fishers was slashed back, with blood all over his body before he made it out. Han Fei shook his head in dissatisfaction as he failed to cut the peak-level dangling fisher apart when the man was on full alert. In the next moment, dozens of peak-level dangling fishers marched and surrounded Han Fei. Han Fei chuckled, and a purple array appeared out of nowhere, followed by a spirit-forbidding net. Damn it, it's the spirit-forbidding net. Break this array. However, Mr. Hexagon Starfish was a level 43 mystic creature anyway. It might be cowardly, but not everybody could break his 6-gate array. All Han Fei needed was the little time that they were delayed. When the spirit-forbidding net covered them, Han Fei's 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers cut the dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in the blink of an eye. Everybody felt cold to see that. Those victims were not beginner dangling fishers, but the peak of the level 3 fishery, yet they had been killed so easily. Canceling the 6-gate array, Han Fei picked up dozens of sea-swallowing shells and roared again. Your Grandpa Han is here. Come on and kill me. Some peak-level dangling fishers began to evacuate, as too many people had died. They never anticipated that half of their team would be lost before they could pass the inner gate of the undersea city. Some advanced dangling fishers were fighting hard, but there were simply too many crabs. Barely any of them survived when the soul-eating crabs approached them. Even Han Fei was surrounded by dozens of soul-eating crabs now and then. However, Han Fei did not give them any chance, so he simply crushed them with his overwhelming spiritual energy. Seeing that most of the enemies were escaping instead of pushing forward, he sneered at them, fuse. It was the first time that Little White and Little Black were fused after level 30. Many people were awed by Han Fei's strange eyes at the moment of fusion. His face was slightly twisted, and the gray hazy sheen over his body eclipsed the colors of little gold. Sheila, xuanhuan, broke out of the crowd. He also covered himself in poison to avoid the attack of the scavengers and the soul-eating crabs. At this point, his eyes constricted quickly as he looked at Han Fei, impressed by Han Fei's formidableness. Just now, he felt that Han Fei was a peak-level dangling fisher, but much faster than the regular peak-level dangling fishers. The man ripped apart the chaotic mass of soul-eating crabs in one attack. Then, 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flashed in the seawater, with black and white colors spreading on every one of them. Poo, 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 poo. After each attack, one of the advanced dangling fishers would fall. Both them and their spiritual beasts would be minced as long as Han Fei touched them. Of course, Han Fei was attacked too, but to everybody's shock, Han Fei did not bother to defend himself at all. His body was so sturdy that the spiritual weapons caused nothing but a clinking sound when they hit him. Demon Han is on a rampage. Let's go. Including the peak-level dangling fishers, no one wanted to hunt demons anymore. That man was too strong. Even though he seemed to be covered in bloody wounds, he hadn't suffered any critical wounds. Maybe the remaining peak-level dangling fishers could kill Han Fei if they attacked him together. But they didn't have a chance, not with the assortment of hostile creatures that had been attracted to this place. Besides, there was still a xuanhuan who was lurking in the dark. Let's go. The peak-level dangling fishers squeezed their flash stones one after another. As for the advanced dangling fishers, they had already run if they were capable of running the moment Han Fei marched into the crowd. They certainly didn't want to be cut to pieces by Han Fei. After a long time, the gate to the inner part of the undersea city had become empty. Nobody was here to kill Han Fei anymore, but Han Fei was still slaughtering the soul-eating crabs, showing no intention of stopping. Hey, enough! Stop killing! There's nobody around. Xuanhuan spoke to Han Fei from the dark. He felt that something was wrong with Han Fei. The man was weird and powerful, but what surprised Xuanhuan most was that the spiritual energy was surging into Han Fei's body from all directions. Too many creatures had died in this battle, leaving tremendous unowned spiritual energy. It was actually not Han Fei, but the demon purification pot that was absorbing the energy. At this moment, Han Fei was in fact still, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were doing the killing. Han Fei's eyes were closed. He sensed something mysterious that was trying to pop up in his head, but it failed again and again. He didn't know what it was, but he yearned for it. After a long time, Han Fei suddenly lost strength and nearly fell on the ground, and the fusion of Little White and Little Black automatically ended. He opened his eyes in a hurry, only to see nothing but bodies in front of him. He asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, what happened just now? He looked at his shoulder, but the Hexagon Starfish was nowhere to be seen. Had this guy disappeared? Mr. Hexagon Starfish? From a lobster shell 1,000 meters away, the Hexagon Starfish crawled out and rolled its 6 big eyes at Han Fei. You've woken up? Han Fei was puzzled. What happened here? The Hexagon Starfish replied with a shivering voice. Just now, an extremely powerful force seemed to be escaping from your body. Naturally, I had to run, didn't I? Han Fei's eyebrow was furrowed. An extremely powerful force? From me? After a brief silence, the Hexagon Starfish replied, It might not have belonged to you, but to your spiritual beasts, Little Black and Little White. Suddenly, Han Fei darted a blue sea wandering dragon dagger to the void on his left. Then, a person flashed and appeared from stealth mode. Xuanhuan was rather stunned. You're not crazy? Chapter 403, Treasure Trove of Prison. Han Fei's original purpose was simple. He had wanted to intimidate everyone in this battle. But after he fused with Little Black and Little White, he felt that something was wrong. Everything was fine at first, and his power in every aspect was significantly boosted. But then, as the battle went on, something seemed to be growing in his head until he woke up in the end. Han Fei asked Xuanhuan, What did you see? Xuanhuan waved his hands. I didn't see anything. Han Fei said coldly. What did I do? You don't know what you did, Han Fei, right? Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. Just now, your spiritual weapons all became black and white wheels that killed every person who hadn't run away yet. There's also them. Xuanhuan pointed at the bodies of sea creatures on the ground. Many of them had been squished violently and died with miserable looks. Xuanhuan was pretty sure that he should never make Han Fei his enemy. He was confident that he was the best in terms of poison in the level 3 fishery, but in terms of fighting, Han Fei could have killed dozens of him in his previous state. Han Fei was rather confused. Was I so awesome just now? Xuanhuan waved his hand and tossed hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells to Han Fei. Staring at Han Fei thoughtfully, Xuanhuan said, many people escaped. The 4 entrances to the undersea city will probably be blocked in 10 days, so I won't explore it anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Han Fei picked up 28 sea-swallowing seashells in a row. Plus the dozens that he picked earlier, he had 260 in total at this moment. Xuanhuan smiled casually. We cooperated well this time. We slew more than 500 enemies. Haha, I can finally make it to the top 5 on the wanted list now. Han Fei's lips cramped. Then wouldn't I be first place? Xuanhuan shook his head. Hardly. You only eliminated a dozen peak-level dangling fishers with the spirit-forbidding net this time. Mo Qiansheng, who ranks first, killed more than 60 by himself. If you can kill so many peak-level dangling fishers sometime, you may be able to compete for first place with him. Han Fei, not one left. He was a smart guy. Han Fei was not scared of poison because of the treasures he found, so it was impossible for Xuanhuan to beat him. In case they were surrounded later, Xuanhuan might as well escape sooner. What was inside the undersea city exactly? Xuanhuan didn't really care. After all, nobody had obtained anything remarkable from there since ancient times. Han Fei didn't stop him or check if the number of the sea-swallowing seashells was right. He had already earned a lot from the battle, including not just the sea-swallowing seashells, but also the deaths of those who intended to hunt him and Xiaoshan. After Xuanhuan left, Han Fei's eyebrow flashed and Little White and Little Black appeared again. Han Fei looked at them weirdly, sensing that there were great secrets in them. If Xuanhuan wasn't lying just now, his blue sea wandering dragon daggers must have been transformed into mini supreme yin-yang wheels. Han Fei understood the power of the supreme yin-yang wheel, but wasn't it a fatal move when Little White and Little Black were combined? How could his weapons be transformed into supreme yin-yang wheels? Resting a moment, Han Fei pet Little White and said, "Search for Xiaoshan. She should be here." Little White craned its little head and wandered a moment before it swooshed away. Han Fei grabbed the hexagon starfish and threw it on his shoulder. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, why are you such a coward?" The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes. "You were so brutal. I might have been killed by you if I hadn't run away." Han Fei scoffed and asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are you the best treasure hunter among the starfish? Where do you think the treasures are hidden in this forsaken city?" The freezing currents appeared now and then, but Han Fei simply changed his swimming posture accordingly. The shadow swimming art allowed him to roam this dark place gracefully and casually. To get a better view of this place, Han Fei took out the lights he collected from the lanternfish and connected them. So, in the dark undersea city, a white little fish was swimming ahead, and a young man holding a series of brilliant lights was following, with bubbles popping up from his mouth now and then. Those who were familiar with Han Fei would realize that he was saying, "shoot," everything when bubbles came out. Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that there were many more caves of soul-eating crabs like the one he saw before. He had seen the scavengers from the seaborne prairie too. But back then, the scavengers erected their bone stings and simply lay at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei tried cutting them, but failed to kill them. The scavengers here were clearly different. They were not aggressive either, but they were much bolder. At this moment, Han Fei saw that many of them were devouring the soul-eating crabs like candies. Not just that, he even saw a conch that had been bitten by the scavengers with hundreds of holes in it. Even a spiritual weapon couldn't have broken that conch easily. Under the light, Han Fei finally saw part of the city clearly. The buildings here were similar to those on the floating island, and some were founded on bones. However, the buildings on the floating island couldn't have stood after such a long time, which meant that the buildings here were made of better materials. If the buildings of this city were of such a remarkable quality, how powerful must it have been in its heyday? It must have been even more prosperous than the Blue Sea Town. Then, what power reduced the city to its current conditions? More importantly, why was this city established at the bottom of the sea? Han Fei had been puzzled by these questions for a long time. Could this city have been on a floating island too, until the floating island fell into the sea, resulting in the crash of the city? The deeper he swam, the more splendid Han Fei found the city was. Little White changed its course every once in a while. It must have sensed dangerous creatures and circumvented them, so Han Fei did not run anything tricky on his way. 3 hours later, Han Fei came to a halt and stopped Little White. He had found a treasure trove, which was surrounded by 7 pillars and covered by an array. "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think there are treasures inside?" The hexagon starfish said excitedly. "There must be. How can there be no treasures in a treasure trove?" Han Fei said. "Why don't you go in first?" The hexagon starfish. "One," Han Fei said with a smile. "Forget it. I know you are a coward." Let's go in together. However, this array seems to have been broken. What do you think? The hexagon starfish said. Yes, it has, or we wouldn't have noticed it just now. Let's go in. Han Fei recalled Little Black and Little White. He took out the blood-drinking knife and squeezed into the array. A moment later, he found a cave beside one of the pillars. Han Fei secretly cursed. He hated the treasures that were buried underground, because there might be unexpected dangers. But of course, Han Fei still jumped in after the cursing. Creak, out of Han Fei's expectation, it seemed more than easy for him to enter the treasure trove. He felt that he just stepped on rotten wood. Illuminating the place with his lights, Han Fei found a door below his feet. It was not a regular door, but a prison door made of certain mysterious iron. Han Fei was rather surprised. Have I come to the prison of this city? Han Fei grew curious immediately. He didn't think he could find any treasures in this place, but it was possible for him to learn the history of the undersea city here. Holding the lights, Han Fei pressed on in the dark aisle. But after only several dozen meters, he found 3 corpses on the ground. They weren't fully rotten yet and couldn't have been dead for more than 10 years. Judging from the posture of the bodies, they had been trying to escape from the treasure trove, but for some reason, they died after they ran to this place. Attach. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was attached to himself, and he raised the 9-star chains as a precaution. Han Fei passed several rock walls and rooms. Inside the rooms were rotten desks, chairs, and occasionally weapons that had been randomly left on the ground. Han Fei stepped on them and poked them. Those weapons were easily perforated. After taking multiple turns, Han Fei finally entered the prison. It was even more ragged than Han Fei had imagined. Barely any doors were left here, and more than half of the walls had collapsed too. Han Fei came to a random prison cell and saw bodies in them. Huh? There are still remaining bones? Chapter 404, Undead Merman. Under certain circumstances, bones could exist millions of years and turn into fossils. But obviously, the forsaken prison in the undersea city did not meet the harsh requirements. The creatures here were different from those in the sea. Regular bones couldn't stand their biting at all and might become incomplete after several years. But why were the remaining bones here still intact? Han Fei was rather shocked. Crossing the rotten threshold, Han Fei even ran to the bones and squeezed them. He found that the bones were rather hard. There was no telling whether it was because of long-time cultivation or for other reasons. With confusion, Han Fei examined other prison cells. Molds and moss were everywhere on the wall because of the passage of time. Some mosses were even growing on the bones. Passing hundreds of prison cells, Han Fei found that not every one of them had remaining bones. It might be related to the capabilities of the prisoners inside. When a catastrophe fell upon the city, nobody set them free, and some of them were caged and died in their cells. After multiple turns, Han Fei found nothing special. He did not even spot any sea creatures. Hey, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, is there a place without any animals at the bottom of the sea? Han Fei was rather puzzled as it didn't make sense. This place might be secluded, but it was at the bottom of the sea. By common sense, there should at least be crabs, even if there weren't any fish or prawns. Rolling its eyes, the Hexagon Starfish said, I sense that this place is dangerous. Dangerous? Han Fei frowned, not knowing what could possibly be dangerous about this place. He hadn't seen one living creature yet. Suddenly, Han Fei came to a stop after a turn. It was a dead end, but after the turn, there was a channel that led downwards. Raising the lights, Han Fei had a look around and walked down the stairs. Hula, when Han Fei was about to reach a lower level of the prison, he saw a pair of glittering eyes, and then a person flashed by. Who is it? Because it was too fast, Han Fei only caught that the man seemed to be much shorter than himself. Then, the man fled away in a weird posture, half running and half swimming. Han Fei summoned his fishing pole and cast the hook, but after 2 turns, the creature simply disappeared. Huh? Is someone else here? The Hexagon Starfish spoke telepathically. Something here is very familiar. Familiar? Han Fei was lost for words. Do you know anything in this place? You were caged in the regular fishery for 300 years. Were you here when you were little? Rolling its big eyes, the Hexagon Starfish said, I don't know, but something here is just familiar. Han Fei recalled the fishing pole and summoned dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. If there were living creatures here, did they have any secrets? He did not recklessly chase the stranger. Instead, he focused his attention on this level of the prison, which was better preserved than the upper one. Going down the aisle, Han Fei came to a prison cell. The door of the cell was broken, and there was a skull inside. Han Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. You could have kept the entirety of the body. Why did you only leave the skull? Where's the rest of the body? He was more and more uneasy. He had sensed that something was wrong since he came in. He suddenly turned around, only to see nothing. His mind did not perceive anything either. Going forward, Han Fei found that most prison cells were empty, and those which were not empty had nothing but a skull in them. The rest of the bodies were nowhere to be seen. Han Fei's lips cramped. Was there a monster here who had the habit of collection? Or was it a custom in this city to throw the heads of prisoners into prison cells after they were executed? After a long time of exploration, Han Fei didn't make any discoveries. He only found another passage that led downwards. Damn it! How many levels does this prison have? Han Fei suddenly shivered. Don't tell me that this prison has 18 levels, and I'll see a pot of boiling oil down below. If so, I'll go back right now. This time, Han Fei saw another pair of eyes staring at him from a dark corner. He was rather creeped out, but the eyes ran off after glancing at him. But Han Fei stepped out and quickly came to the third level of the prison this time. The moment he entered this level, he was embraced by a stinky wind. Instantly, he slashed out the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Controlling the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and straightening them into a line, he cut the darkness. Then, he heard clangs, and a weird shadow was waving its tail on the floor, fending off the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Lizard? Salamander? Serpent? Han Fei did not need to speculate anymore, because he had seen a head on the floor. He almost felt the urge to flee when he saw the hideous head. To be more exact, it was a human-shaped head, with 2 holes on the part where the nose should have been, and sharp teeth all over the mouth. The creature also had 2 skinny hands. This creature moved using those 2 hands. Apart from the web on those hands, they were exactly like the hands of an extremely slim man. What shocked Han Fei most was the body of that creature, which looked like a fish and had a long tail behind. At this moment, the creature bent its tail, revealing the sharp bone stings on it. Data popped up in his eyes. Name Undead Merman. Introduction. This is the lowliest sea primate. It's a regular merman that has evolved in the special environment. It has extraordinary sight, and its teeth are sharp enough to bite through mid-quality spiritual weapons. All quality. Exotic, ultra quality. All quality, all quality, all quality, all quality, all quality. L spiritual energy, 3,358. Points effect inedible, all collectible. None unabsorbable. All's collectible. None unabsorbable. Han Fei was immediately stunned. You call this a merman? It evolved from a regular merman? Then how ugly must it have been before the evolution? The undead merman jerked and bared the sharp claws on its hands. In the meantime, it opened its mouth widely as if it was going to swallow Han Fei alive. Bam! Han Fei exerted 80% of his strength and slapped it with his seal, because it was too ugly. He would be disgusted if the creature lunged at him, so he simply slapped with the water-dividing seal without using the blood-drinking knife. The undead merman rolled on the ground and crashed into a prison cell. Han Fei immediately followed, ready to attack again. In the next moment, a human-shaped body was thrown to him, and Han Fei subconsciously slapped it apart with the seal. What caught Han Fei's attention was that this body had a tail too. It was more complete than other bodies, with everything from the skull to the pelvis. But right below the pelvis, it was one long bone that was in many sections. Sweet Mother of God. Is this a merman or a mermaid? Han Fei swallowed. Earlier, rumor had it that there were mermaids in the sea. Han Fei had never seen any mermaids after roaming the sea for years, or he would have tried to marry one. He felt that he had to update his knowledge now. It was possible that mermen and mermaids did exist, except that they were not as beautiful as described. At this point, the undead merman was staring at Han Fei in fright from a corner, gnarling and baring its crooked teeth at Han Fei. Han Fei was almost throwing up. This undead merman had been paralyzed by Han Fei's seal. Now, it could only crawl with its hands while it roared at Han Fei. Han Fei looked at it in despite and hit it consecutively with the water-dividing seal until it was dead. You're undead? You think you're really undead when you have such an awesome name? Damn it, what is this place? Why are there mermen here? Hiss, the hexagon starfish warned. Watch out. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife back, cutting another undead merman into 2 pieces. He said awfully, is this skid hole full of those things? Now, Han Fei did not expect any treasures in this place. So, not every treasure trove contained opportunities. When Han Fei walked out of the prison cell, he found several pairs of cold eyes gazing at him from the end of the passage. However, instead of charging at them, those creatures were gradually falling back. Han Fei hesitated a moment. He looked back, but he eventually decided to push on because he was too curious about the merman. They hadn't been completely transformed into fish like xuanhuan was. They were real mermen. What would he find at the end of this prison? The hexagon starfish pulled Han Fei's shoulder and asked, "Are you going on?" Han Fei said, "I'm just taking a quick glance. I'll leave after that." Chapter 405, Inferior Manfish. This time, Han Fei simply evoked all the blue sea-wandering dragon daggers and replaced the water-dividing seal with the needle. Lulu, Han Fei laid the rod on the ground and hauled it forward step by step. The noises when the needle rubbed the floor was particularly ear-splitting in the quiet prison. Han Fei heard the squeaks from the darkness clearly, but he didn't care. Those undead mermen weren't strong. He wouldn't have pressed on if he had just come to the level 3 fishery. But now that he had broken the obstacles in the indestructible body, Han Fei was not scared of the peak-level dangling fishers anymore. Those undead mermen couldn't be a problem for him at all. As Han Fei pushed close, those undead mermen finally charged at him. When dozens of undead mermen charged at him, Han Fei tilted his head and snapped his fingers, sending forth the blue sea wandering dragon daggers which cut the seawater apart magnificently. Clank, clank, clank. Those undead mermen did not give in. None of them were slow. Some crawled on the floor and some on the wall while they resisted the blue sea wandering dragon daggers with their sharp claws. Some of them were shaking their tails. The bone stings on their tails seemed even more powerful than the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. However, while holding the needle in one hand, Han Fei simply shot the blue sea wandering dragon daggers back when they were flung away. After no more than 1 minute, 3 undead mermen had been chopped into pieces. Hiss! An undead merman leaped and jumped at Han Fei. Smiling, Han Fei surrounded the undead merman with the 9-star chains in the blink of an eye. As the 9-star chain was tightened, the undead merman was strangled under the surging spiritual energy. All its bones were broken. Han Fei slightly shook his head. Your level is not low, but you're too bad at fighting. If all the undead mermen were as good as this, they could only compare to regular intermediate dangling fishers in terms of comprehensive combat ability. They weren't a challenge for Han Fei at all. Hee. Enough fun. Han Fei suddenly waved the needle, which was thickened dozens of times momentarily and almost filled up the whole aisle. Boom! Han Fei hurled the rod forward, and an intense stink of blood spread out in the seawater after a few screams. After Han Fei recalled the needle, 3 undead mermen had been pushed into the wall on his opposite side. He had killed 4 earlier, and 3 escaped. But Han Fei didn't care. He was interested in what was in the depths of the prison. If there was nothing but these undead mermen, he could deal with 100 of them easily. Han Fei accelerated and walked forward. After many zigzagging aisles, Han Fei finally came to a gigantic prison cell. To Han Fei's surprise, though the prison cell was broken, there were 6 iron chains that were dangling in it as if they were still shackling something. Han Fei lowered his head and saw bones all over the ground. He couldn't help but frown. The bones did not just belong to human beings, but also to the undead mermen. Apart from the bones, there was also a mess of shells and furs. Altogether, the remains in this place suggested that those creatures had been eaten alive. Han Fei was quite shocked by what he perceived. Was it a merman or a man? Fish. He saw a weirdo standing at the center of the prison cell that had legs and a tail. But different from human beings, he had a fish face. His eyeballs were so huge that they were popping out. His feet had webs and only 3 toes. The hexagon starfish said, "It's a demon." The vibe of a sea demon, I remember it now. The woman who was with you had this same vibe when she turned into a fish. Han Fei squinted. A sea demon? He had run into a sea demon in this place. Han Fei stepped forward and raised the lights, illuminating the person inside. Han Fei subconsciously snorted when he saw the guy's face. It was really hideous even for a demon and not nearly like Yang Ruyun, who was beautiful as a woman and as a fish. This thing before Han Fei's eyes had a fish head, but it had a mouth, eyes, and a nose. His ears and nose were very small, and his mouth was exceptionally huge and nearly stretched out to its ears. That might be acceptable if it was all. After all, Han Fei had just seen the hideous undead merman. However, this creature here was greasily green. Because it was slim, the scales on his body had mostly dropped, making him look like a dried fish. A string of data appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. Animean inferior man, fish lowly sea, demon introduction. This is a sea demon who hasn't matured yet. It's brutal and bloodthirsty. Its inferiority makes it impossible to tell which creature it evolved from. Because of the long time imprisonment, its capabilities have significantly declined. Level 40, declined. Spiritual energy, 1,221, Devil 24, 661, Demon heritage, level 3, low quality LLLL, RULLL, RUL, level 2, RULL wakened, RULL wakened, presumably possessed LLLL Mine Fei, couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Elma absorbable Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hexagon starfish? You call this a demon? The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. Huh? It doesn't seem too threatening, but I really sensed danger a moment ago. Han Fei was deep in thought. Is there a tougher sea demon here? I could kill any demon of such a level easily. Han Fei shook his head. This creature's level, demon heritage, and storage of spiritual energy suggested that it was just a weakling. However, Han Fei did not ignore, presumably possessed. Possessed? Was there something inside this man-fish? Bypassing the sea demon, Han Fei looked back and saw the undead mermen that had just escaped hiding in a corner, as if they were terrified of Han Fei. Han Fei did not consider it a big deal. The 3 lucky survivors were not a threat. This sea demon, on the other hand, was shackled with its eyes closed, so it couldn't be the danger that the hexagon starfish mentioned. Suddenly, Han Fei heard a vague telepathic voice. Set it free, and I'll give you treasures. Han Fei looked around and saw nothing. Eventually, he focused his eyes on the lowly sea demon again. Were you talking? That voice did not respond, but Han Fei suddenly laughed. So it was you. Though I'm new here, I know that this thing is alive but dying. Are you the one possessing it? Are you a human or a demon? After a long time, the voice replied, I'm a human. Han Fei curled his lips. How can I trust you? What if you were a demon? I would be sorry for mankind if I set a demon free and let it do evil things, wouldn't I? After a brief silence, the voice said, I can prove it. Han Fei said with a smile, then prove it. I'm really curious. How did you possess this demon? That's a weird technique. Can you control this sea demon? The man seemed to have been shocked by Han Fei's calmness. He couldn't help but ask, are you not scared? Scared? Han Fei said with a smile. You think that thing can scare me? Is there something wrong with your head? The man asked. How did you know me? Han Fei scoffed. I found it weird that there's nothing here when I was still outside. It's because this inferior sea demon needs food, and you can only survive in it if it has food, right? The man was silent, and Han Fei continued. This city has been abandoned for I don't know how many years, and you're telling me that a mediocre sea demon has survived such a long time. You created a lot of sacrifices to look for food for you, didn't you? Also, considering the human bones on the ground, you're a cannibal too, aren't you? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Give me a reason not to kill you. After witnessing Yang Ruyun's transformation, Han Fei believed that nothing was impossible in this world. Maybe there were indeed mermen and mermaids in this world, but in this level 3 fishery, the manfish here could only count as an inferior demon. Han Fei was not scared of it at all, not to mention that it was still tied up. After a long time, seeing that Han Fei was about to attack, the man finally said, I have secret techniques of reincarnation. Han Fei roared angrily, Get lost, like the one you've used? Don't describe that piece of garbage like it's a treasure. The man said, This is an art of reincarnation? Han Fei sneered. Reincarnation? You just took someone else's shell like a hermit crab. But fine, if you insist on offering it, I have no choice but to reluctantly accept it. What else have you got? Han Fei didn't know how frustrated the man inside the manfish was. He couldn't feel great when the secret technique that he was so proud of was mocked. The man said straightforwardly, The art of reincarnation is already the best treasure, as can be proved by this manfish. Han Fei said, Why don't I kill this manfish and you reincarnate yourself elsewhere? As it happens, there's a couple of undead mermen back there. The man shouted, Wait, Chapter 406, Secret Battle Technique. The man was panicked. He had no doubt that Han Fei would kill this manfish. Having met too many talented young men, he knew that he couldn't fool them with a few words. I have a battle technique that's of a high level. That's the reason why I survived. Han Fei smiled casually. Oh? Can you still use it? Yes. Tilting his head, Han Fei stepped back and said, Then show me. I can't. My battle technique requires tremendous spiritual energy, which I'm running out of. Does this manfish look energetic to you? Han Fei raised his finger, and a pillar of spiritual energy was instilled into the manfish. Then he threw a random fish over and said, Show me it now. You are a spirit gatherer? The man was lost for words. Aren't you supposed to be a soul warrior? Han Fei said. I'll give you 20 seconds to finish the fish. If you can't show it to me after that, I'll kill you. Han Fei gazed at the manfish curiously. He believed that even if reincarnation techniques existed in this world, the man here couldn't possibly have it because the level 3 fishery was too lowly compared to the infinite ocean. If such remarkable techniques were shown here, it would only mean that whoever possessed the manfish used to be a great expert. The manfish gobbled up the food. A moment later, it suddenly opened its eyes with a bright blue sheen emanating from its body. In the next moment, the manfish began to expand and its muscles were rising, indicating its increasing power. Huh? Is this an explosive secret technique? What's the side effect after you use it? Han Fei saw that the manfish rose from level 40 to level 45 and that it was still climbing. Heh! You gave me spiritual energy? You're asking to be killed. A shadow burst out from the manfish's eyes. It seemed to be mental power, but it also seemed to be something a level higher than mental power. Waving the needle, Han Fei smashed the shadow. Immediately, he felt a blast on his mind, but it didn't hurt him. He simply retreated his mental senses and defended his mind. Blood oozed out of Han Fei's nose and ears, and he had a strong headache. He was quite surprised at the mental shock. That was not right. He didn't give much spiritual energy, and a fish did not contain much nutrition. How could this man have become so strong? After 3 heavy smashes, Han Fei discovered, to his amazement, that he failed to break the thing. This is a high-level secret technique. Han Fei had his own secret techniques, including Fury. But it was too deeply flawed. He tried deducing it, but it wasn't very helpful, so he gave it up. Back in the Thug Academy, he came across similar techniques. However, those secret techniques all had strong side effects, and the more advanced they were, the greater the side effects would be. It was also why Han Fei never deduced the secret techniques like Fury. Now, the only thing that Han Fei was curious about was the side effects of this technique after the man showed it to him. Han Fei had been curious about it before. A level 40 manfish could have been killed by any random peak-level dangling fisher, and it shouldn't have survived so long. Now, Han Fei finally realized that the man's secret technique was rather powerful, and he might be defeated if the man was not shackled. Fish sorrow stab. Hyo! 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 Han Fei saw hundreds of stings being darted at him fast and ferociously. Instantly, Han Fei pulled all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers back and hid behind them. After a while of clinking sounds, Han Fei looked at the dozens of fish stings that pierced half an inch into his body in surprise. It's quite good. I'm actually hurt. Even a peak-level dangling fisher might not be able to hurt him with regular attacks, but this crippled manfish had wounded him? The manfish was stunned, as if it had just swallowed a smelly crab. It looked at Han Fei in shock. How is it possible? How could an intermediate dangling fisher have resisted the fish sorrow stab? Han Fei unleashed his spiritual energy and knocked away all the stingers. Then he asked, What else have you got? As he spoke, Han Fei stabbed the needle, sticking it to a weapon that looked like a harpoon. Bam! Han Fei was blown a dozen steps back, and the harpoon was broken due to its poor quality. Han Fei waved his hand. Very strong. It's even more powerful than a fully blown attack from a peak-level dangling fisher. Is this the effect of your secret technique? Han Fei glanced at the man-fish with great interest. Anything else? Your body must be sturdier than before now that you're both mentally and physically stronger, right? Don't. While the man-fish cried in fear, Han Fei drew out the blood-drinking knife and cut. The intense saber aura instantly passed the man-fish's body. Poochie, as he expected, though the man-fish was fortified, it failed to block his drawing art. But to Han Fei's surprise, the man-fish was not killed. Its chest had been cut open, but it was not chopped into halves. Huh? You're sturdier than a peak-level dangling fisher too, but not by too much. Is it because this man-fish was too weak in the first place? Han Fei nodded. It's very possible. After all, this thing is neither a fish nor a man. But it's already impressive that you can take one attack from me. The man was almost crying. I used my secret technique. How could I have failed to defeat an intermediate dangling fisher? Even a peak-level dangling fisher would have been killed, Han Fei asked. How long will the secret technique last? Seeing that the man was silent, Han Fei threatened him. I'll cut you again if you don't talk. Let's see if you can resist it again. Heaving a sigh, the man said, 20 seconds. The energy that I just acquired can only support that long. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's long enough. What's the consequences? Are there any consequences? Han Fei was more interested in this secret technique than the art of reincarnation. He would take it as long as it did not have great side effects. The man seemed to have given up resistance. He said, the side effect is that you have to eat food and replenish your energy. It's very hard. However, Han Fei was overjoyed when he heard that the side effect was that he must have food. Wait, the side effect is the need for food? Not exhaustion, meltdown, etc.? The man-fish lowered its head. That's the side effects of regular secret techniques. Actually, all secret techniques are supported by nutrition, but some people confuse nutrition with energy. The secret techniques they create are naturally flawed. Han Fei was quite happy. There might be people he couldn't defeat in a fight, but he could never fail an eating contest. He immediately asked, give the art of reincarnation and the secret technique to me, and I will spare you. Why should I believe you? Han Fei said with a smile. There's nothing you can do, anyone. I don't have to kill you, even if I set you free. Do you dare to go out? Do you know how many peak-level dangling fishers are out there? I'll wager that you will be caught before you reach the outer city with your current look. A moment later, when the duration of the secret technique was over, the man controlled an undead merman to walk to him, and he disgustingly swallowed the undead merman alive. You, Han Fei cursed. Can you be more disgusting? The man said with a miserable smile. You will not find this disgusting anymore when you're starving. Han Fei snorted and slashed his saber on the chains. However, while sparks splashed out, the chains remained intact. Huh, the man sighed. If the chains could be cut so easily, I wouldn't have been trapped for such a long time. Han Fei ran to the chains and examined them carefully, only to see nothing but a shallow mark on them. They were truly hard. Han Fei said, give me the secret technique and the art of reincarnation first. Then I'll save you. The man was silent for a moment. Do I look like an idiot? Why would you save me after I give them to you? Han Fei said solemnly. You're not an idiot. I'll definitely save you because those chains are more valuable than you. Third, the man would have fought Han Fei again if he weren't chained. What are you talking about? I'm not as valuable as a few chains? Han Fei took out a saw and unattached the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Then he said, nine-tailed mantis shrimp, time to work. Let's cut the chains off. They're as good as ultra-quality spiritual weapons. In the meantime, Han Fei looked at the man-fish. Give the secret technique and the art of reincarnation to me first, or I can kill you and tear down this prison cell. That would be easier for me to get the chains. The man considered for a moment and decided that he could give the techniques first. He had other things to tempt Han Fei after he was unchained, and he was sure that such a greedy man wouldn't turn them down. Eventually, Han Fei got what he wanted. Han Fei chuckled for a moment. Then, his blood-drinking knife suddenly glittered. Dumbfounded, the man-fish roared, Don't! I don't care what else you have. He slashed the knife, and the man-fish, without the enhancement of the secret technique, was cut into halves. The man died a confusing death. Didn't he agree to spare me? If I offered the art of reincarnation and such a technique, how can I not have better things? Are you an idiot? Looking at the body of the man-fish, Han Fei slightly shook his head. I wouldn't have killed you if you were slightly better looking and hadn't eaten so many people. Look at all the bones here. You think I would really set you free? What's wrong with you? The hexagon starfish remarked. I feel that he has more treasures. Han Fei grinned. I know, but I don't care. He must have been a sophisticated man who lived too many years. I may be killed because of his tricks later, so it's enough that I have the secret technique. Chapter 407, Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei looked at the so-called Art of Reincarnation first. Grand Soul Hosting Technique, Heaven Level, Mid-Quality. Note: this can shatter the enemy's soul with overwhelming mental power and possess the enemy's body. If you don't return to your own body in time, you will never be able to come back again, and you will die when the possessed dies. Shortcoming: it requires tremendous spiritual power, or your soul may be crumbled, never to be restored again. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 0 20,000 Han Fei was quite surprised after reading the information. It seemed really fancy and could indeed enable someone to reincarnate in another body. However, the technique did not mention if one could possess someone again after the first possession, or if the soul in the new body could be perfectly melted after the possession. Also, the technique had a high demand on spiritual power, and one might be dead for good after one moment of carelessness. Han Fei was not interested in it at all. He wouldn't have deduced it even if the cost was 1 million instead of 20 million. Why would he possess anyone when his own body was excellent on its own? Then Han Fei looked at another technique. Mystic Turtle Secret Technique, Demon Level, High Quality Note. This is a technique created based on the observation of turtles. By consuming tremendous energy, it can trigger body potentials and temporarily increase combat ability. Shortcoming, the body will be overly exhausted if the energy is consumed too much. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 0.5 Vilzen. Han Fei's lips curled after he read the technique. As he expected, it was impossible that a secret technique to improve combat ability didn't have side effects. That guy didn't mention the overexhaustion to him. But up until now, the Mystic Turtle Secret Technique was the best secret technique he had seen. It could be used as long as he had abundant energy, and his body wouldn't be really hurt. Considering the manfish's level that had declined, Han Fei speculated that the man had exhausted the manfish too many times, which resulted in the retrograde of the body. Han Fei decided that he could cultivate this secret technique. Unlike the manfish who didn't have any food, he had a ton of food in Forge the Universe. For example, he never had a chance to finish the yellow blood sea cucumber, a great food to replenish energy and build up the body. He felt slightly hungry when he thought about it. It seemed that he hadn't enjoyed a meal for a long time. He decided that he would definitely have to enjoy a good meal after rescuing xuanhuan. Han Fei turned his head and looked at the 2 undead mermen that were hiding in a corner. They seemed even more frightened after the manfish died. Han Fei shook his head. "You wretched bastard should go to your next life now. If you have a next time, either become a fish or become a man. Don't be a creepy humanoid like this." Finishing off the 2 undead mermen, Han Fei and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp began to dismantle the iron chains. The iron chains were good items. Han Fei suspected that the manfish must have been of a high level before it was possessed, or it wouldn't have been tied by such excellent chains. After the undersea city was abandoned, nobody came to the prison anymore, and the manfish couldn't escape until it was possessed in the end. It took Han Fei 4 hours to tear off the iron chains, as well as the wall made of unknown materials that they were attached to. After that, Han Fei glanced at the Mystic Turtle Secret Technique and decided to deduce it. Since the technique could use energy to offset the side effects, there shouldn't be a problem to deduce it. Deduce. Majestic Mystic Spell Note. This is a secret technique created based on the observation of turtles. By offering tremendous energy as sacrifice, you can summon the Mystic Turtle, which can multiply your combat ability according to your level. Current improvement, 5 times shortcoming. The body will be overly exhausted if the energy is consumed too much. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 0 10,000. Shoot, Han Fei was instantly stunned. An improvement of 500%? That was unbelievable. Though the name of the technique didn't sound good, the improvement was really unbelievable. Han Fei would have believed that it was a heaven-level divine quality technique. Han Fei swallowed in shock. He had never expected to find any treasures before he explored the prison. If he hadn't been curious after he saw the undead mermen, he would have left the place a long time ago. This Mystic Turtle Secret Technique was merely a windfall. So far, the indestructible body and the big red trunk were the only treasures as valuable as that. He couldn't possibly imagine that he would run into it in a random treasure trove. Instantly, Han Fei got excited. He recalled the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and ran into Forge the Universe. The first thing he did after entering Forge the Universe was to pick up a yellow blood sea cucumber and clean it up. Han Fei was not in a rush to look for Xuanhuan. The undersea city was so huge with so many treasure troves and creatures that the hunters could find her easily even if they all got in. At this moment, Han Fei found ginger and garlic. Then, he cut the bamboo shoots and carrots from his stock into pieces. Rolling all of them in a wok that contained boiling oil, he added vinegar and some cumin to increase the taste. In the end, he cut the 1-meter-long sea cucumber into sections and enshrouded them in flour before he rolled them in the wok too. Finally, he threw all the seasonings into the wok, and fragrance immediately spread out. Han Fei was smiling. One had to be careful when they were making sea cucumber. Many people often found it tasteless, but Han Fei knew how to add flavors to it. The sauce was the key. A moment later, the sea cucumber was cooked. Namasauced sea cucumber introduction. This is a food made of the yellow blood sea cucumber and the essence of many ingredients. It tastes smooth and elastic and contains tremendous spiritual energy. It's a rarely seen great food. L level 29, A quality. Rare a spiritual energy, 9,850 points. A effecti. This can provide massive energy and increase sturdiness by 30% for an hour. It was one of the special, effective foods that Han Fei could make, mostly because the ingredients were great. The effect would have been very different if he had it raw. Han Fei bit the food, and juice immediately spurted out. The food couldn't have tasted better. Han Fei was never more exhilarated since he came to the level 3 fishery. Eventually, Han Fei simply reached his hand for the food. After half of the yellow blood sea cucumber was eaten, he felt that he was brimming with spiritual energy. His neck was also red as if he were drunk. The energy is really strong. Han Fei stopped eating. This was different from swallowing the spiritual fruits. The demon purification pot could store the redundant spiritual energy, but not the nutrition. Han Fei felt that he was almost exploding, as if he had just taken the candle dragon blood. He believed that he would probably be bloated if he were to finish the whole yellow blood sea cucumber. Fine, I'd better not go too far. I'll just save it for the next meal. Han Fei's body was boiling when he left Forge the Universe. He felt great in the cool seawater. He searched the prison for a while and didn't find other creatures. On the manfish's side, there were nothing but bones and shells. He didn't think he could find more treasures. Those who had come in earlier probably all ended up as the food for the manfish who was capable of a secret technique. After they were out of the prison, Han Fei summoned Little White. He turned his neck and stomped on the floor. Daughter, keep looking for Xiao. But let's go straight this time. I'm eager for a fight. Little White? There was no telling if Little White understood him, but after only several thousand meters, Han Fei ran into a sea serpent following Little White. Then, to the hexagon starfish's shock, Han Fei tore the sea serpent alive barehanded. The hexagon starfish asked, "Where did you go after you left me aside just now? Why do I feel that something is wrong with you after you came out?" Han Fei was too lazy to explain, so he simply didn't. After all, the hexagon starfish had asked it many times. Don't ask. I'll beat you up if you keep asking. The hexagon starfish naturally didn't have a chance to go to Forge the Universe, but it speculated that Han Fei had an independent space like its 6 gates. It didn't find it odd. Why couldn't Han Fei have his space if it had the 6 gates? On his way, Han Fei moved like an ADHD young man. The most dreadful enemy he ran into was a level 38 exotic scorpion. The scorpion was quite innocent. It did not plan to fight anyone. However, it was plucked out from the soil by Han Fei. It tried to poke Han Fei, but failed. Eventually, even its stinger was torn off. Thankfully, it had broken its own tail and fled into its cave, or it would have been killed. After another hour, Han Fei met 3 peak-level dangling fishers, but they squeezed their flash stones without thinking and fled quickly. At this moment, standing before a cave, Han Fei remarked, "Another treasure trove." Chapter 408, Drawing Circles. In fact, it was not the second treasure trove that Han Fei ran into in the undersea city, but the 9th one. However, they had all been exploited by other people except for the prison, and Han Fei found nothing but collapsed walls in them. Han Fei almost missed this one. Thankfully, he paid extra attention when he passed the area because the hexagon starfish said that there were arrays set up in this place. Han Fei didn't think too much. He simply jumped into the cave. He did not have any special experience this time. His senses had hit the bottom of the cave before he reached it. But when he perceived what was down there, he turned back and swam up as quickly as possible. He saw dense layers of worms inside the cave. He didn't know what the worms were, but their numbers were astonishing. He had sensed an infinite number of them. Han Fei cursed, "Damn it, that's a treasure to you? What kind of treasure trove is that?" The hexagon starfish ran even faster than Han Fei did. Fleeing like a dart, it shouted, "It's really scary." The hexagon starfish and Han Fei ran out of the cave crazily, one after the other. There were enormous creatures in the sea, but they might ignore the petty-sized human beings. The worms were actually more threatening. For example, Han Fei was sure that he would have been drained if he wandered in a nest of the dry leaf worms in the seaborne prairie even though he was as strong as a peak-level dangling fisher. He didn't see what the worms just now were exactly, but they were as numerous and repulsive as the dry leaf worms. He certainly did not dare to trespass. After they ran several thousand meters, the entrance of the cave was filled with worms. However, finding no creatures, the noodle-like worms entangled each other and returned to the cave. Dozens of kilometers away, Han Fei was still frightened. It seemed that he should probe with his fishing pole before he jumped into the next cave. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, you're really ungrateful. Why didn't you call when you escaped? The Hexagon Starfish, didn't you notice the danger yourself?" Han Fei said, "You were definitely malicious. I will squeeze your essence blood if you do that again." The hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes and almost wanted to slap Han Fei for threatening it with its essence blood every time. It decided that it would do that the day it obtained its essence blood. But the hexagon starfish immediately dropped the thought, as Han Fei was growing too fast and it probably wouldn't be able to defeat him by then. Han Fei summoned Little White and kept going. He met other people 3 times in the next 6 hours, but they all squeezed their flash stones and escaped the moment they saw Han Fei. SSU. Han Fei was lost for words. He realized that he had to assume Li Hanyi's look again, so that whoever came later wouldn't recognize him. Half an hour later, Han Fei ran into a peak-level dangling fisher. The peak-level dangling fisher was surprised to see Han Fei. Wasn't this the Li guy who was eager for battles outside? Immediately, the peak-level dangling fisher roared, "Come here." Seeing him, Han Fei put on a different expression and swam close. "Bro, what a coincidence." The man frowned. "How did you get here?" Han Fei said in fright. "It's all Han Fei and Xuanhuan's fault. Xuanhuan in particular poisoned a large number of people. I would have been poisoned too if I hadn't been at the front of the crowd and ran into the inner city in time." The man stared at Han Fei coldly. "I'm asking you how you could have made it here as an intermediate dangling fisher." Pondering a moment, Han Fei realized that he had swum almost 3,000 kilometers, though he hadn't been fast. It was indeed suspicious. Blinking his eyes, Han Fei said, "I have flash stones." "I flash every time I meet a scary monster." "Huh? You have many flash stones?" Han Fei stepped back, hurried, as if he was going to run. The man sneered and said, "You're not holding a stone, and you would be dead by the time you take it out. Now, give me your sea-swallowing seashell." Han Fei hesitated and said, "Bro, let's talk nicely, shall we? Who's your bro? Where's your manners? You think you can be my bro when you're merely an intermediate dangling fisher? Give it to me in 3 seconds, and I might set you free." The man looked at Han Fei proudly, and Han Fei gloomily and reluctantly reached for his pocket. The man scoffed, "You think you can explore the undersea city because you're talented? What an idiot." But while he was scoffing, something glittered in Han Fei's hand. The man immediately tried to flee, but he had already been hit with a knife. The man hadn't even activated his spiritual energy protective cover or turned around yet when he felt that his vitality was fading. Standing before him with a smile, Han Fei said, "Li Hanyi's identity is really useful." Then Han Fei searched the man and found his sea-swallowing seashell. The man was not dead yet and was still looking at him in fear, so he said, "You robbed me first, or I would have let you walk away." Han Fei didn't know if he meant that, but after another push, the man was dead. The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled as it watched Han Fei examining the sea-swallowing seashell. It was truly horrified by the demon who had killed a peak-level dangling fisher in one go. It wondered if he would do the same to him someday. Petting Little White, Han Fei said, "Daughter, let's continue." On the way, Han Fei killed another advanced dangling fisher and explored 2 treasure troves futilely, until Little White led him to a battlefield. Yes, it was a battlefield. The buildings here had all collapsed, with bricks and pebbles scattered everywhere, some of the rotten spears and swords were lying on the ground, some buried in pits, and some stabbed into rocks. Han Fei asked in confusion, "Mr. Strange, hexagon starfish, is there an array here?" Rolling its eyes for a long time, the hexagon starfish said, "I don't think so, but this place feels dangerous." Han Fei swam forward, only to find that this place was even gorier than the battlefield at the outer city, and many people must have died here. So, there should be hero souls here. There were no lowly undead creatures in the inner city anymore. All of them were hero souls. Han Fei did not touch the rotten weapons. Instead, he circled the place and touched Little White's head. "Daughter, is she really here?" Little White swam down and stopped before the rotten swords and sabers. Han Fei grew solemn. There were many more rotten weapons here than there were in the outer city. Besides, it would be hero souls instead of the lowly undead creatures that would be woken up. If hundreds of them appeared, even a peak-level dangling fisher might not survive. Considering for a moment, Han Fei simply attached Little Gold to himself and recalled Little White and Little Black. In the meantime, he summoned the blue sea wandering dragon pole. If anything were to happen, he could run faster with Little Gold and the pole. At Han Fei's command, dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers were darted at the rotten weapons. When the weapons were broken, pale hero souls emerged everywhere around Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes cramped, and he felt that something was wrong. The hexagon starfish spoke telepathically. "There's an array here. Those hero souls are the array." Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. "Do you know where the entrance is?" The hexagon starfish shook its head. "I can't find it." "Do we have to break the array first?" Looking back at the hero souls who were raising their weapons, Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. "Break the array? I'm going to be killed by them." Though panicked, Han Fei drew out the needle and pointed at the hero souls. "Clear the way, or I will beat the shit out of you." Han Fei thought that, since he had plenty of energy after having a pot of yellow blood sea cucumber, it was a good chance to test the majestic mystic spell. He even looked forward to it. But in the next moment, to Han Fei's surprise, those hero souls did not attack him but made the same movement with their spears. They were drawing circles in the water. "Han Fei, Chapter 409, a war is coming?" Han Fei did not know whether or not the hero souls counted as undead creatures, but each of them were as strong as an advanced dangling fisher, if not stronger. Now, there were hundreds of hero souls, and the number was climbing. A peak-level dangling fisher, or even a group of them, wouldn't have the courage to stay here instead of running away. Han Fei was not an exception. He was holding a flash stone, ready to run the moment these hero souls showed any anomaly without caring about this treasure trove. However, the seemingly dangerous hero souls did not attack, but rather drew a circle for Han Fei. This circle was created from the void and gradually expanded into a gate. After the gate took shape, the hero souls aimed their spears at Han Fei and pressed on, trying to force Han Fei to step into the circle. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Had Xia Xiaoshan really gone into that? What tricks did the girl have to surmount all the obstacles and find this place? After a moment of hesitation, Han Fei stepped into the circle. He didn't know if it was the right choice, but he knew that this treasure would be among the most dangerous ones in the undersea city. The regular treasure troves couldn't compare to it now. Looking around, he found that he was caught in a haze. When Han Fei finally had a clear view of this place, he discovered to his shock that he was standing on a street and all kinds of people were passing by. He thought that he might have fallen into a dream. The prosperity of the undersea city dated back to an infinite number of years ago. How could there still be a city here? The hexagon starfish asked. Where are we? Han Fei's eyes widened. Don't talk. Hey kid, don't block the way. A man holding a saber that was as tall as an adult nudged Han Fei to a side of the street when he passed by. While Han Fei looked around in shock, a man and a woman were talking to each other when they walked past him. The man said, Xiao Yi, this grand fish tide is not a joke. You shouldn't go. The woman replied, No, I'm very good too. I can fight. Hundreds of battles have happened since the crash of the main city. I've taken part in a dozen of them. Listen to me. It's different this time. I'm told that the fish are particularly ferocious. The woman shot back, No, I want to go. I want to stay by your side. Han Fei only caught a few simple words before the man and the woman walked away. The crash of the main city, the grand fish tide, hundreds of attacks. Deeply confused, Han Fei was about to tail the couple and continue eavesdropping on them when a team of soldiers yelled at him and asked him to get out of the way. Those soldiers were fully armed and armored. The spears they were holding were as tall as themselves. But what shocked Han Fei most was that the dozens of soldiers were exclusively peak-level dangling fishers. When the team passed, a soldier stayed and climbed on a roof. He spoke loudly from the roof. Attention everyone, the 18th Grand Fish Tide is coming. Everybody should be prepared for battle by tonight. Every dangling fisher will be gathered in the outer city. Whoever disobeys will be executed. After the speech, the soldier jumped off from the roof and caught up to his team. Everybody exclaimed to each other after hearing the soldier's announcement. Someone shouted, Damn it, I've waited such a long time. I'm certainly going to earn some battle credit this time. Someone squeezed through the crowd. I'm going home. I have to make another baby with my wife. Someone complained, Son of a biche, the grand fish tide comes every year. Do we even have a life? Someone roared crazily, Kill them all. Someone was scared. So soon? Didn't they say that it wouldn't happen until a couple of days later? The once quiet street became noisy and obstreperous. Han Fei gasped hard. This did not seem to be a dream or an illusion. Everybody was extremely real, so real that he could see the sun in the sky and feel its warmth. Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, can an illusion be so lifelike? Hiding on Han Fei's shoulder, the hexagon starfish barely had the courage to open its eyes. It subconsciously replied, I don't think it's an illusion. Han Fei stepped away from the street. He happened to be approaching a booth that was selling shrimp dumplings. The owner of the booth was an old man and a great fishing master. He asked, Young friend, would you like some shrimp dumplings? You have to be full in order to perform well in the battle. Rolling his eyes, Han Fei asked with a smile, How much does it cost? The boss replied, It's only one mid-quality pearl. My shrimp dumplings are made of level 25 red feather shrimps. You will definitely be satisfied. Han Fei paid a mid-quality pearl and had the shrimp dumplings in front of the booth while the boss stared at him with a smile. After a bite, Han Fei ascertained that this couldn't be an illusion. The flowing shrimp sauce on his tongue that he sensed couldn't be more vivid. He couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you think I can survive tonight? Stunned, the boss replied with a smile, You certainly will. Nobody should die anymore. We've almost lost all our men after 200 years of war. Han Fei's heart shivered. For some reason, he felt the deepest sorrow at the bottom of his heart after hearing what the boss said. He chuckled and said, Then I certainly won't die. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Boss, why are there so few girls in our city? The boss said teasingly, You want a girlfriend, don't you? But it's really difficult to find a girlfriend nowadays. The girls of your age are either dead or married. Since pro-natalist policies were adopted 100 years ago, most girls are engaged by the time they were 12. You should fight harder and try to be admitted by the city guards. That way, you can definitely get yourself a wife. Han Fei only asked the question because he didn't see a lot of girls on the street. But the boss's reply was quite surprising. Hearing what the boss said, Han Fei almost felt that he was really a man doomed to singleness. Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh. He just realized something. The boss asked, Young man, what's wrong? Are my shrimp dumplings bad? Han Fei said quickly, No, the shrimp dumplings are great. I just realized that there's something I have to do. The boss said with a smile. Then off you go. With the grand fish tide coming, not everybody will see the sun in the morning. Han Fei's face changed quickly. According to this boss, the girls here could be married by 12. Then, wouldn't Shan be the only girl who was 15 and unmarried? Wait, Shan was too beautiful, and she definitely had a bunch of pursuers in this place. Han Fei, who just walked away, ran back and asked the boss of the booth, Boss, is there any 15-year-old girl in our city that hasn't been married yet? The old man said with a smile, Of course there are, but they are extremely rare. Han Fei asked, Have you seen any? Which of them is the most beautiful one? The boss shook his head. Why would I know? Are you trying to get laid before you go to the battlefield? You might as well hold a sign and try to sell yourself out. Your odds of success will be higher that way. Han Fei realized that it did make sense. Since this place was so short of girls and a grand fish tide was coming on, everybody must be madly preparing for the battle. So anything they did was probably excusable. Saying goodbye to the boss, Han Fei left and summoned Little White. Little White, can you find xuanhuan? However, Little White proved useless this time. It looked at the crowded street in a daze, as if it had lost its sense of direction. Han Fei was lost for words. Did he really have to wander the city with a sign above his head? Then how long must he hold it in this vast city? After much deliberation, Han Fei decided that holding a sign was a bad idea. This city was too big and crowded. It was impossible to find any person in such a way. Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think someone will shoot me down if I fly into the sky? The Hexagon Starfish scratched Han Fei and said, certainly. Squeezing in the crazy crowd for a long time, Han Fei finally came to a store that sold fish skins. The female shopkeeper smiled at Han Fei. Young brother, would you like some fish skins? Han Fei pointed at the street. You're still in the mood of selling fish skins with all the pandemonium outside? The female shopkeeper laughed hard. I have to live my life, don't I? War is war, and business is business. Young brother, I can see that you don't even have a battle suit. Do you want me to make one for you? Since a battle is about to happen, I'll only charge you 200 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei waved his hands quickly. Forget it. Suddenly Han Fei was dazed. Boss, I'd like all the fish skins in your place. Chapter 410. This is a crazy time. In a corner of the undersea city, a group of teenage boys was chasing a girl. The youngest was probably only 10 and the oldest 15 at most. Girl, I have participated in 2 big fish tides. Will you marry me? I promise this time I won't die. Girl, don't listen to him. I have killed more than 30 mess-swallowing worms. I am the strongest in terms of combat power. Xuanhuan, marry me. I really love you, Xuanhuan. I am the most handsome. In terms of appearance, they are all iron-headed fish. Girl, as long as you stay with me, I will never let you suffer any harm. Girl, Xuanhuan was going crazy. Since she came to this damn place, she had been pursued all the time. No matter where she went or who she met, people seemed to have never met a woman before, insisting on marrying her. She didn't even know these people at all, but they just cheekily approached her, bragging about their strength or appearance. Even boys as young as 8 years old and old men as old as 80 had proposed to her, covering almost all the ages. Xuanhuan turned around and said angrily, all of you, get lost. I won't marry anyone. I'm still young. Someone responded, girl, you are not young. I have a cousin sister who has already given birth to 3 children at your age. Xuanhuan turned around and kicked the guy, sending him flying. Is your cousin a pig? At the age of 15, she has given birth to 3 children? Then will she have 30 or 40 children by the time she is 50? The boy was not annoyed. Instead, he said with a chuckle, haha, I like a girl like you, a bit spicy. Another boy seemed to try to prove his strength and was about to take Xuanhuan into his arms and take her home directly, but ended up being stabbed twice in the stomach by Xuanhuan. He lay on the ground and screamed, any spirit gatherers, come on, heal me. However, behind Xuanhuan, several spirit gatherers looked contemptuous. Scum, how dare you hug her? Don't you know how ugly you are? A spirit gatherer even sneered, you fucking deserved it. Most people didn't take it seriously. This guy was out and then they would have one less competitor. In the hearts of these people, it would be the happiest thing in this life to marry Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan felt that she was going crazy. These days, she almost went around the entire city but didn't find any possibility of going out. Swish! Xuanhuan flashed and appeared on the roof 100 meters away, and watching the people behind her chasing her quickly, she couldn't help but shout, I don't even know you, go find someone else. Just as Xuanhuan was throwing her tantrum, her eyes suddenly widened and she was stunned. In the sky at least dozens of miles away from her, a few big characters were floating. Xuanhuan, here I come. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded, so were the teenagers chasing her, and many people in the city. At the moment, the one who was most shocked was the woman who sold fish skins to Han Fei. She watched Han Fei stitch the fish skin into letter characters. Each of these characters were at least 30 meters large. Han Fei was afraid that if they weren't big enough, Xuanhuan wouldn't see them. In fact, an ordinary person without a cultivation base might be unable to see these characters clearly indeed. The woman asked Han Fei, did you buy my store just to make these characters? Han Fei had a cheeky grin. That's right, if it weren't for the fact that your fish skin wasn't enough, I could make it bigger. The lady boss exclaimed, you must like that girl very much, right? Han Fei grinned. Her? Well, kind of. Han Fei dragged the huge fish skin balloon with the 9-star chain and ran around the city for a long while. Every once in a while he would be surrounded by many people. Many people had been amazed by Han Fei's creativity and commented on the balloon. A man said solemnly, this is a good method. No girl can resist such a hot confession of love. A woman pinched the arm of the man next to her. Look at him, and look at you, someone sighed. It's a pity that this boy already has someone he likes. Otherwise, I would definitely marry my daughter to him. Someone sneered. Are you kidding me? Your daughter is only 7. Can she give birth to a baby? The originally bustling crowd and the nervous atmosphere were immediately diluted by Han Fei's behavior. After running for about 2 hours under the public stare, Han Fei finally met a group of girls. When a girl who was only 11 or 12 years old saw Han Fei, her eyes immediately lit up. "So it's you, Han Fei?" Ray said. The girl suddenly ran up, hugged Han Fei and said, "I can marry you." Han Fei said. Before Han Fei spoke, 2 other girls ran over, each of them grabbing an arm of Han Fei. "I'm better looking. Pick me." "No, I'm prettier than you. Me first. You all get out of the way. I am the hottest. He is mine. Get lost. He is mine. I met him first." Han Fei hurriedly pushed the girls away. "Girls, don't touch me. I won't marry you." However, the next moment a girl shouted, "You don't have to marry me. I just want to have children with you." "Off." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What the hell are you talking about? How old are you talking about? How old are you? You're still a kid and you said you were going to have a baby with me? Are you serious?" But the onlookers laughed. "But you can only pick one from these girls because you don't have enough time." Someone laughed. "For the sake of the fact that there is going to be a big battle today, you can choose up to 3 girls. "Oh," Han Fei immediately screamed, grabbed the balloon, and ran wildly. "Damn you. These little girls are still underage. This is illegal," Han Fei almost cried. "What kind of era is this? These people keep giving birth to children just because they have to fight? That's ridiculous. Living in this era is so fucking—" However, Han Fei couldn't run fast at all due to the huge balloon in his hand. Before he ran out 100 meters away, he was caught up by these girls behind him. Some girls held his waist and some held his arms. Han Fei said angrily, "Let go, let me go, I'm not interested in kids." Han Fei shook these girls away with spiritual energy, and he hung on the balloon line and floated to the sky with the balloon. However, before Han Fei floated 100 meters away, he found that his feet were caught by vines. He looked down only to see a tall girl standing holding her head high and pointing at him, saying, "I think you can be my man." Han Fei scoffed. "But I don't think you can be my woman." The girl frowned. "Why? I am going to be a hanging fisher. After this battle, I will definitely make a breakthrough." Han Fei grimaced in embarrassment. I already have someone I like." The girl looked at the balloon in the sky and asked, "Is that xuanhuan better than me?" Before Han Fei answered, an agile figure jumped over from the roofs in the distance. She flashed and flitted a few hundred meters, a kilometer in the blink of an eye. Han Fei was overjoyed and said to the girl on the ground, "Look, the girl I'm waiting for has come. Girl, let go." However, the girl stepped on the vines, stood in the air, and glanced at xuanhuan. "She is only an intermediate dangling fisher." Han Fei was helpless. "I'm also an intermediate dangling fisher, so I should pair with an intermediate one also." 100 meters away, xuanhuan flashed and disappeared, and the next second she suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. Xuanhuan was very excited. The moment she saw Han Fei, she cried and laughed, and tears flowed down from her face. Xuanhuan hugged Han Fei with a jerk, and tears and nasal mucus flowed down. "Boo-hoo, I can't find a way out. I thought I was going to be here forever." Han Fei spread his arms and looked at the girl standing on the ground who was still looking at him. "Look, this is the one I'm waiting for." Han Fei hugged xuanhuan with both hands and let go of the balloon line. Then he tiptoed and landed on a roof. Xuanhuan was still crying and laughing, but Han Fei saw the teenagers who ran after xuanhuan. Upon seeing this scene, the teenagers were furious. "Beastard, let go of that girl," a boy shouted in rage. "Asshole, come at me if you can. You're really shameless to deceive such a little girl." Someone directly drew their sword. "I want to challenge you. What's your name? Today I will make you regret this." The group of teenagers all yelled and glared furiously at Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the teenagers blankly and then at the girls who were staring at him. Suddenly, he made a move. Smack. Han Fei tilted his head and kissed xuanhuan on the cheek. Chapter 411, Fight to Get Married. Han Fei felt that in his arms, the body of xuanhuan suddenly stiffened, and before he could speak, he had been stabbed twice in the lower abdomen. Immediately afterward, Han Fei was kicked to the ground. Han Fei clutched his stomach. Cooperate, understood. Xuanhuan's face was red. How could you kiss me?" Han Fei checked his belly. Seeing that it hadn't been punctured, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Look behind you first." Xuanhuan looked back, only to see those boys were staring at her with glowing eyes like wolves at this moment. A boy said, "It seems that they're fighting. Xuanhuan, marry me. I promise to treat you well." The boys fought with one another to rush forward, and Xuanhuan shuddered in fright. She quickly stood behind Han Fei and pointed at these people with a dagger. "Don't come any closer." The girl looked at Han Fei. "It seems that she doesn't like you very much." Han Fei glared at the boys and girls and said, "Don't you know that beating is a sign of affection and cursing is a sign of love? You know nothing at all." Behind the girl, the other girl said, "We can also beat and curse you." Han Fei whispered to Xuanhuan, "Do you see it? They are desperate to get married." Xuanhuan nodded, wondering if these people were out of their minds. If there were only 1 or 2, it was understandable, but so many people who she had never seen before suddenly ran over and proposed to her. That was simply scary, Han Fei said. I will help you solve the boys and you help me solve the girls. Xiaoshan nodded. Okay, good idea. Let's do it. Han Fei took a step forward, carrying the embroidery needle on his shoulder and said harshly, Listen, Xiaoshan is mine. Fuck off, you pieces of junk. Otherwise, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you guys. Xiaoshan also shouted, Yes, ba Xiaosha, get lost. Han Fei belongs to me. Oh, ha ha ha, interesting. It's nice to have a show to watch before the battle. Great, ha ha ha, I really envy these children. What a storm of jealousy. It reminds me of when I was young. You must be kidding. I don't remember you ever falling in love. Under the roof, the onlookers were watching this scene happily, forgetting to prepare for the battle. Someone even began to sell sea melon seeds, which were sold out soon. Many people ate melon seeds while enjoying the show. On the roof, those boys opposite Han Fei were burning with rage as if their sweetheart was snatched from them. A boy pointed a sword at Han Fei. I challenge you to a duel. Han Fei smiled casually. If you lose, you'll go away. The boy looked ferocious. I won't lose. You are just an intermediate dangling fisher. I advise you to leave. Without a word, Han Fei smashed the stick at him. The sword-bearing boy smiled coldly. His sword glowed with a green glint, with a snake shadow entangled on it and shining with a dazzling sunglow. Facing Han Fei's offensive, he was not afraid at all. Crack, bam. As a result, the smile on the boy's face did not have time to fade before he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, bleeding from his mouth and nose and his hands trembling. Han Fei carried the embroidery needle on his shoulder again. What I hate the most is people like you who are all talk and no action. Just shut up. Wow, someone in the crowd was surprised. Huh? This kid is quite strong, not like an intermediate dangling fisher. Someone nodded. Yes, the sword-wielding boy is an advanced dangling fisher, but he couldn't even resist a single blow from him, which shows that the boy's strength is comparable to that of a peak-level dangling fisher. The boys opposite Han Fei suddenly looked solemn. This person was stronger than they thought. It seemed that they had to use their spiritual beasts. On the other side, the eyes of those girls who were attracted to Han Fei all glowed. Girls liked strong men, especially in this era. Xiaoshan's face turned dark, and she pointed to the girls and said, What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. A girl came forward. I'll fight her. This girl was an armorist. As soon as her armor box was opened, dozens of long whips swept out like vines. However, unlike vines, these weapons seemed to be made with special methods, exceptionally flexible, and they were all mid-quality spiritual weapons. However, Xiaoshan didn't care at all. She immediately turned into a shadow. Before the girl opposite could react, the spiritual energy protective cover on the girl's body shattered, and then she was stabbed twice. Xiaoshan would not be merciful when it came to fighting. Men might be reluctant when fighting a girl, but she didn't have this concept at all. She stabbed the girl twice in the waist without hesitation. Her fighting speed was even faster than Han Fei. Han Fei would take time to swing his stick anyway, but Xiaoshan ended the battle in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the combat power of Han Fei and Xiaoshan caused countless people to exclaim. Someone was surprised. So strong. These two teenagers are very strong. Someone exclaimed. He is only an intermediate dangling fisher. What if he becomes a peak-level dangling fisher? Han Fei grinned. Xiaoshan was still the Xiaoshan he remembered. She could never be gentle, and the violent Xiaoshan was the real her. Han Fei lazily said, Who will come next, or will you come up together? I have no problem either way. Aware of Han Fei's toughness, a peak-level dangling fisher who was a hunter came out. He had fused with his spiritual beast, and his arms were like two scimitars at the moment. Han Fei smiled. Come on, let me see if you are a qualified peak-level dangling fisher. Buzz, in the next second, the person disappeared. In Han Fei's spiritual perception, there were two rotating knives cutting towards him respectively in the left and right directions. Han Fei swept the stick across the air, flames splashed in the air, and the shocking power caused a layer of air ripples within 100 meters. After that, Han Fei suddenly tilted his head and held the water-dividing seal in his hand. In an instant, the water-dividing seal shone brightly with spiritual energy. Clang, 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 clang! In the air, the boy blocked with his arms, only to be sent flying backward, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. However, the boy didn't admit defeat and suddenly kicked two daggers at Han Fei. The next moment, someone exclaimed, Fuck, he grabbed the spiritual weapons by hand? Han Fei suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed the two spiritual weapon daggers, and threw them back at the boy in the air. Chuffing, however, what disappointed Han Fei was that the spiritual weapon didn't belong to him. Therefore, this blow did not hurt the opponent. However, Han Fei had cast out his blue sea wandering dragon rod. In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei was extremely fast and smashed the boy hard who was caught by the fishing rod with a small seal. Under the horrified stare of everyone, Han Fei hoisted the boy by the neck with one hand. Weak, you guys are too weak. Come and fight together. Han Fei clamored and took the lead to attack, carrying the embroidery needle and rushing directly into the crowd. Kill him. Let's attack together. Humph. This guy absolutely hid his real strength. Xuanhuan can't marry him. Don't cower. Kill him. They were locked in a melee. And on the other side, Xuanhuan had just penetrated the vine defense of the peak-level dangling fisher manipulator and began to fight back. In the eyes of onlookers, these teenagers were fighting very fiercely. About half an hour later, on Xuanhuan's side, all the girls who chased Hanfei, including the peak-level dangling fisher, lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs. On Hanfei's side, all the boys had their noses and faces swollen, and they supported each other. Hanfei gave Xuanhuan a look. Hey, your strength has improved so fast. Xuanhuan glanced at Hanfei's belly. You seem to have become much stronger too. After the fierce battle, the girls tottered away, groaning, and some of them still looked back at Hanfei as if reluctant to leave. On the boys' side, although they were all defeated, they were still reluctant to leave because they thought Xuanhuan was too beautiful. Hanfei scolded angrily, What are you looking at? Get out of here. Do you still want to fight? Immediately, a boy cursed, I bet you won't survive tonight. At that time, Xuanhuan will be ours. Hanfei raised the embroidery needle, scaring the teenagers off with a swish. Ha! Xuanhuan was very happy to see them leave, and she tugged at Hanfei's arm. Hurry up, let's get out of here. A moment later, on a remote roof, Xuanhuan blushed. I'm still young. I can't have a baby yet. Hanfei, res, chapter 412, stupid Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan's serious expression, Hanfei was stunned. Wait a minute, you have a baby? You? Xuanhuan glared at Hanfei. It's your fault, Hanfei, res, Xuanhuan glared at Hanfei, res. Hanfei was dumbfounded. No, wait, let me figure it out, I've just seen you. How can you blame it on me? Xuanhuan had already raised a dagger. How can you say that? You just kissed me. How can you say that? You just kissed me. Res? Well, I was just being impulsive. Yes, you made me have a baby on an impulse? How dare you? Hanfei felt his mind go blank. But I only kissed you. What does that have to do with you having a baby? Xuanhuan stared at Hanfei angrily. They say women will have children after being kissed. Puff, Hanfei almost burst into laughter and sank down to the roof. Are you kidding me? Cock, how can you be so fucking stupid? Xuanhuan picked up the dagger and stabbed at him, saying angrily, Why do you give me this look? You don't want to be responsible, do you? Hanfei pushed the dagger away and said, Are you an idiot? Who said women will have children after being kissed? Hanfei was speechless. He didn't expect Xuanhuan, who was a very smart girl, to be so stupid. Xuanhuan snorted. Abstard from this damn place said that. Just when I came here, he followed me, saying that the Castellan was his father and emphasized it many times, and he wanted to kiss me. Of course, I can't let him do that, so I stabbed him. Hanfei was immediately furious. Bastard, don't worry, when I meet him, I will beat the hell out of him. Then Hanfei asked, Is the first time in your life that you've heard how women have a baby? Xuanhuan stared at Hanfei. Yes. Teachers won't teach me how to have a baby. Hanfei. In the end, Hanfei took a long while to educate Xuanhuan about common terms and relationships between men and women. Xuanhuan was stunned for a while and asked, So, I'm not going to have a baby? Hanfei said with a black face. Nonsense. Do you think it's so easy to have a baby? You're still so young, and you already want to have a baby? Xuanhuan muttered. But they said that I am a big girl. If I don't get married as soon as possible, no man will want me. Hanfei cast a sideways glance at her. Are you stupid? There have been nearly 200 wars in this city in 200 years. Older people have all died. If they don't work hard to have children, they will be extinct. Xuanhuan nodded. That's it. So, I really won't have a baby? Hanfei just ignored her. How could she be so stupid? If he hadn't come here in time, within 3 or 5 days, she would have been cheated into marrying someone. Suddenly, Xuanhuan leaned towards Hanfei and said, Then kiss me again. Oaf, cough, cough, cough. Hanfei cleared his throat. Hanfei was dumbfounded. He had never heard such a ridiculous request. Hanfei stammered, No, what did you say? Xuanhuan looked at Hanfei seriously. Kiss me again. It feels very strange. Hanfei swallowed blankly. Xuanhuan was already a big girl, a beautiful girl. No matter how calm Hanfei was, he couldn't calm down after hearing such a ridiculous demand. Hanfei shrugged. Then close your eyes. Why do you want me to close my eyes? Hanfei waved his hand and said, Well, I just want you to feel it well. Xuanhuan tilted her head and grunted. Hurry up. Seeing Xuanhuan close her eyes, Hanfei swallowed. Who the fuck knew that the story would develop like this? But I kind of like it. Come on. Hanfei licked his lips, took a deep breath, and kissed Xuanhuan's lips. It felt completely different from kissing her cheek. Bam! Before Hanfei could feel it well, he suddenly flew into the sky like a kite with a broken line. Xuanhuan's kick almost kicked the meal he ate last night out of his stomach. Puff, you let me kiss you. In the sky, Hanfei saw Xuanhuan's 2 little fists were folded in front of her chest, her face flushed, even her neck was red, her body stiffened, and her eyes closed. Han Fei did not dare to speak, nor did he dare to interrupt her. After he stabilized his body and fell from the sky, he rubbed his stomach and leaned against xuanhuan. After a long while, Han Fei saw xuanhuan open her eyes tremblingly. Han Fei asked in a soft and careful voice, "Well, what do you feel?" Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei with a weird look. "It feels strange. Will I feel the same when others kiss me?" Han Fei was shocked and scolded angrily. "Shut up. Once a man kisses you, you can't let other men do it to you." Xuanhuan was curious. "Why?" Han Fei held his head high. "No reason. Not even Quang or Zhang Xuanyu." Han Fei's face became cold. "Of course not. You can only do this with a man in your life." Xuanhuan looked puzzled. "Only with men? What about Xiaobai? Xiaobai is a woman." Han Fei couldn't help but imagine the scene. Xuanhuan and Luo Xiaobai were kissing and couldn't help shuddering all over. That scene made his skin crawl. No, neither with Luo Xiaobai nor with anyone else. Xuanhuan was annoyed. "Why?" Han Fei said helplessly. "No reason. Anyway, remember, don't ever do anything like this with a second person. Not only kiss, but also hold hands, let alone sleep together." Xuanhuan snorted. "You just said that women will have a baby after sleeping with men." Han Fei covered his head with one hand. "Ah yes, sleeping with a man will bring you a baby. Therefore, from now on, you can only sleep with me. Don't even think of making me give birth to a baby." Han Fei nodded. "It's up to you. I don't care anyway." Xuanhuan licked her lips, blinked her eyes, and said, "Now kiss me again." Han Fei blinked. "Then don't kick me this time. Don't move." "Okay, I won't move." "Okay, I won't move." After a moment, bam! Han Fei, who was kicked into the air, was speechless. But it seemed to be a bargain only to be kicked after kissing her. Han Fei didn't know how many times he flew to the sky. Anyway, at this moment, the two of them were sitting on a tall building, looking at the city. Xuanhuan said solemnly, "I have been here for 7 days and have run through the entire inner city and outer city. Without a teleportation formation, I was still preparing to go to sea. However, the outer city is guarded, and the gate guard said that there was going to be a war recently and no one was allowed to go to sea." Han Fei asked in surprise, "So have you never gone out until now?" Xuanhuan shook her head. "No." Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "I suspect that we are in a different time altogether." "Huh? We came to the undersea city before it was destroyed. We must have crossed a certain timeline. If we want to go back, we must experience something special." Xuanhuan seemed to be skeptical too. "So, are we not in the level 3 fishery now?" Han Fei shook his head. "We're still in the level 3 fishery, but this level 3 fishery may not be the level 3 fishery we know from our time." Han Fei couldn't help licking his lips. "Is the sea grassland still there? If it is, then what about the big red trunk? Can I go back and cut down the big red trunk again? Although it sounds weird, what if it is possible?" Toot! Suddenly a conch shell trumpet blared. Immediately afterwards, conch shell trumpets began to sound in many corners of the city. Han Fei unexpectedly saw hidden fishers flitting through the sky and shouting, "All dangling fishers within 100 miles gather at the south gate. A big fish tide is coming." Toot! For a time, the people in the city were in an uproar. The streets were crowded with people, and many people hopped forward on the roofs. Xuanhuan hurriedly got up and said, "Let's go and have a look. Maybe this is our chance to go back." Han Fei grabbed her hand and said, "Wait a minute, no hurry. After all, this is not our war. We'd better look at it from the perspective of a bystander. Don't tell me you want to rush to the forefront?" Han Fei thought more than Xuanhuan. He and Xuanhuan came here by accident when the 187th big fish tide occurred. It was probably in this war that the city was destroyed and everyone was killed. Therefore, he would certainly choose to retreat if he could. Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan. "Give me your hand." "Xuanhuan? Han?" "Spread your fingers, like this." While Xuanhuan was wondering, Han Fei grabbed her hand and nodded solemnly. "Well, yes, follow me now." "Don't run around." Xuanhuan frowned. "I feel uncomfortable. I'd better hold a dagger." Han Fei nodded. "But be good." Chapter 413, Heavenly Desolate City. Big fish tide one. While everyone ran to the south gate of the city with a solemn look, only Han Fei and Xuanhuan held hands and strolled on the roofs like they were sauntering about the street. But Xuanhuan felt a bit uncomfortable. One of her hands was held by Han Fei, and she held her dagger in the other, thinking, "Why is he holding my hand?" However, Xuanhuan found that holding hands with him, she could swing her arms casually, which was quite interesting. The number of people on the street was rapidly decreasing. At this moment, a figure flew over their heads. Swoosh! A figure fell from the sky. It was a beautiful woman about 30 years old who was dressed in a red robe and seemed to be of high rank. The beautiful woman glanced at Han Fei and Xuanhuan, then at their holding hands, and said leisurely, "Did you put the letters up in the sky?" Seeing that she was a hidden fisher, Han Fei chuckled. Yes. The beautiful woman glanced at Xuanhuan. "What a pretty girl. Try to survive." With that, the beautiful woman spread her wings and flew away, saying, "Only by surviving can you be better able to fall in love." Xuanhuan sighed. "She didn't notice our difference?" Han Fei nodded. "Of course, we are real people and not fake. They certainly won't find anything wrong about us." Half an hour later, Han Fei and Xuanhuan were still walking leisurely on the empty streets. On both sides of the street, people were standing in front of their houses. They were not even hanging fishers, so they couldn't go to the outer city to participate in the battle. Although there were very few people left on the street at this moment, no one bothered Xuanhuan and Han Fei. Many people even smiled at them and talked to them. Hey, kids, come back alive. Don't die outside. Boy, don't be reckless in the outer city. If you can't beat the enemy, just retreat. Relax. Girl, don't get separated from him. It won't be easy to find him if you get separated in the outer city. Their blessings and exhortations made Han Fei feel very strange, yet warm at the same time. This city was better than he thought. The people in the city didn't have much internal strife. Perhaps they had no time or opportunity to fight internally. When Han Fei saw the gate of the city, the gate guards immediately shouted to the two of them, "Hurry up! If you can survive, you will have tons of time to fall in love. Get out of the city now." Although they were shouting at them, they didn't rush them. These guards seemed to be able to understand them. Maybe this young couple would part forever this time, so they didn't mind letting them spend more time together. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan arrived in the outer city, the guards immediately said, "Come on, you two intermediate dangling fishers stay in the last batch, in the inner circle." As he said, the soldier looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Don't panic. We have fought 186 times in this kind of war. We could survive before, so can we this time. Just stand there and stay beside the inner city wall." Both Han Fei and Xuanhuan were at a loss and obediently followed their arrangement. They had never seen such a scene before. As far as their eyes could see, there was a sea of people. Han Fei and Xuanhuan stood next to the inner city wall. Even if they were going to fight, they would probably be the last batch to go out to fight, which was the special care for them. Standing with them were mostly young couples or junior dangling fishers, including people in the front row and the front row of the front row. In the sky, there were 8 hidden fishers, all with wings on their backs. Some were carrying armor boxes, some were carrying daggers, some were holding swords, and some were holding spears. The beautiful lady in a red robe that Han Fei saw just now was one of them. And in front of these people, there was a person in the sky farthest away. The figure of that person looked conspicuous because there was no one in the front, back, left, or right of him. It was very likely that he was even more powerful than hidden fishers. Han Fei looked over, secretly took a deep breath, and said to Xuanhuan, "I don't think this battle will be easy. Stay by my side." Xuanhuan said impatiently, I know. Cut the crap." A couple in front of them looked back with a smile. "Hey, it's okay. We experienced it once last year. At that time, we just went out of the city and came back shortly after." The girl of the couple was looking at Xuanhuan. "Sister, you are so beautiful." Yes, the girl seemed even younger than Xuanhuan, and Han Fei estimated that she was 13 years old at most. Xuanhuan looked a bit embarrassed. "You are also pretty," the girl said. "My name is Yin, Sun Yin." Xuanhuan took a look at Han Fei. "Hello, my name is Xuanhuan." And the boy quietly gave Han Fei a thumbs up, seeming to say, "Buddy, you're awesome to have such a beautiful wife." Han Fei tilted his head slightly, quietly gave the boy a triumphant smile, and then asked, "Bro, what's a big fish tide like? We haven't seen it before." The boy shrugged. "We haven't seen it before." The boy shrugged. "We haven't seen it either. I guess only the people in the front line can see it. It's said that blood can almost envelop our heavenly desolate city. I don't know whether it is true or not. However, when I went out last time, the smell of blood was really strong and many people didn't come back." Han Fei's mouth hung open. This description is a bit exaggerated. Blood can almost envelop this city? Then how many people have died? A boy not far from the side snorted. "It's too late when you see it. All 4 of my brothers died in the front. I didn't find a girlfriend this year because I didn't want to have a child given that he will die sooner or later." Everyone was silent, a little embarrassed. Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other and couldn't help feeling a bit sad. The fate of these people is really tragic. Everyone was waiting, but no one was impatient. Han Fei believed that if possible, everyone here hoped that the big fish tide could ebb away, and then they could return to the inner city with peace of mind and do what they usually like to do. After waiting for a full hour or so, Han Fei suddenly heard the toot sound again, and the conch shell trumpet began to blare one after another, more and more loudly, lasting longer and longer. On the remote city wall, the fish skin drum thundered. The lonely figure in the front suddenly shouted, "Attention, Team 1 to Team 10, prepare to leave the city. Kill, kill, kill." In the blood-boiling sound waves, 2 hidden fishers suddenly flew forward as if going to leave the city with the others. However, as soon as the 2 hidden fishers left, Han Fei saw another 2 hidden fishers fly over, replenishing their positions. Xuanhuan squeezed Han Fei's hand nervously, almost breaking the bone of his hand. Han Fei soothed her, "Don't panic. It's not our turn yet." The distance from the inner city wall to the outer city wall was not close, and there were many obstacles along the way, so Han Fei was not sure what was happening in the front. However, Hexagon Starfish suddenly said via voice transmission, "I feel a dangerous breath." Han Fei responded, "You're telling me. Everyone in the city has come out to prepare for the battle. Of course, it's dangerous." Bam, bam, bam. Boom, bang, hiss, howl. After the first few teams left the city, the sounds had never stopped. The battle was fierce. The sound of fighting had even crossed the outer city wall and reached inside. Another hidden fisher in the sky left the team and flew outside the city. It could be seen that there was definitely a pitched battle outside. Han Fei had seen how Xuanhuan fought. In Han Fei's eyes, Xuanhuan alone could be worth 1,000 troops. However, 3 masters at this level had joined the battle in such a short time. The sound of fish skin drums never stopped, and the trumpets blared ceaselessly. The battle lasted for about an hour, and the man's voice came from the sky again. The 20 teams in front go out of the city and fill in 50,000 people. Han Fei heard the guards not far away said in astonishment, 50,000 people more? So quickly? This year's war is fierce. Han Fei guessed that there were probably around 50,000 people in the 20 teams just now. Then, the 10 teams that had gone out of the city should include at least 20,000 people or more. 20,000 people after an hour and another 50,000 people went out? Han Fei was a bit stunned. What kind of damn war is this? This time, 3 hidden fishers left, but only 2 hidden fishers came out and replenished their positions, so there were only 6 hidden fishers in the sky now. Xuanhuan shivered. There must be a tough war outside. Han Fei nodded. Don't worry, we're different from them. In fact, Han Fei was not sure. If he died here, wouldn't he also become a ghost? It was getting dark, but everyone was staring nervously ahead, although nothing could be seen. There were still people chatting and talking just now, but now everyone was silent. 2 hours later, a loud bang resounded through the entire outer city. But after this loud noise, there was another thud after less than 2 minutes. The 30 teams in front, out of the city, hurry up. Above the sky, another 3 hidden fishers left, and this time only 1 person filled up the position, resulting in only 4 hidden fishers in the sky. Han Fei's expression became even more solemn. 70 to 80,000 people went out again? Chapter 414, Heavenly Desolate City, Big Fish Tide -1. Outside the city, cries of war echoed high in the sky, and all kinds of brilliant lights were shining in the sky, unusually conspicuous in the dark night. When it was late at night, the noise outside abated a little bit, and the people at the front inside the city wall were already in an uproar. Han Fei and the others saw 2 hidden fishers flying back. One of them was the beautiful woman in a red robe, who looked miserable at this moment. There seemed to be a big hole in her chest and she lost a wing. She could barely fly in the air, even with the help of another hidden fisher. Ahead, the crowd was roaring, make way, make a passage. In the back, all the teenagers dodged to both sides of the road, all of them tense. Because Han Fei was closest to the south gate of the inner city, after a while he saw a lot of people sent to the inner city being carried on stretchers, limping, or being carried on others' backs. Among the wounded, some lost their arms, some lost their legs, and some were covered with wounds cut by sharp blades, blood streaming down. Anyway, among the people Han Fei saw, no one was intact, all drenched in blood. The blood was quite strange in color, some green, some blue, some yellow, and some red. Puff! Han Fei looked at the side tensely and suddenly saw a wounded man that was being carried back suddenly vomit a few mouthfuls of blood, and there were worms in the blood he vomited. He also noticed that someone had been deeply poisoned. His skin had completely turned blue, and the blood flowing from his mouth was no longer red but blue-black. Spirit gatherers, an urgent call for spirit gatherers to come to the inner city for help. Xuanhuan seemed to be shocked by this scene. Although she was very violent and able to fight, she had never seen such a scene. Every minute, dozens or even hundreds of people were sent into the inner city, looking miserable. Almost immediately, many people responded, I am a spirit gatherer. Me too. I can help. I'm both a spirit gatherer and a hunter. I can help too. 1111 Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei. She knew what an excellent spirit gatherer Han Fei was. In the whole Blue Sea town, Xuanhuan hadn't seen a spirit gatherer who was more talented than Han Fei. However, Han Fei looked at her with a pale look and shook his head slightly. He said to her via voice transmission, I can't help them. If this war destroyed the city, I may be able to temporarily rescue 10 or 100 people, but that won't change the result of the war at all. Xuanhuan frowned. But are we just going to watch them die? Han Fei took a deep breath. I know this choice is cruel, but I must preserve my strength. This is their world and their city, but our world is not here. Han Fei clenched his fist tightly. He wanted to rush up to save these people. However, his reason told him this simply wouldn't work. A spirit gatherer was too powerless for this level of war. If the city wouldn't be destroyed if Han Fei chose to save these people, he wouldn't hesitate to come up to help. But he and Xuanhuan both knew that the undersea city had been destroyed countless years ago, and now there were only undead creatures and hero souls left there. Han Fei frowned. I'm afraid this battle will not be easy. We've got to get out. Remember not to flash around after going out. Xuanhuan nodded and her little face turned pale. The rescue operation lasted for about half an hour, and the trumpets blared again with a toot. Immediately, the voice of the person in front echoed in the sky again. The first 50 teams go out of the city. All hanging fishers go out of the city. Han Fei gasped. The first 50 teams, hundreds of thousands go out of the city. What the hell is going on outside? Han Fei looked at the 4 hidden fishers floating in the sky with an ominous premonition. Why did the person in front demand the hanging fishers to go out of the city? Does he want to conserve strength? He's sending them to their deaths. One night passed quietly. Han Fei was already numb. About 60% of the teams had gone out of the city. The rescue operation like the one just now happened again at dawn. This time, it was even worse than the last one. Some people had almost lost their human form when they were taken back. Had it not been for the fact that they still had the last breath due to their strong physique, they looked just like dead people. The short R&R lasted until the sun rose above sea level and then until the sun half set. Unconsciously, Han Fei and xuanhuan seemed to have become the last batch of people who were about to go out of the city. At this moment, they were only less than a kilometer away from the outer city wall. Han Fei counted it down, only to find that there were only 100 teams left. Although each queue was very long horizontally, now they began to shrink from horizontal to vertical. All soldiers, out. The strong master in the air stepped out. This was the first time he had left that place since last night. This person didn't say any useless words from beginning to end, nor did he say anything inspiring. Now even the commander had gone out of the city, which showed how pitched the battle was. Han Fei found that every soldier looked determined, including the little lovers around them. At this last moment, they were all pouring out their hearts to their lovers, encouraging each other and making promises that even they themselves didn't believe in. Han Fei grabbed xuanhuan's hand and said, "When we go out, you must not go crazy. If you have such feelings, tell me right away." Xuanhuan suddenly said, "If we die here, can we go back?" Han Fei shook his head. "No matter what, we can't die. We can't bet our lives. Now that we came here alive, we can leave here alive. So, no matter what happens, you must retain your strength." Han Fei held xuanhuan's hand and started to rush out with others. The people around all shouted in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." No one knew if they were encouraging themselves or what. Anyway, when Han Fei and xuanhuan left the outer city with the crowd, almost instantly, a strong smell of blood and fish came upon them. That smell was simply disgusting, and Han Fei finally saw what it was like outside the city. Above the distant sky, hidden fishers were fighting. Because the battle of strong masters of this level would affect the people around extensively, they couldn't fight too close to the city but could only stay in the distant sky, far away from the city. Han Fei saw dozens of huge tentacles above the sky as if growing out of the clouds. The tentacles fought with humans, breaking out ripples of spiritual energy in the air, and even the floating clouds were shaken away. In front of his eyes, everyone was rushing forward. The battlefield was 3,000 meters away. It seemed that humans had kept the battlefield 3,000 meters away. However, Han Fei could see that 2-story tall lobsters, giant crabs rampaging from side to side, and gigantic octopuses waving their huge tentacles from time to time, as well as mantis shrimp, red-haired big-mouthed crabs, mess-swallowing worms, spherical creatures, water-shaped creatures, and many nameless creatures were crowded on the far front line. The glow from combat skills almost obscured the entire battlefield. The phantoms of various spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts appeared and fought from time to time. Someone shouted, "Block it, dash forward, we must guard the outer city." Someone roared, "Choose a target, if you can't beat it, just change one and hand it over to the strong." As Han Fei approached the battlefield, he heard some crying and some howling. Han Fei saw that a person lost his direction and ran to his side. He looked in pain as golden nematodes were drilling out of his body. When Han Fei was about to help him out of his misery, a layer of flame suddenly burst out of his body and then a dagger flashed and killed him quickly. Xuanhuan made a move, faster than Han Fei. Han Fei turned to look at her. Xuanhuan looked serious. "No matter what, now that we've been here, we should fight this battle well. Let's retreat when we can't resist them." Han Fei glanced at her deeply and then nodded. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something soft underfoot. He took a look and found that there was sand under his feet and seawater had spread here. Beach? Han Fei knew that the city had fallen from above, but was there a beach outside the city? Did it mean that the city would be submerged at any time? As he was thinking, 100 teams had already rushed into the battlefield. It was like a meteorite collision. Han Fei saw countless rocks rolling in the water, human-eating fish jumping out of the sand, countless moon-like blades cutting at the crowd, and huge crabs rampaging everywhere. This was not the point. The point was that Han Fei saw an inferior man-fish. Chapter 415, Desolate City Drenched in Blood. Han Fei frowned. "Be careful. That's an inferior man-fish who is good at soul attacks." Xuanhuan was surprised. Xuanhuan was surprised. Inferior man-fish? Han Fei smashed a mess-swallowing worm with the embroidery needle and said without looking back, "Yes, very powerful, a marine creature equivalent to a hanging fisher." As they talked, many thread-like worms gushed from under Han Fei's feet. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he replaced the embroidery needle with the water-dividing seal. As he swung the seal at the worms, spiritual energy exploded, shaking all the worms within tens of meters into dust. He looked back, only to see that Xuanhuan had turned into a shadow and jumped onto a big octopus, and hundreds of shadow blades rotating around and cutting the big octopus frantically. Upon seeing this, Han Fei summoned dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers out of his body and drove them at the octopus. In a blink of an eye, under the offensive attack of the two, the big octopus was cut into many sections. At this time, the big phantom of a crab behind had already attacked them with its pincers. Not only crabs, but at least 5 mess-swallowing worms also suddenly rushed over. In the distance, nematodes also began to gather. Not far away, someone wailed, "Yin Yin!" Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshan froze and then looked back, only to find that the girl named Sun Yin Yin had a scorpion tail pierced through her abdomen and the light blue venom had spread in her body. And her young lover drove the weapons in the armor box to attack the sea scorpion frantically and controlled a large sickle to cut the scorpion into 2 pieces. Bam! With Xiao Xiaoshan as the center, thousands of shadowless knives flashed in the air and instantly cut a few mess-swallowing worms that dashed at them into dozens of segments. Han Fei instructed, "Calm down." Xiao Xiaoshan appeared beside Sun Yin Yin with a dark look and pulled out the scorpion tail. After Han Fei killed the surrounding marine creatures, he rushed over and immediately used the divine healing technique on Sun Yin Yin. However, he found with regret that the girl was not only pierced in her lower abdomen, but also in her heart. The boy was crying bitterly. Xiao Xiaoshan frowned, clenching the dagger in her hands hard. Han Fei gritted his teeth and stomped. Amidst the shock of spiritual energy, all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers rushed out of his body and rotated crazily 10 meters away from him, and the blade light turned into a circle of cold light, shattering all the creatures in this range. Han Fei raised his eyes and looked around. There were sea beasts everywhere. The water was full of creatures like mess-swallowing worms, sea scorpions, and crabs. Compared to marine creatures, humans were much smaller in size but also much more flexible, so they could jump around in the water. Every blow was an extremely dangerous challenge. Han Fei suddenly successfully repelled so many sea creatures, which cheered many people around him up. A spirit gatherer took the initiative to lead spiritual energy into Han Fei's body and shouted, "Brother, take it easy. Don't use too much force at the beginning." Someone acclaimed, "Well done." It was just because of Han Fei's outburst that when a sharp howling sounded, the creatures around Han Fei all retreated and in the water, a black shadow swam over quickly. Han Fei shouted, "Xiao Xiaoshan, watch out." Swish. Xiao Xiaoshan flashed and appeared dozens of meters away. The 2 daggers in her hands were burning with flames, setting off 2 blazing lights in the water. The shadow in the water jumped up and a harpoon shot out of the water, setting off waves and blocking Xiao Xiaoshan's attack head-on. A string of data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. 1 Namian inferior man, fish low-level sea demon introduction. A sea demon with immature intelligence, cruel and murderous. Because the species is inferior, it is impossible to judge which creature it evolved from. L level 42, S spiritual energy, 4216-4998 A demon heritage. Level 3, mid-quality A realm, awakened associated spirit blue-tailed scorpion unabsorbable. Han Fei's face changed slightly and he immediately said, "Let's go up together, cooperate with me." Xiao Xiaoshan turned into a shadow again and Han Fei followed closely behind her, pushing the embroidery needle at the harpoon with his palm. Boom. The impact shook the surrounding seawater nearly 100 meters away. Han Fei was shaken several tens of meters away by the harpoon and then slid for several tens of meters on the sand, but he felt a sense of comfort. What great strength! The inferior man. Fish seemed to be stunned by Han Fei, and he rolled dozens of times under the water because of the blow from Han Fei. It had never thought that a dangling fisher could actually resist its blow head-on. Han Fei shook his hand, stomped a pit on the ground, and attacked again. This time, the embroidery needle flashed with spiritual energy and 9 tails appeared instantly behind Han Fei. But the inferior man-fish didn't move, and suddenly a big blue scorpion appeared, stabbing its tail at a shadow. The shadow was naturally Xiao Xiaoshan. She flashed and appeared behind the inferior man-fish, thrusting her daggers into the inferior man-fish's shoulders with supreme stab. Crack! The inferior man-fish stumbled. Its back was laid open to the bone with 2 huge knife marks and blue sticky blood flowed out of his body. When the scorpion tail whipped at her again, Xiao Xiaoshan dodged the scorpion tail and appeared on its head like a shadow. Then, she slashed and thrust daggers into the scorpion shell. Xiao Xiaoshan's offensive created a favorable opportunity for Han Fei. While the inferior man-fish leaned back, Han Fei flashed in the air and hit the inferior man-fish's chest with the embroidery needle. Puff! A large amount of blue blood spewed from the mouth of the inferior man-fish. Its chest was sunken, and the bones on its back were exposed by the blow from Han Fei. Before Han Fei attacked again, a cold light pierced the inferior man-fish's back neck. Xiao Xiaoshan's offensive created a inferior man-fish's back neck. With the flick of the cold light, an ugly fish head fell into the water. Hiss! With the death of the inferior man-fish, the big blue scorpion lost its strength and reeled right and left. After 3 minutes, it lay down in the sea and stopped moving. Great! Good job! Good! Amazing! Awesome! These 2 are really strong. When the people around applauded, a figure arrived quickly. Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshan immediately recognized that this was a hanging fisher whose strength overawed them. However, the man took a deep look at Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshan. 2 intermediate dangling fishers can kill a low-level sea demon? Great, you guys just support us in this sea area. Don't come to the central battlefield. With that, this person immediately disappeared. He saw an inferior man-fish here, so he quickly came over to help. However, although he came extremely fast, when he rushed here, the inferior man-fish's head had been cut off. If at ordinary times, he would definitely bring Han Fei and xuanhuan into the inner city, train them well, and help them develop. But now it was a critical moment of the battle and he couldn't be distracted. He thought if the 2 of them survived this battle, he would take them back to train them. Killing the inferior manfish, Han Fei grinned and immediately sent some spiritual energy into xuanhuan's body. It seems that we can kill a hanging fisher now. Xuanhuan tilted her head. That big scorpion seems to be its contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei didn't speak. He was not clear what exactly an associated spirit was. However, he thought it should be something like humans' spiritual beasts. At this moment, he couldn't help being curious about what Yang Ruyun's associated spirit was. He didn't see it back then. While the people were still cheering for them slaying an inferior manfish, suddenly there was a loud shout in the sky. Big blade slaying dragon. Under the shocked stare of many people, in the distant sky, a middle-aged man was surrounded by 3 creatures. A spherical creature, an octopus monster, and a gigantic crab. The knife in the middle-aged man's hand broke inch by inch. In the next second, a sky-shaking sword light cut through the sky, and the 3 creatures that were at least the hidden fisher level were killed by this slash, and their bodies fell from the sky. And the man was not dead yet, his whole body was burning with blood and qi, and his arms had turned into ashes. But he was still standing proudly and shouted again, man and knife in one. Then he was like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing into the deep ocean far away. Boom! A wave hundreds of meters high was set off, and a strong ripple spread across the sea. Han Fei's eyelids trembled as he saw this scene. A hidden fisher died so easily. Before he died, he turned into a sword and plunged into the sea, trying to take away one more marine creature with his life. Han Fei felt that under his clothes, hexagon starfish was clinging tightly to his shoulders. He was probably frightened. The battle continued, and Han Fei and xuanhuan had been fighting for nearly 2 hours. Strong as xuanhuan, her combat power was getting exhausted at this moment. What was getting exhausted was not her spiritual energy, but power. After all, xuanhuan was only a dangling fisher, and after 2 hours of killing, what she lacked was not merely spiritual energy. Han Fei immediately threw her a spiritual fruit. Eat it. Take a break. Xuanhuan flashed with the spiritual fruit in her mouth and landed next to a girl in the next second, helping her kill the man-eating fish around her. Han Fei's clothes were torn to pieces. He looked around, only to find the rhythm of the battlefield seemed to never change. The battlefield looked exactly like what it was when they came out. The only difference was that the seawater under his feet had already been dyed red. Along the coast, as far as he could see, there were corpses everywhere, piled like mountains. Boom, let's go, come on. Danger. At this moment, Hexagon Starfish, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly shouted, giving Han Fei a startle. He looked up and saw that in the sky, a sword shadow traversed dozens of miles in an instant and was nailed into the deep sea. Han Fei gasped and grabbed xuanhuan's hand with a jerk. Retreat. Chapter 416, Shrimp Soldiers, a Crab General. Not only Han Fei, but many other people were also retreating towards the gate of the city. A hidden fisher shouted in the sky, move the front line back, stop fighting, retreat. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something was wrong. He looked down, only to find that the seawater under his feet had flowed back into the sea. Damn it, it was definitely not a good thing to see the sea flowing backwards. He didn't know who released the sword light just now, nor did he know what the sword light would do. He only knew that the sword light was so strong that he would be crushed as soon as it touched him. Xuanhuan said to him, something's wrong, the ground is shaking. Han Fei looked at the trembling gravel with a solemn look. Suddenly, someone beside them shouted, look. What is that? Han Fei and Xuanhuan quickly looked back, and then they were stunned as if being struck by lightning. What came into view was a crab, a huge crab, nearly 1,000 meters wide and several hundred meters tall. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Fuck, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. What a big crab. Perhaps because the crab was too huge, the data that Han Fei could only read at close range under normal circumstances was already in his eyes now. TN name, Crab General, Sea Demon, Introduction. The king of crabs who rules a certain sea area. It was born after countless transformations and evolutions in the endless years and has very strong defensive ability. With extremely high spiritual knowledge and excellent intelligence, it is the king of a sea area. Level LL, level, K, S spiritual energy, K demon, heritage, K, LL, Gaiman, heritage, K associated spiritsy, KLLLs. Han Fei was almost desperate. I'm never afraid of fighting. Little crabs are simply a piece of cake for me. But how can I handle this Godzilla? I'll just leave this thing to those who have the ability to handle it. I don't have this ability anyway. I'm leaving. But Han Fei was relieved to see that one of the claws of this crab had been broken. The big tongue was gone, and only half of its claw was left. The crab waved its only claw, leaving a shining shadow in the sky, and cut through the clouds. In the end, a thunderous roar broke out in the sky. Boom. When the clouds dissipated, Hanfei saw that the commander was standing in the sky, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a sword. Back off. The man's voice was deafening and echoed over the vast sea. Human, die. As the crab waved its only claw, devastating floods formed in the distance. In the sky, the sword-holding man looked back. Everyone, fight and retreat into the city. The city gate opened and the guards, drenched in blood, were organizing a retreat. However, too many people were retreating and there was still a sea of marine creatures chasing behind, making it impossible for them to retreat in time. Fortunately, some people climbed the walls and entered the city. Although the city wall was high, it was only 500 meters or so tall, which wouldn't be an obstacle for dangling fishers. Hanfei and Xiao were evacuating, following the crowd. Hanfei turned pale. We're going to lose this city. Such a big wave will definitely fill the whole city with water. Xiao retreated and looked at the ground. No, have you noticed that the city is descending? Just now, when we came out, the ocean was 3,000 meters away. But now, look at the watermark. Hanfei was stunned when he heard the words. And then, he was surprised to find that there were signs of flooding only 500 meters outside the city. Hanfei couldn't help thinking, if this city fell from the sky, how can it still float on the sea? Either there was something holding the city underneath, or Hanfei suddenly looked at the city wall. This city has a huge formation. That was the only reason that Hanfei could think of. Although he couldn't believe that there would be such a big formation guarding this city, there didn't seem to be another possibility. Retreat, retreat, stop fighting, hiss. The ground was shaking and the hidden fishers were shouting. Hanfei looked back and found that countless shrimp shadows appeared on the huge waves. Yes, he saw it clearly. These were definitely shrimp. He certainly could recognize shrimp heads. Swish, 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 swish. In the shadow of the waves, shrimp spines shot out like locusts all over the sky, and every shrimp spine flashed with spiritual energy. At this moment, Hanfei just arrived at the city wall with Xiao. Because they couldn't get in the city gate, they could only climb the wall. Hanfei shouted, "After you." With that, Hanfei suddenly grabbed Xiao's hand and shook it upward. The huge force made Xiao's petite body shoot straight into the sky like a sharp arrow. In the end, Xiao flashed, standing on the city wall, and shouted to Hanfei, "Come on, climb up." Hanfei glanced at Xiao. "Wait for me, I'll come right away." Then he suddenly stopped in front of the city gate and took out the water-dividing seal, which turned into a large seal more than 30 meters high in the blink of an eye. Xiao stomped her feet with anger. He told her not to be stupid, but what was he doing now? Being stupid? Hanfei knew that this city was going to be destroyed and there might be stronger creatures showing up soon, but at the gate of the city there were tens of thousands of people, many of whom had no combat power left at all and were even unable to climb the city wall. All they could do was look back at the shrimp spines all over the sky and wait to die. When Hanfei saw those desperate eyes, his mind suddenly went blank. Hanfei murmured to himself, "I can block the shrimps, but I'll only block one wave. I can only block one damn wave." Hexagon Starfish was shocked. "Are you crazy? Master Hexagon, at this moment you've got to trust me." "No, I just want to return to the land of Starfish," Hanfei scoffed. "Shut up." Behind Hanfei, someone yelled, "That boy, go away. We don't need a kid to rescue us. Leave. Don't waste your talent. Kill as many sea demons as possible for me." "Hey, don't try to block them. It's not going to work. Don't waste your life in vain." Hanfei turned his head, grinned, grabbed the embroidery needle, and thrust it into the ground. Grow larger. Then the embroidery needle became thicker and taller. However, when the embroidery needle grew to a height of about 50 meters, it stopped. Hanfei sighed. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Monkey King's golden cudgel can even break through the sky. I don't expect so much from you, but can't you even grow as tall as this city?" However, the embroidery needle did not respond. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, Hanfei felt that the water-dividing seal was being attacked frantically. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be hundreds of shrimp spines bombarding it. Majestic Mystic Spell. Hanfei used the Majestic Mystic Spell. The muscles on his body burst, and the terrifying power spread to his limbs. Even with the water-dividing seal and the embroidery needle blocking the shrimp spines, Hanfei still felt deeply helpless. There were too many shrimp spines which almost blotted out the sky and covered up the earth with overwhelming power. Fool. Suddenly, Hanfei felt that something was wrong under his feet. A shadow entangled his feet and then turned into Xiao. Hanfei was furious. "I told you to stay up there," Xiao grunted. "If you don't go up, I won't either. If you die, I will die with you." Hanfei's body shuddered. No one had ever said this to him in his 2 lives. Xiao was the first one. He looked at her again, who looked so serious and resolute. Hanfei suddenly grinned, injected all his spiritual energy into the water-dividing seal, and roared, gritting his teeth. "I, Hanfei, am the chosen one. I will not die here." Clank, clank, clank. The dense shrimp spines fell on the water-dividing seal like hailstones, making clanking sounds. Puff, behind Hanfei, at the city gate, someone cursed, "Shit, children nowadays are too disobedient." "You've got guts. Boy, if you survive this battle, I bet you will reach the peak someday." Okay, kid, you've blocked a wave of the shrimps. Now you can get the hell out of here. Han Fei turned around and smiled with difficulty. Then he saw a cyan light mask emerging from the city wall. All the shrimp spines were actually blocked out of the light mask. Sure enough, there is a formation. Puff, Han Fei sank to the ground. The water-dividing seal became palm-sized, and the embroidery needle turned to its normal size without the support of spiritual energy. Han Fei was exhausted but still smiled. Fuck, I'm almost shaken to death. As soon as he put away the embroidery needle and the water-dividing seal, Han Fei felt like he was being picked up. Xuanhuan grabbed him by the collar, jumped several times, and landed on the city wall that was full of spines. Han Fei had tried his best and could only buy some time for those people. He didn't think he could block another wave of shrimp attacks. He didn't know how many shrimp spines he had blocked. Anyway, he should have saved many people. Xuanhuan said angrily, "From now on, you need to listen to me. Don't run around." With that said, Xuanhuan took Han Fei's hand, jumped down the city, and ran towards the inner city. Han Fei ran and said, "Hey, slow down. I'm afraid we can't get into the inner city." Xuanhuan asked, "Why not?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Don't forget, when we entered the undersea city, the outer city was also a battlefield. At this moment, the top priority is not to run to the inner city, but to take a rest, regain physical strength, and restore our combat power to its peak." Then he took out the yellow blood sea cucumber that he hadn't finished eating and handed Xuanhuan a large piece of sea cucumber meat. Xuanhuan was speechless. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about eating. Xuanhuan took a bite of the sea cucumber, regardless of the taste, and asked, "As you can see, we are not going to win this battle. But can we only go back when we win this battle?" Han Fei gave a wry smile. "Who knows? Anyway, try to stay alive. Unless there are only 2 of us left in this city, unless we are besieged, we must stay alive." Xuanhuan nodded hard. "I have a feeling that this secret realm is not meant to make us fight this battle. The city was destroyed countless years ago. What's the point for us to fight this war? Even if we win, can these dead people in the undersea city come back to life?" Han Fei smiled. "I'll tell you why. It's because this is an opportunity." Chapter 417, City Fall Opportunity? Xuanhuan was greatly confused. She really couldn't see where the opportunity was, Han Fei explained. "We can travel back in time here." "What great experts do you think are capable of that?" Xuanhuan shook her head. "I don't know." Han Fei put on a smile. "I don't think any of the people we saw today are capable of doing that. The swordsman we saw just now was strong, wasn't he? But I think that he is only as good as a law enforcer or an explorer at best. Anyway, he can't be stronger than Old Bai. Do you think Old Bai can go back to the past?" Xuanhuan shook her head again. "Of course not. If he could, he would have gone back a long time ago. And what happened to the Thug Academy 30 years ago wouldn't have happened." Han Fei nodded. "That's right. Therefore, this power must be something that we can't understand. So, whoever put us in this place definitely has a purpose." Xuanhuan glanced at Han Fei. "That doesn't help at all. I too know that they have a purpose. But what is the purpose exactly? To save everybody in the city?" Han Fei shrugged. "Why don't we take a guess? Assuming that we're not here to save anyone, we will not be fighting the Grand Fish Tides. Then why are we back here?" Xuanhuan thought a long time but eventually shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the answer. Squinting, Han Fei said, "Either they have something that they want to tell us, or they have a last wish that they want us to carry out for them. Obviously, when everybody in this city is dead, certain secrets would be buried, and whoever is behind this doesn't want to see that." Xuanhuan's eyes glittered. "Huh? I think I've got it." Han Fei was stunned. "Huh? What have you got?" Xuanhuan said in delight. "It's the royal fortress. There's a royal fortress at the center of the inner city. If there are indeed secrets, they must be buried in the royal fortress." Blinking his eyes, Han Fei said, "Then let's go to the inner city already." Regretfully, by the time Han Fei and Xuanhuan came to the gate, many city guards had been gathered there. Most of them were drenched in blood and looked ferocious. It was impossible for Han Fei and Xuanhuan to sneak in. A hidden fisher returned with a missing arm. He shouted from a high place, "Everybody, march to the outer city and hold it." In the crowd, someone asked, "My lord, how long do we have to hold it? Can we win this war?" The hidden fisher said coldly, "The inner city must not fall whether or not we win. Here, the lifelong efforts of our ancestors are kept. Your family and friends live here too. The inner city must not fall." After the hidden fisher's roar, all the city guards bashed their spears on the ground, with intense brutality emanating from them. Xuanhuan asked, "What do we do now?" Han Fei said, "We wait." Han Fei didn't have a choice. He couldn't simply break into the inner city now that it had been locked down. The people around him were upset and angry, but eventually they all heaved a sigh and accepted their fate. What could they do? They had to protect the inner city. Who would fight if they went away? If everybody backed off, it would only be a matter of time before the inner city fell. In the distant sky, a battle was going on. A glittering sword cut through the clouds, and the shocking pincers seemed able to squeeze the earth apart. A tide almost 1,000 meters high was pushed close. Under everybody's watch, it crashed into the array that protected the city like a mad bull. Instantly, the earth was shaking, and buildings were collapsing. Hanfei saw that the green array suddenly dimmed and was almost broken by the terrifying power. After the clash of tide, Hanfei knew that the places outside of the city must have been drowned. Everybody raised their heads and looked at the aftermath of the tide. When the tide passed, seawater was flowing down from the top as if it were running on a glass cover. Though not a drip of the seawater entered the city, it was definitely a magnificent, shocking, and devastating scene. Someone sighed next to Hanfei. There's no need to run. A fight is inevitable no matter where we escape to. It's better to fight and die here than to flee. Someone grinned crazily. I will sacrifice myself for the peace of this city. Even if I die and turn into a ghost, I will not yield to those goddamn creatures. A man even took out a dried fish and chewed it. Fish are just food. No matter how strong they've become, someone stronger will put them in their mouth and eat them. Many people were desperate at this moment, but desperation did not seem helpful at all, so everybody abandoned their weakness and decided to have one last try. Hanfei wouldn't have been touched if only one or two of them did that, but when hundreds and thousands of people did the same, even Hanfei was touched by their emotion. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, gritted her teeth with tears shaking in her eyes. Hanfei spoke telepathically. Don't be reckless. Let's keep waiting. They waited about half an hour. Instead of a second tide, what came to them was a gigantic, sky-reaching pincer. Break. At that moment, everybody in the city saw that someone turned into a streak of light and waved his sword mysteriously in front of the giant pincer. After his slash, the clouds dispersed and the aura of the sword swept across half of the sky. Even space was torn apart with black gaps. Crack, 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 crack. The crab's charge remained inexorable, but it was already full of cracks. When it was about to crash into the array, its pincers were shattered to smithereens. Every piece of its pincers were sparkling brilliantly in the air before they hit the green array in the next second. Bam! 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 For a moment, ripples were spreading out on the array that protected the city because of the overwhelming pieces. After each crash, the city would shake. The ground below Hanfei's feet had always been trembling without a moment of tranquility. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and asked, Is that giant crab dead? Hanfei swallowed. I don't know. You saw the slash just now. I think it's probably dead, isn't it? Hanfei wasn't very sure. He was truly amazed by the sword attack just now. The aura of the sword pressed infinitely and cut the mountainous crab into pieces instantly. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the attack was. Crack. When everybody saw that the array that protected the city blocked the crab's attack, an enormous crack suddenly appeared on the green array. Humming noises echoed along with an earthquake. The moment the green array was cracked, another overwhelming tide came close. Many people forgot what they were doing, and they looked up at the sky. Crack, crack. The one crack on the circle suddenly led to thousands of cracks, sprawling over everybody's head in the blink of an eye. Right when everybody thought that the green circle would be broken, the tide ebbed, and the array survived it. Everybody took a breath of relief subconsciously. Many had anxious sweat all over their head. Look, what's that? Someone saw that a crab that was not large in size was hanging on the green array. Bam! Crack! Instantly, as if a scorching sun was rising, the green array exploded, and the tide that hadn't fully ebbed simply flooded into the city. Attack! Attack! Be prepared for battle. Everybody, cheer up! Son of Baiche, it's now or never, brothers. Many people lost their hope when the array was broken, although they knew that it would have been broken all the time when a few more tides came. At this moment, the hidden fisher shouted from the city wall, Sorry, everybody. I ask you to sacrifice yourselves, someone said with a smile. We've resisted for so many years. It's enough. We aren't scared of anything, someone exclaimed. Finally, we don't have to hold it back anymore. Brothers, let's hope that we can fight side by side again in our next life. Everybody was excited. Hanfei could clearly sense that they were fearless of death. They had probably long been determined to be sacrifices. Hanfei grabbed Xuanhuan's hand, fearing that she would be reckless. He could tell that the people around him were crazy. They had fused with their spiritual beasts and attached their contractual spiritual beasts before the tide came. Some of them even ran forward as if they were going to greet the next tide. Undoubtedly, there would be tremendous sea treasures in the tide. Hanfei spoke telepathically. Don't charge, let's just stay here. We'll enter the inner city after the city guards and the hidden fisher are out. Hanfei was not planning to fight this battle. They weren't here to fight a battle, and certainly not one that they obviously couldn't win. As they spoke, the huge tide came close. The war had come to an end. Chapter 418, Go away and stay alive. This was different from a regular tsunami. Hanfei couldn't possibly estimate how powerful a tsunami of such a level could be. Many people underestimated the power of water. Under the scourge of the flood, no obstacles in its way could stand. The tide rolled and fell. After just one slap, the defensive positions in the front were instantly reduced to debris. The people up ahead had been knocked away by the tide before they were ready. They floundered in the seawater before they were killed by the sea creatures in their dizziness. On the top of the tide, some manfish were screeching while they rode on the tide. There was no telling what they were saying. Those manfish had great control over water. They stood on the tide, entered the water, and came back to the surface. It seemed that the tide was a trench for them. The hidden fisher on the city wall was the first to charge out. Though he only had one arm left, his sword was still too brutal to be resisted by regular creatures. As for the hanging fishers, Han Fei didn't see any of them. They seemed to have always been in the front line without coming to the rear. At this point, only several city guards were left to defend the gate to the inner city, and the rest charged forward too. Goo, the tide came very fast. Probably because it was too huge and advanced, it took only an hour for the tide to drown the outer city. It was not hard to imagine how ferocious the tide was. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were consumed by the tide almost in the blink of an eye. But thankfully, by the time the tide reached this place, it had lost most of its momentum. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan waved their weapons now and then in the water. Every time Xia Xiaoshan's shadowless blade appeared, a sea creature would die. Han Fei was even more unstoppable. His blue sea wandering dragon daggers spun like a torpedo. The million knife art couldn't be more effective in a group fight. No creatures could survive 1 second around Han Fei or Xia Xiaoshan. But there were too many creatures. After only a few minutes, Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't see anything now, and he could only perceive the sea creatures with his mind. Under his mental senses, broken pieces were everywhere, including fish meat, crab shells, shrimp tails, and worm claws. Earlier, Han Fei had doubted how the city could be enshrouded in blood, but he was now convinced. The blood flowing in the seawater was enough to pave a floor for this city? When 2 manfish got their eyes on Han Fei knew that he couldn't stay in the outer city anymore, as the manfish had surpassed the resistance and made their way to the rear. Han Fei said, "Xia Xiaoshan." Xia Xiaoshan replied, "We'll each take one of them." Xia Xiaoshan was as good as Han Fei in terms of individual combat. Han Fei had seen that when they hunted the manfish in the outer city, so Han Fei did not keep anything to himself. When a harpoon was stabbed to his chest, his blood-drinking knife glowed. Poochie. It was beyond the manfish's expectation that an intermediate dangling fisher could have performed such a skillful attack. Half of the manfish was cut open. When its codependent creature showed up, Han Fei cut it again quickly. Crack! The harpoon was broken. After drawing his blade 3 times, Han Fei finally executed the man. When Han Fei swam at Xia Xiaoshan, he found that the girl was threading a red lightning bolt through a manfish, which was riddled with holes from head to webs. Han Fei was rather surprised. "Xia Xiaoshan, what's that battle technique?" Xia Xiaoshan landed on Han Fei's side after a flash. "It's the 1,000-strike technique. I dug it out from the Cave of Death." Both of them were nauseous when they jumped out of the water. The outer city had just completely turned to hell. The seawater here couldn't be filthier. Exactly at this moment, a hidden fisher flew backwards at them. Han Fei saw a harpoon in his chest, which seemed to be from a manfish. The hidden fisher was flying exactly towards Han Fei. As it happened, a red manfish emerged from the tide 1,000 meters away and glanced at them coldly. The hidden fisher was rather grave. He was briefly stunned to see Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and raised a tide that pushed Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan while he said, "Go to the inner city." The hidden fisher was too fast and strong for Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan to resist. Hardly had Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan seen the tide when they found themselves in the inner city. The inner city wasn't any better than the outer city. It was now half drowned, and people were fighting everywhere. The city guards, in particular, were fighting in the inner city. At first, the experts above the level of dangling fisher were fighting in the outer city, resulting in the weakness in the inner city area. Therefore, many city guards who retreated earlier did not go out again but stayed to defend the inner city. Han Fei's and Xia Xiaoshan's sudden appearance stunned a city guard not far away, who did not see them coming at all. Those two were already here after a flash. The city guard immediately shouted at them, "To the center of the inner city. If you're already here, don't get yourselves killed." This city guard's spiritual beast was a big octopus, and only 4 of its 9 tentacles were left. Han Fei did not see other contractual spiritual beasts. They might have been killed. Silently, Han Fei dragged Xia Xiaoshan to the center of the inner city. However, 2 manfish had jumped out before Han Fei ran 10 kilometers. This time, neither Han Fei nor Xia Xiaoshan attacked because they saw a scarlet manfish dozens of kilometers away. Though it was not near, they remembered that the hidden fisher in the outer city was defeated by a scarlet manfish. Shua. Attaching little gold to himself, Han Fei soared with Xia Xiaoshan. Why would he fight when he might not even be able to escape? Far away, the scarlet man-fish seemed to be attracted when Han Fei soared in the air. But it seemed to be occupied in another fight, so it simply threw a harpoon at Han Fei. Han Fei's face changed greatly. "Damn it, I'm so far away from you. Am I in your way?" The harpoon came so fast that Han Fei had no time to take any reaction. Bam! Han Fei sensed an enormous force, because Xia Qiaochan had thrown him out. When Han Fei looked back, he saw that the harpoon was only several dozen meters from Xia Qiaochan. Han Fei immediately exclaimed anxiously, "Xia Qiaochan!" But Xia Qiaochan arrived at him in the next second. She grabbed Han Fei's arm and said palely, "Why are you yelling? Keep running." Han Fei was greatly relieved. Immediately, he flew to the center of the city at full speed. In the meantime, he cast the divine healing technique on Xuanhuan because he felt blood on Xuanhuan's back. With an awful look on his face, Han Fei took out a couple of spiritual fruits and gave them to her. Take them. They're all healing spiritual fruits. Xuanhuan was dazed. Where did you get so many spiritual fruits? Han Fei accelerated again. I bought them, far away, after the manfish's failed attack. It was fighting 3 hanging fishers. It was rather shocked to see that Han Fei and Xuanhuan dodged its harpoon. The 3 hanging fishers were shocked too. They were not as strong as the manfish, but it was not a problem for them to see Han Fei clearly. An intermediate dangling fisher? Immediately, one of them quit the battle and chased Han Fei and Xuanhuan. In the sky, Han Fei watched the city that had been half drowned, the manfish that were leaping out of water now and then, and the unstoppable sea creatures. He was greatly shocked. He simply used the majestic mystic spell again and further increased his speed. Because of that, many manfish tried to stop him. However, Han Fei couldn't be more brutal at this moment. He roared, "Whoever is in my way will die." A manfish jumped horizontally to him, but its head was squeezed and blown up by Han Fei with one hand. Han Fei was rather frightened on the way. What if the Heavenly Water Village or Blue Sea Town fell into the sea from the sky someday? It probably couldn't survive half a day in the level 3 fishery, could it? This city here, on the other hand, endured 8-7 attacks. Han Fei found it rather hard to believe. After flying about 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw a few athletic creatures chasing him in the water. Xuanhuan said, "They're not the scarlet manfish, but they seem stronger than the manfish we met earlier." Xiao, 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 xiao. Another few harpoons were thrown at them, and Han Fei tried to block them with the 9-star chains. But after the first impact, Han Fei felt that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was injured. Even he rolled multiple times in the air. He had to fend off the last harpoon with the water-dividing seal. His face was rather pale because he had consumed too much energy, and the majestic mystic spell couldn't last much longer. Xuanhuan asked, "How are you doing?" Han Fei said, "I'm fine." Coldly, Han Fei was about to have another try when he saw a man moving on a roof with a long bow. The man shot arrows of spiritual energy, locking onto the manfish that were hunting Han Fei. Because of the unexpected attack, the manfish were disrupted and had to jump out of the water. This time, Han Fei finally saw their look clearly. To Han Fei's surprise, those manfish were much more like human beings than the inferior manfish he saw before. Hiss! The inferior manfish Han Fei saw earlier were simply hideous, but the few manfish here were more or less acceptable. They were like unevolved primates, closer to regular human beings. Furthermore, Han Fei could even tell their gender from their face, which was another shock for Han Fei. Xuanhuan asked, "Can they really turn into human beings?" Han Fei replied awfully, "I don't know, but we may have an answer if we can look at the red manfish more closely." Han Fei and Xuanhuan dare not stay any longer because their helper down below was shouting at them, "Go away now. There's only hope if you're alive." Chapter 419, Opportunities from the Past. Han Fei gritted his teeth. He didn't know why the man would help him and Xuanhuan when it was impossible for him to defeat 3-man fish as a mere hanging fisher. But before Han Fei figured out what was going on, he had goosebumps all over his body as an enormous hand emerged behind him and Xuanhuan. Everything became hazy in their eyes. In the next moment, they appeared on the roof of a building that hadn't been drowned yet. This building was more than 50 meters tall. It was white in general, dotted with black mysterious stones, which indicated that it was not common. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan came back to themselves, they saw a white-haired young man standing before them. The man's face was handsome without any wrinkles. Judging by his face, he was only in his 20s. Han Fei said, "Bro, you, smack." Instantly, Han Fei was slapped in the forehead and he fell on the ground because of the force. After a flash, Xuanhuan pressed out a supreme stab. The young man moved and dodged Xuanhuan's attack easily. Han Fei said quickly, "Xuanhuan, stop." Xuanhuan flashed back to Han Fei and stared at the man warily. Han Fei exerted strength in his feet and stood up. He said palely, "Dude, that's too much." Smack, hardly had Han Fei stood up when he was slapped and fell again. He couldn't be more stunned at this moment because he didn't know how the man attacked at all. Xuanhuan yelled angrily, "Hey, who are you exactly? What do you want?" The young man said peacefully, "You two kids have no respect for your seniors at all." "Bro? Dude? I'm older than your grandpa. Do you know that?" Han Fei and Xuanhuan were both stunned. "Who are you trying to fool? You're pretending to be old when your face is so young, just because you've dyed your hair white?" But Han Fei was smart enough not to call him bro or dude anymore. After he rose, he stepped back with Xuanhuan. Who was this guy exactly? He hadn't quite figured out yet, but he knew that the man was strong. Then, the man gazed at Xuanhuan with contentment in his eyes. Han Fei immediately stood before Xuanhuan and declared, "Hey, what are you staring at?" The young man replied with a casual smile, "Yesterday, my 18th son told me that he met a very beautiful girl. He must have been referring to you, Han Fei, Xuanhuan. Dazed, Han Fei asked, "No, wait a moment. Your which son?" The young man grinned. "My 1806th. Huh." Han Fei gasped hard and looked back at Xiao with disbelief. Xiao asked, "You are the mayor of this city?" The young man nodded. "That's correct. I'm the mayor, but I don't think you belong to my city." Han Fei looked rather uneasy. "How so?" With his hands behind his back, the man said casually, "If you were from my city, I would have known you a long time ago. How can I not know a genius who has a legendary contractual spiritual beast, or more exactly, 2 legendary contractual spiritual beasts? Xiao, right?" She pinched and twisted the flesh on Han Fei's waist. "Legendary? Didn't you say that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was exotic?" Han Fei swallowed too. "Well, is it possible that you're mistaken, senior?" The young man looked at Han Fei with a smile. "You're addressing me as your senior now?" Han Fei chuckled. "Senior, you really know how to take care of your face. What exactly do you do? I'll ask Xiao to try it too." "The mayor, right?" The mayor was lost for words. "We're in the middle of a crisis, and yet you're talking about beauty treatment? Heh. I don't know where you're from, but you've come to my city. I only want to ask you this. Can you leave here alive?" The young man was extremely serious when he said that. His eyes seemed to be staring at Han Fei's and Xiao's hearts through their skin. Han Fei knew that it was impossible for him to trick the man. He simply shook his head and said, "Xiao and I came here by accident. We've been looking for ways to leave." "You've been looking?" The mayor frowned. "Is your way of leaving right inside this city?" Han Fei nodded. "Probably." The mayor's eyes glittered. "Can you take anyone away with you?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't know, but my guess is no." The mayor instantly asked, "Where are you from?" Han Fei paused and hesitated a moment. If he were to say that he came from the future, wouldn't it sound too uncanny? The mayor said, "Since the crash, this city has lost contact with other cities and has been secluded for 200 years. Nobody has visited us except for you. Maybe I can take care of the problems that you can't." Xiao said, "You can't take care of them either." The mayor laughed. "Girl, don't be too confident," Han Fei said with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid that you really can't. This city has been sunken for many, many years in our normal lifetime. The city guards and the warriors who are fighting in the outer city have already turned into hero souls." The mayor suddenly became threatening. He stared at Han Fei coldly and asked, "If I understand you correctly, you're saying that you're from the future?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Well, the mayor looked back at the devastated city, the crying people, and the fighting city guards. Then he said with a casual smile, "So, my city will be destroyed in the end." After about 5 minutes of silence, Xiao couldn't hold it back anymore. Xiao asked, "If you are the mayor, you're definitely the strongest. Why don't you participate in the battle?" The mayor looked back at Xiao and said, "Because the time has not come yet. If the city will be destroyed eventually, I wouldn't mind letting all the invaders die with us." Han Fei's eyes constricted. "Senior, do you have any last wish, or do you have any heritage that you must pass on?" The mayor's lips curled. "So that's why you're here?" Han Fei said. "We're here purely by accident." The mayor burst into laughter. "There's no need to explain. In your age, this city will have become a treasure trove. So you're here to hunt for treasures, aren't you?" Han Fei instantly swallowed. This man was really horrifying. He had inferred Han Fei and Xiao's purpose here from a few simple words, and he accepted the fact that they were from the future very quickly without much shock. "I didn't know that I would have to entrust the essence of this city to 2 young treasure hunters." After that, the mayor looked at Han Fei and Xiao and said, "There are many treasures in this city. I don't know whether it's a coincidence or it's fate that you come at the day of this city's destruction. Is this really destiny?" As he talked, a wriggling beast came close from the sky and spewed out icy flames, ruining a huge area in 1 second. "A mere bug is showing off in my city? Humph." In the next second, the mayor snapped his finger and a water-made sword was launched. It passed 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye and expanded into a huge sword. That creature, which might be a dragon, spurted out a brilliant pearl from its mouth, trying to resist the sword. But after only 1 moment, the pearl was broken, and the enormous body of the dragon was annihilated without even leaving a scale. Han Fei nearly peeped his pants. This man seems too strong. As if he had just done something trivial, the mayor looked back at Han Fei and Xiao and said, "If it's destiny, just come with me." Han Fei and Xiao were both excited. Just now, the mayor had said that there were treasures in this city, and the treasures were the essence of the city. Han Fei could hardly imagine what treasures could comprise the essence of the city after witnessing how powerful the mayor was just now. Chapter 420, The Chaotic Original Water. The mayor waved his hand, and Han Fei and Xiao suddenly found themselves inside a cave. This was a cave about 1,000 square meters, no different from other caves except that there was a jade ritual table at the center of the cave. On the table, 2 watery pillars of light 3 meters in diameter connected the ceiling and the floor of the cave. From the pillars, blue, thread-like light was emitting and floating in the cave, illuminating the whole cave and making it dreamy. Han Fei and Xiao were quite amazed. Actually, they didn't sense anything inside the two pillars of light, which were supposed to be empty. With his hands on his back, the mayor said casually, "Here are 2 drops of chaotic original water. It's safe to say that the disasters in my city are related to them too. However, I'm the only one in the whole city that can borrow the power from 1 drop of the water. Nobody can use the second drop. If you are destined to come here, you have a try," Han Fei asked in surprise. "Chaotic original water? What's that?" The mayor slightly shook his head. "I don't know. Nobody knows where the chaotic original water is from, and every drop of chaotic original water has a different purpose. I only know the usage of 1 drop and can manage to borrow its power. As for the other drop, someone luckier has to figure it out." Han Fei did not even dare to breathe aloud at this moment. How strong was the mayor of the city? Han Fei was totally awed by the mayor's casual attack just now. However, the mayor was so strong because he borrowed the power of this chaotic original water. Then, how precious must the treasure be? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. "What if we're not lucky?" The mayor chuckled. "These are the only treasures in my city that are worth passing on. I think only they can take you back." Han Fei and Xuanhuan were both serious. There were millions of people in this city. If none of them could make use of the water, could Han Fei and Xuanhuan? After observing it for a long time, Han Fei finally asked, "How can we try it?" The mayor replied, "Just go into it. It all depends on your luck." Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. They'd be lying if they said that they weren't nervous. They had never seen a treasure as important as this one in their whole life. Looking at his wrist, Han Fei said to himself, "Master Calabash, it's all up to you whether or not I can make it this time." Han Fei knew himself very well. Different from Xuanhuan, who had an unusual spiritual heritage and other deeply hidden secrets, he would have only been an ordinary person with his spiritual heritage and aptitude if he didn't have the demon purification pot. Han Fei said, "Let's go. Wait a moment." The mayor suddenly snatched Han Fei's shoulder. Before Han Fei could react, he had already grabbed the hexagon starfish. Interesting. A hexagon starfish. That's rare. However, it cannot go in. As he talked, the mayor casually threw Mr. Hexagon Starfish to the ground. Mr. Hexagon Starfish was trembling hard and did not have the courage to open its eyes. It had failed to escape the mayor's senses even though it had deployed multiple stealth arrays. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, wait for me outside." Then, Han Fei and Xuanhuan walked to the ritual table at the center in silence. On the ritual table, Han Fei and Xuanhuan each stood before a blue pillar of light. They looked at each other and stepped in simultaneously. Not meeting any resistance, Han Fei felt that he had just entered a common pillar of water, except that the water here was smoother and clearer than regular seawater. Outside, the mayor clenched his fists on his back. Was it really a coincidence that he met these 2 young people on the day of the city's destruction? Could they really inherit the 2 drops of chaotic original water? Inside the chaotic original water, Han Fei closed his eyes and perceived a moment. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked up. Huh? Nothing is happening? Han Fei frowned. Though the water seemed different from seawater or fresh water, he didn't sense anything special about it. It only reminded Han Fei of the fresh water in the mirror of the sky in the misty, salty swamp. They were both pure and flawless, but apart from that, nothing special. Han Fei turned to Xuanhuan only to see that Xuanhuan was circling inside the pillar. She then looked back at Han Fei. She didn't seem to have any reaction either. When Han Fei was about to extend his arms, he was suddenly pulled by an invisible force and he appeared out of the water pillar. After that, Xuanhuan was ejected too in 2 seconds. Well, the mayor heaved a sigh. "It still doesn't work," Xuanhuan said. "Let's swap and have another try." Han Fei was intrigued. That's right. Didn't he say that every drop of chaotic original water was different? It might work if they swapped. Therefore, under the mayor's watch, they each entered the other blue pillar of light. The mayor's eyes were glittering. It was the last chance. His face seemed slightly red. After Han Fei entered the pillar, he hadn't felt anything yet when he saw that the pillar where Xuanhuan was simply disappeared. "Great!" the mayor roared and clenched his fists in excitement while he stared at Xuanhuan. He had lost all his hope, but the pleasant surprise came unexpectedly. Han Fei was shocked too. There was a reaction on her side already. He saw that a water current was rolling on Xuanhuan's body from left to right and from top to bottom, until it sank into her in the end. Han Fei even saw that Xuanhuan was confused. She turned around and fumbled around, as if she was trying to find out where the chaotic original water was. However, after searching for a while, Xuanhuan immediately turned her eyes to Han Fei. The mayor was staring at Han Fei too. Xuanhuan had succeeded. What about Han Fei? Han Fei was rather stunned and nervous himself. "Master Calabash, I'm counting on you now. Please help me. It's time to collect such a great treasure." There was no telling whether Han Fei's prayer worked, or if the demon purification pot had sensed it, but Han Fei sensed that the pillar trembled. Yes, it trembled. During that moment, Han Fei felt that the chaotic original water was alive. He sensed that a life was throbbing. Because of the tremble, the picture before Han Fei's eyes changed. After a trance, Han Fei found himself on a boundless ocean when he opened his eyes. Han Fei looked around hurriedly. Where the hell am I now? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his feet were painful. He looked at the waves below his feet, only to see that the waves were made of blades instead of water. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. The ocean below his feet seemed to be made of infinite watery blades, which were rolling and surging like tides. When Han Fei blinked his eyes, the dense blades were gone, and the waves were just regular waves. The blades were nowhere to be seen. Shoot, what's going on? Han Fei raised his hand and tried to look at the demon purification pot on his wrist, but when he raised his hand, a tide was lifted on the ocean. He was immediately stunned. Is this ocean under my control? Han Fei raised his other hand. As he expected, another tide rose on the ocean. When Han Fei put down his hands, the lifted tides became regular waves again. Hiss! Han Fei swallowed. He tried raising one hand and waving it. Then, he saw blades of water emerging in the lifted tide and darting into the ocean not far away. Han Fei tried spinning his arm, and the waves were rolling in circles and curves in midair too. Inside those caves, countless watery blades were spinning so fast and densely that Han Fei was shocked. When Han Fei put his hands down and lowered his head, he saw something floating at him from the bottom of the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei sensed that something was shot into his forehead. Instantly, he was woken up with cold sweat all over his body. Phew! After Han Fei woke up, he found that the mayor was holding a light shield with one hand. Xuanhuan was standing next to the mayor, and Mr. Hexagon Starfish was clinging to her. Han Fei looked around in confusion, only to see that the ritual table he was on had been ruined, and that blade marks were everywhere on the wall in the cave. The mayor's eyes were shining. He laughed aloud when Han Fei woke up. Ha 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 ha. The mayor laughed so wildly that the rocks were falling and a strong wind was blowing. My city deserves this. Whoever owes us will pay their debt sooner or later. Chapter 421, Return the mayor's calmness was gone. He had suddenly turned crazy and there was no telling what he was muttering. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were confused. They found the mayor dreadful and pitiful at this moment. As for Mr. Hexagon Starfish, it never dared to open its eyes since it saw the mayor, and it had been acting as if it were a pendant. Looking at Han Fei and Xuanhuan in comfort, the mayor said, Nature has its own mysteries. My city has been punished for 200 years for stealing fortunes, so this is how it will end. After that, the mayor withdrew his smile and looked at Han Fei. Your drop of chaotic original water isn't as good as hers. However, it's still a great treasure. Han Fei looked around at the destruction that he had caused. He asked, This is not good enough. The mayor grinned and said, I call your drop of chaotic original water the infinity water. It can turn water into weapons. Of course, the weapons can't be higher than your own levels. This infinity water was the chaotic original water that I borrowed power from, but I could never take it. After that, the mayor turned to Xuanhuan. Can you release it? Blinking her eyes, Xuanhuan asked, How do I release it? The mayor said, With your mind, like how you release spiritual weapons. Xuanhuan opened her hands, and a stream of clear water was gathering in her palm. Staring at it for a long time, the mayor suddenly remarked, Is it the metamorphosis water? The mayor said, Try to imagine that it's you. Xuanhuan was slightly stunned. Then, Han Fei saw that the water was growing large and assuming the shape of a human being on the ground. After only a few seconds, an identical Xuanhuan emerged. Han Fei was shocked. Her hairstyle, her clothes, her height, her body figure, and even Mr. Hexagon Starfish that was hanging on her leg had been reflected vividly. That was really hard to believe. The mayor, however, put on a smile. That explains a lot. No wonder I've never been able to borrow its power. Suddenly, the mayor gazed at Han Fei and Xuanhuan with confusion and relief. In the end, he simply said casually, The chaotic original water is not as simple as it looks. Maybe you can find it out later, but I won't be there to witness it. Xuanhuan was rather startled by herself. What the hell? An identical copy of herself? Han Fei asked in shock, Is the duplication capable of fighting? The mayor slightly shook his head. Maybe if you share some of your spiritual power with it. If my guess is correct, this drop of chaotic original water is known as metamorphosis water. It can transform into anything. Xuanhuan asked, Metamorphosis water? The mayor said, battle suits, weapons, or living creatures, it can be transformed into anything by you. I didn't know that it was metamorphosis water. And I can't appreciate the potential it can have. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were both stunned by what the mayor said. A drop of infinity water contained infinite techniques, and a drop of metamorphosis water could transform into anything. It did sound amazing. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior, what techniques does the infinity water boast? The mayor said with a smile, That's something that you should find out. However, you are too weak and can only use the fundamental power of the water. You might learn more later. Maybe Han Fei was too short-sighted, but he didn't think that the 2 drops of water were worth a city. Frowning, Han Fei asked, Senior, did your city fall because of the 2 drops of water? The mayor snorted and asked, You don't think they're worth it? Before Han Fei replied, the mayor continued, You don't know the value of the chaotic original water yet. I would have exchanged it even if I had 2 cities and that were doomed. Han Fei swallowed. Those were human lives. And the water was just a treasure. The mayor suddenly looked at Han Fei. The destruction of my city is inevitable. However, since you have acquired the best treasures of my city, you must promise me something. As he spoke, arcane runes rose from the mayor's feet and flooded into Han Fei and Xuanhuan crazily. Both of them were greatly shocked. Those black runes did not look like anything good, however, they couldn't move at all. Their bodies seemed to be frozen. Xuanhuan couldn't flash either. Don't panic. It's not anything that will control you or contract you. In the future, when the runes emerge from you, remember to rebuild my city above the clouds. Han Fei gritted his teeth. What if we fail? The mayor laughed. You won't, or you will be haunted by demons in your heart. Now that I'm giving the chaotic original water to you, you will have to return the favor sooner or later. When the mayor waved his hand again, Han Fei and Xuanhuan had reappeared on the roof that they had been standing on. However, different from when they left, 4 looming tides were pushing at the city from 4 directions, trying to drown the whole city. Han Fei saw almost 10 monolithic shadows in the tides. He didn't know what they were, but they couldn't be weaklings considering how huge their shadows were. The mayor raised his head and looked at the sun. If you two are really chosen by fate, this will probably be your only opportunity to go away. Han Fei was horrified when faced with the tides that had risen to the sky. It almost felt like the end of the world. Han Fei didn't know which floating island could possibly resist any of the tides. All of a sudden, the mayor grabbed Han Fei and Xuanhuan and threw them to the only breach in the sky. Remember, my name is Li Huang of the Heavenly Desolation City. My name shall return to the Divine Palace when the Heavenly Desolation City is rebuilt. Han Fei and Xuanhuan soared into the high sky as if they were on a rocket. Han Fei fused with Little Gold quickly and shouted at Xuanhuan, "Come here!" Xuanhuan flashed and grabbed Han Fei's arm before she exclaimed, "Look!" At this moment, Little Gold's wings were leaving a trail of fire. They were so fast that even the air had been torn apart. They saw that down below, Li Huang stepped on the royal fortress and collapsed it. Then he stood in the void proudly. My wish has been fulfilled. There's no enemy that I'm scared of anymore. Ha ha ha. My sword can kill monsters, warriors, and all the sea demons in this boundless ocean. The sky was wreathed by the giant tides that soared thousands of meters high. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't see Li Huang clearly anymore. The only thing that he could see was his sword aura that was sent rippling out. Those sword aura was glowing. For a moment, the whole Heavenly Desolation City was covered by the sword aura. Han Fei had sickness and shortness of breath even though he was high in the sky. Puh! Xuanhuan was not as sturdy as Han Fei. She vomited blood. Bam! They were ascending so fast that they dashed through the overwhelming tides like rushing swordfish. Han Fei saw a lot of sea creatures cruising in the water. Far away, a manfish seemed to have noticed him too. But everything was fleeting. Before Han Fei could observe them more carefully, he had sensed the light from above. Bam! The surface of the ocean exploded. Han Fei and Xuanhuan broke out of the water and saw the sunset. Han Fei immediately gasped, "Shoot, this is not the undersea city. Are we not out yet?" Xuanhuan suddenly flashed and left him. Han Fei turned around quickly, only to see that Xuanhuan was moving on the sea as a shadow. On a boat, 5 advanced dangling fishers were staring at him, shocked. They all exclaimed, "Han Fei, it's Han Fei." Instantly, Han Fei grinned. "We're out. Is this the level 3 fishery? Not good. Xuanhuan is here too. Let's run." The 5 advanced dangling fishers were almost crying. "Why are we so lucky? We were about to leave. How could we have run into those 2 horrifying people?" In the sky, Han Fei took a turn and drew the blue sea wandering dragon bow, shooting out arrows of spiritual energy. Xuanhuan was even faster. She had killed one after a flash. Now that she performed the 1,000-strike technique, Han Fei didn't have to do anything, and all the 5 enemies could barely resist the blades from all directions. Bam! Someone detonated himself, and 2 dove into the sea. The last 2 were about to run when they were tied up by 2 chains and 2 daggers were stuck to their neck before they could jump into the sea. Seeing that Xuanhuan intended to chase the runners, Han Fei shook his head. "That's unnecessary. Just let them go. They can inform other people that we're out." Xuanhuan said, "Those people are really annoying. They chased me for a long time." Han Fei said with a smile, "We'll chase them as annoyingly later." Xuanhuan mumbled, "I want to have a hot pot, the most delicious one." Han Fei said, "Just one moment." Then Han Fei looked at the 2 survivors and said, "Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm going to ask a few questions, and you can go if you answer them satisfactorily." The 2 men nodded quickly, trembling, with sweat all over their heads. Han Fei grinned and said, "Tell me, what happened in the undersea city recently?" Chapter 422. Hey, don't attack yet. How did they return to the surface of the sea? Han Fei wasn't very clear, but it really felt great to return to the level 3 fishery. Han Fei casually sat down on the top of the boat and listened to the captive's description of recent events. It is said that the undersea city was plagued by poisons the day when you and Xuanhuan went on a killing spree. Hundreds of experts were killed. Then, many people escaped in a flurry and disseminated the news. It was 8 days ago. 8 days? Astonished, Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. They had only spent 1 day in the Heavenly Desolation City. How had 8 days passed? Han Fei then asked, "What about the 4 entrances to the undersea city?" The captives looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "They're all crowded. Every gate is surrounded by thousands of people." "Huh, they certainly do not want us to get away, do they?" Han Fei's eyes were cold. That was outrageous. Tens of thousands of people were here just to block him. The 2 captives looked at Han Fei and Xuanhuan in fright, wondering how exactly they got out of the undersea city. Didn't it only have 4 gates? How did they escape so many people's attention and come out? Suddenly, Xuanhuan raised her dagger and asked, "How could so many people have been gathered in only 8 days? One of the captives said with a bitter smile, "Because a dragon boat is here." Han Fei's face immediately changed. "A dragon boat is here? Where is it?" Han Fei was quite upset. He really hated dragon boats. All his disasters had originated from a dragon boat. The dragon boat is about 20,000 kilometers from here. However, some people would rather not wait, so they came in advance. Han Fei's face slightly changed. "Where is the dragon boat from? The Seaborn Prairie?" "Huh?" Both of the 2 captives were stunned by the question. They shook their head and said, "No. It seems to be from the sea entrance stairs." Xuanhuan suddenly asked Han Fei, "Are we going to board a dragon boat? I haven't visited one yet." Han Fei peeped at Xuanhuan weirdly. "Forget it. Do you want to get yourself killed?" "It's time to slip away," Xuanhuan asked. "Where to? Are we going to the sea entrance stairs?" Han Fei scoffed, "Of course not. The sea entrance stairs is too dangerous. We're going to the Thousand Smoke Valley. I'm told that Renquang was there." Then Han Fei extended his hand and said, "Give me your sea-swallowing seashells and get the hell out of here." The 2 advanced dangling fishers were almost crying now that they were losing their sea-swallowing seashells. However, they could only reluctantly submit their sea-swallowing seashells while worrying that Han Fei might kill them afterward. But out of their expectation, Han Fei kicked them into the sea after obtaining the sea-swallowing seashells. Then Han Fei waved his hand, and the red awesome wind god boat appeared on the sea. Ah! Xuanhuan was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She exclaimed, "What a beautiful boat! Where did you get it? Did you rob someone?" "I want one too," Han Fei said gloomily. "Just drop it. I was almost killed in order to get this boat. Come on, let's go to the Thousand Smoke Valley." Xuanhuan had flashed into the wind god boat without Han Fei's instruction. Curiously, she touched and tapped everything she saw. She even rolled on the windshield in front of the boat. Hey, enough fun. It's time to go." A huge pit was left on the sea when the boat took off. The water nearby was pushed 1,000 meters away. After the boat soared into the sky, it left sonic explosion ripples in the splendid afterglow. On the surface of the ocean, after the wind god boat left, 2 heads craned out. "Gudu, what a fast boat. Hurry, let's go back to the dragon boat. We're going to be rich." The other man was overjoyed too. "That's right, let's go back to the dragon boat. The intelligence that Han Fei and Xuanhuan have escaped will be worth a lot of money, and it's even more valuable that they're going to the Thousand Smoke Valley. I don't know why they didn't kill us." At this moment, while clinging to the boat, Xuanhuan shrieked, "It's too fast, slow down." Han Fei simply said cockily, "Is it fast? I'm not feeling anything." In the raging wind, Xuanhuan shouted, "How was my acting just now?" Han Fei raised his thumb. "Very good. The intelligence that we're going to the Thousand Smoke Valley is definitely worth their lives." 1 day passed. On the way to the sea entrance stairs on the sea, Xuanhuan was preparing a hot pot on a plain-looking boat. She was complaining at this moment, "You do it, mine is not delicious as yours." Han Fei said, "You wash up the lobsters first and get a few crabs for us. We want the crab oil." Xuanhuan leaned her head close and saw that Han Fei was working on a jade slip. She was lost for words. "What are you doing?" A minute later, Han Fei threw the jade slip to Xuanhuan and said, "Okay, you will be mocked if you can't cook as a girl." Xuanhuan snorted. "Why should I cook when you can do that for me? My food is not as delicious as yours anyway." As she spoke, Xuanhuan peeped at the jade slip and exclaimed, "The thousand-face technique? It's a demon-level divine quality art for disguise. Where did you find it?" Han Fei chuckled. "That's a long story that I'll tell you later. Learn it now. We're the targets for the whole level 3 fishery right now. We can't possibly approach the sea entrance stairs with our current faces." Delightedly, Xuanhuan entered the cabin with the thousand-face technique. Han Fei was in a good mood. This was probably the most enjoyable day since he came to the level 3 fishery. He cooked lobsters in a pot and took out the meat before he covered the meat with crab oil and roe. Fragrance was already spreading out. In another wok, a dozen seasonings were being fried and had been turned into a pulp. There was also a sour smell in the air. Well, infinity water. I'm a man with a great treasure now. I'm no longer a Mr. Nobody. At night, 3 moons rose in the sky, spraying brilliant moonlight on the sea. With the whirling breeze whirling and the blowing tides, the sea was even more magnificent than usual. Now and then, chains would be launched before they returned with fish or broken shells. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was definitely the best watcher during the night. Mr. Hexagon Starfish had already shrunk into a ball. It was holding a tank of liquor with its 6 tentacles that were greasy with the sauce that Han Fei just made. Han Fei kicked it to the head of the boat and said, "That's too outrageous. I've never seen a starfish that drinks liquor and eats meat." "What else do you not do?" The Hexagon Starfish's big eyes were hazy. "You don't understand the sorrow of the starfish," Han Fei scoffed. "You're sad? Could you have lived such a thrilling life without me?" The Hexagon Starfish almost turned into a small starfish and hid in the tank of liquor. It did not want to talk to Han Fei at all at this moment. This human being was too horrifying. There were too many times that it felt it would have a heart attack. It didn't get any treasures or glittering stones, and it was not allowed to have some meat? "Han Fei, come here." Han Fei dashed to the deck, only to jump to his feet. "Hey, which monster are you? Change back to your original look right now." Shwa, a pair of daggers, was stuck to Han Fei's belly. "Come again?" Raising his head, Han Fei looked at the sky and said, "Can't you be more natural?" "Why do you have to change into Mrs. Wenren?" Xuanhuan said angrily. "What about Mrs. Wenren? Is Mrs. Wenren not pretty?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Of course she is. But have you considered my feelings? If you turn into Mrs. Wenren, I can't possibly kiss you. Go away. I won't let you kiss me anymore. I'll turn into Xiaobai." Han Fei hurried to stop her. "Wait, don't. That would be even more preposterous." "Do you really want me to kiss Luo Xiaobai?" Xiaoshan thought for a moment and tilted her head. "Then, forget it. Who do you want me to turn into?" Han Fei said solemnly. "First of all, we want to blend in as a regular guy and a regular girl. Since we're so strong, we have to give exceptional performances. Therefore, we have to give ourselves nicknames." Xiaoshan silently raised her daggers. "Like Thug Legend?" Han Fei said solemnly. "That's not good enough. I've thought of many options. You can choose one." Xiaoshan smiled weirdly and pulled Han Fei. "Sit down and let's talk slowly. Han Fei, Washa? Cough, cough, cough." Han Fei peeped at Xiaoshan and asked, "What do you think of black wind spooks? 2 shadows and a dark night in the sea. Hey, don't attack me yet." "I have other options." Chapter 423, Black and White Ghosts, Galulu. The Hexagon Starfish had never drunk any alcohol before. It was the first time that it had dinner with Han Fei and got in touch with alcohol. The Hexagon Starfish fell in love with alcohol almost right after the first mouthful. At this moment, while holding the bottle of liquor, it stared at Han Fei, who was hopping non-stop under the poking, frightened. It thought that Han Fei was horrifying enough, but this Xiaoshan seemed even more dreadful than him. However, it rolled its big eyes for a long time but still failed to understand why human beings like to keep their heads together. Bam! Lying on the ground, Han Fei shouted, "Xiaoshan, that's too much. Stop, I have many more creative ideas. Listen to me first. 2 hot pot deities, 2 dagger warriors, 2 demons in the sea, 2 treasure hunters, 2 envoys of the netherworld, 2 villains, 2 wonders. Clang, 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 blang, blang, black and blight, ghosts. Stop, you'll have to choose one." "Huh?" Suddenly, Xiaoshan squatted and asked, "Black and white ghosts? That's a good name." She then declared, "It's official then. We'll go by black and white ghosts." Han Fei quickly rose back to his feet. "Are you sure?" Xiaoshan nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." Han Fei said, "Okay, don't regret it. Here, I'll draw a picture for you. You're truly wise. Black and white ghosts are too unique. If we dress up like them, nobody will possibly realize who we actually are." 1 hour passed. The Hexagon Starfish watched 2 idiots, one in black and the other in white, both wearing high hats, staring at each other. Han Fei repositioned Xiaoshan's hat and said solemnly, "From today on, you will be Xia Bian and I will be Fan Wuju. You are a soul warrior and I'm a cook." Xiaoshan immediately pulled her hat aside. "I don't want to be called Xiaoshan," immediately pulled Xiaobilan. "That's clearly a boy's name. My name will be Xiaoshan." Han Fei said. "Are you silly, Xiaoshan?" Han Fei said. "Do you want everybody to guess that your actual name is Xiaoshan? Can you be more obvious?" Xiaoshan shook her head. "Okay, I'll be Xiaoshan then. Also, your name is too ominous. Wuju, meaning helpless, is too pitiful. Since you are a cook, you will be Fan Datong, meaning food bucket." Han Fei was stunned. "Hi, that's too much. Are you calling me a food bucket, a lazy person who sits around and eats all day?" Xiaoshan extended her hand and pulled Han Fei's hat aside too. "Don't think that way. You are a cook anyway, and you should be named like a cook. Is there a better name for you than Datong?" Han Fei shawed gloomily. "Can we be more serious?" "At least, straighten your hat, okay?" Xiaoshan said. "It's more comfortable this way." Han Fei had never revealed his identity as a cook in the level 3 fishery, except for the one time in the restaurant on the dragon boat. But everybody was having food back then, and he wasn't the only person who added seasonings to the pot. More importantly, Han Fei's identity as a soul warrior and as a spirit gatherer had been too well known. But those who had seen Han Fei's blood-drinking knife were all dead, so he could use that. As for Xiaoshan, she never used daggers at the beginning, so she could use rods now. Searching the numerous sea-swallowing seashells and finding the only high-quality spiritual rod, Han Fei gave it to Xiaoshan and said, "Don't use shadow kill anymore. Few people can defeat you in a head-on clash." Besides, since we are a team, we should always take action together as a team. Xuanhuan was confused. Do we have to go to the sea entrance stairs? Han Fei nodded. We know too little about the abyssal chasm, and we're only pretending to go to the Thousand Smoke Valley. As for the sea entrance stairs and the Cave of Death, they've been explored by us. So, the sea entrance stairs is the only option now. The level 3 fishery is a place where geniuses gather anyway, and most of them are near the famous treasure troves. We will not raise suspicion if we go there in our new disguises, Xuanhuan asked. Are we not going to look for Zhang Xuanyu and the rest of them? Han Fei said. I bought Zhang Xuanyu's intelligence before, but it's outdated. How can we look for him in this vast sea? As for Renquang and Luo Xiaobai, I never received any information on them. I suspect that they're still exploring someplace. Xuanhuan took out a wanted list and asked, why are you the 3rd place and I'm the 32? Han Fei closed the list and said, that's fine. We have plenty of opportunities to get you into the top 3 too. Chances are that you may even become the 1st place. Han Fei's mouth was about to reach her face, but Xuanhuan pushed it away with her fist. No, you can't kiss me unless I want to be kissed, Han Fei asked. Then do you want to be kissed now? Xuanhuan said, no, I don't. After a minute he asked again, what about now? Bam! Han Fei was kissed and fell on the ground. Lost for words, he sighed. Women are really weird and complicated creatures. The next day after Han Fei and Xuanhuan left, something big happened in the undersea city. At first, rumor had it that Han Fei and Xuanhuan had escaped and crushed several advanced dangling fishers. But nobody believed it back then. When all the 4 gates of the undersea city were blocked, even a crab that came from inside would be opened and examined. It was impossible to imagine that 2 people could have slipped away. So, the news did not raise any attention but was considered a rumor. Nobody believed that Han Fei and Xuanhuan were leaving for the Thousand Smoke Valley. However, at the next dawn, waterspouts rose around the undersea city and surged, followed by an earthquake. Then, everything was changing. Overwhelming tides were rising. Then, witnessed by countless people, the undersea city cracked and collapsed. In the meantime, many people ran out of the undersea city, but they were all blocked by the people at the gates. Neither the advanced dangling fishers nor the peak-level dangling fishers escaped. Eventually, nobody found Han Fei or Xuanhuan. After a day, the undersea city completely exploded in a deafening explosion. It was said that a black hole appeared in that area, absorbing countless people and resulting in numerous casualties. The nearest dragon boat immediately changed its course and sailed away from the area. After thousands of victims ran to the dragon boat, all kinds of rumors were starting. Someone said that Han Fei and Xuanhuan acquired unparalleled treasures, which led to the destruction of the seal in the undersea city. Of course, it was the simplest and crudest version that could be made up easily, so it was not very trustworthy. Not many people believed that Han Fei and Xuanhuan were powerful enough to destroy a huge city. Then, another rumor stated that Han Fei and Xuanhuan triggered a certain defensive mechanism in the undersea city and died with the city. Some other people claimed that an unknown creature emerged from the undersea city and caused the catastrophe. According to all the theories, it was not clear whether or not Han Fei found Xuanhuan in the end, but it was agreed that he did something similar to what he had done in the Seaborn Prairie. At this moment, those who spoke most vehemently were the survivors who met Han Fei and Xuanhuan. They swore in the name of the sea god every day on the dragon boat that they would die a miserable death if they were lying. Eventually, they failed to sell their intelligence for money, but people were gradually convinced by them. But the problem was, though they believed that Han Fei had probably left for the Thousand Smoke Valley, nobody followed him anymore. This time, more than 5,000 people had died in the undersea city. Although most of them died in the uncanny explosion of the undersea city, it was certainly Han Fei and Xuanhuan's fault because they wouldn't have been there if it weren't for Han Fei and Xuanhuan. For that reason, the new wanted list was issued. It was stated that Han Fei and Xuanhuan triggered a disaster maliciously and caused the death of countless people. But why were those people in the undersea city? The list was quite ambiguous about it and simply focused on the nefariousness of Han Fei and Xuanhuan. When Han Fei and Xuanhuan were going to the sea entrance stairs, another big thing happened. It was said that, 5,000 kilometers away from the Flowing Stone Pit in the Level 3 fishery, a fatty was chased by many people after acquiring a treasure. Perhaps because he was pissed, the fatty opened his mouth and swallowed the chasers as well as their boat and their spiritual beasts. It was the most unusual news in the Level 3 fishery recently and caught a lot of attention. Chapter 424, Black and White Maniacs. 8 days later. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were sitting on the fishing boat eating hot pot. What was in the pot turned out to be a person who was about to be cooked. Not far from the two of them, a young man was shivering, looking scared out of his pants. Please, let me go, I'm not tasty. Han Fei held a brick in his left hand and sharpened a kitchen knife with his right hand. Human flesh tastes chewier than seafood. Would you like to have a try? Xuanhuan was looking at the young man up and down and then said, Fan Datong, isn't he a bit too old? Han Fei shrugged. Oh, is he old? The young man nodded hard. Yes, although I look young, I am almost 40 years old. You don't believe me? Look how tough my flesh is. With that, the young man rolled up his sleeves and took a bite on his arm, leaving a row of teeth marks. Han Fei said with sarcasm, I can't believe a person would try eating himself. That's gross. Fuck off. Don't let me see you again. Next time I see you, I will draw out your bones and make soup. After this guy ran away, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan rolled with laughter. Xia Xiaoshan laughed so hard that her hat fell from her head. How many times have we met people like him these past few days? Han Fei clutched his stomach. I don't know. Dozens? They think we can be easily bullied because we are only intermediate dangling fishers. As they talked, the dummy in the hot pot turned into a mass of water and was taken into Xia Xiaoshan's body. In the pot, a large yellow-blooded sea cucumber was steaming hot. Xia Xiaoshan covered her red cheeks with both hands. But isn't it too obvious? You and I are both intermediate dangling fishers, yet so powerful. Would anyone guess our real identities? Han Fei suggested. Maybe you can make a breakthrough? Xia Xiaoshan picked up a piece of sea cucumber and stuffed it into her mouth. What about you? Would you like to make a breakthrough too? I feel I still need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Xia Xiaoshan, then do it. Anyway, it's still early from the 1-year deadline. Han Fei scratched his head. Wouldn't it be too fast for me to break through to an advanced dangling fisher now? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. No, I found that dangling fishers vary greatly in strength. People in the same realm can be completely different in strength. Han Fei pondered and shook his head. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Our current strength and weapons are completely different from before. Besides, we have changed our faces, so we don't have to force a breakthrough. For the strong, there is no difference between the intermediate and advanced levels. Xiaoshan thought about it for a while. Yes, what he said seemed to be true. Most of the advanced dangling fishers nowadays were too weak, including peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei said with a smile, we should frighten some people more and make a name as the black and white ghosts. Driving an ordinary fishing boat, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan traveled very slowly. Along the way, the two of them played lovey-dovey, hugging and kissing, or just eating. So after traveling for almost half a month and being robbed dozens of times, they were still a long way from the steps into the sea. In the past half-month, the one who was happiest was the hexagon starfish. Drinking a pot of wine every day, he was so happy. Usually, as soon as this guy woke up, he would be stuffed into a pot of wine by Han Fei. He didn't have 2 mouthfuls before he lost himself to drinking. Then no starfish would disturb the 2-person world of Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan. Xia Xiaoshan asked, where did you get this starfish? He is such a heavy drinker. Well, his capacity for alcohol is a bit poor, but he is very capable. Just let him drink by himself. During this period of time, Han Fei had been practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies art. Although the effect of this technique was getting weaker and weaker, it could greatly enhance body flexibility. In fact, Han Fei was making breakthroughs so fast that he didn't have much time to stabilize his cultivation. This 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies art had greatly helped Han Fei solidify his realm. Xia Xiaoshan was getting pickier and pickier on food these days because Han Fei gave her a spiritual fruit every day. Therefore, this girl was very energetic every day, often went to the sea to catch fish, and also took Han Fei to sweep for spiritual fruits under the sea. The two of them practiced quietly for more than half a month. The people who wanted to rob them along the way were nothing but a joke to them. In the half a month, the strength of Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan had been soaring. Eating tons of spiritual fruits, it seemed that they could break through to become advanced dangling fishers at any time. On this day, the breeze was gentle and the sun warm. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan lay on the ordinary fishing boat, basking in the sun and holding hands. Since Xia Xiaoshan was proposed to by countless men in the heavenly desolate city, she seemed to be familiar with matters between men and women and no longer kept to herself as before. Under Han Fei's repeated attacks, she didn't resist him any longer. Han Fei crossed his legs delightedly and thought to himself, actually, this is not bad. In the future, I will go back to school with Xia Xiaoshan, go to the unknown place in the 1,000-star city together, and rebuild the heavenly desolate city together. The path of cultivation will be quite pleasant. Then he realized that he had many things to do. Han Fei tilted his head. Do you think Luo Xiaobai will choose Zhang Xuanyu or Lei Renquang in the end? Xia Xiaoshan, one? Why does she have to choose one of them? Look, we still have a long way to go. We need to go to the unknown place, the 1,000-star city, and the heavenly palace. But there are only 5 of us in our team, so something is bound to happen among the remaining 3 of them, right? Xia Xiaoshan tilted her head. Xia Xiaoshan tilted her head. Is Zhang Xuanyu not handsome enough? Xia Xiaoshan snorted. Zhang Xuanyu is annoying. He always likes to play with other girls. Han Fei, what she said was true. Zhang Xuanyu, who was fickle in love, didn't seem to match Luo Xiaobai, the little iceberg. However, he didn't think that Luo Xiaobai would choose Le Renquang, so Han Fei was basking in the sun, thinking, anyway, Xia Xiaoshan is mine. Swish, Xua Xiaoshan is mine. Xuanhuan, not handsome. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and dozens of spiritual energy arrows suddenly fell from the sky. Xia Xiaoshan just wanted to flash away, but Han Fei stopped her. Don't teleport. We are the black and white ghosts. With that, a sharpening stone appeared in Han Fei's hand. As the whetstone turned, it immediately became a boulder, protecting them overhead. Bam, 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 bam. When all the arrows exploded, Han Fei took back the whetstone and looked up, only to see that 5 fishing boats fell from the sky. There were nearly 20 people on the fishing boats who were staring coldly at Han Fei and Xuanhuan. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's lap with a swish, feeling that human beings were really terrifying. He'd better attach to Han Fei's body as a pendant. Anyway, he didn't think Han Fei would be easily killed by others. The leader of the group of people, who was a young man, yelled, "Black and white thieves, today we are going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you both." Behind the young man, a girl scolded, "You two are most wicked, cooking and eating human beings. It is intolerable. Today is your day to die." Han Fei glanced at her. "Gee, aren't you the old spinster we let go 2 days ago? Gosh, I let you go, but you came back to take revenge? Oh, I must eat you today." The girl shrank her head in fright. "Brother, did you hear him? Did you hear him? That day I saw them cooking people with my own eyes. They are just 2 lunatics." The young man swallowed. Since childhood, he had never heard of a cannibal. They had really opened his eyes. A man with a beard shouted, "Look what they are wearing. They are certainly not good people. How can anyone wear black and white with such a high hat? We can't let them off." The armorists in their team put down their armor boxes and said, "We must cut you into pieces today." At this moment, Han Fei said in a voice transmission to Xuanhuan, "It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. But remember, we can only use ordinary combat skills." Xuanhuan responded, "There are so many of them. I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them with ordinary combat skills." Han Fei pondered. "Then leave them to me. Let's learn some other combat skills after driving them away. I have hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells, in which there are a lot of combat skills for us to learn." On the opposite side, a manipulator had summoned a large number of green vines and seaweed. However, Han Fei growled and suddenly shot out like lightning, holding the blood-drinking knife and the sharpening stone. Ye Xiaoshan, holding a stick, stood on one of Han Fei's shoulders. The 2 of them looked extremely weird. To these dozens of people, the other party had only 2 people, yet they were rushing towards them. Kill. Han Fei gave a grim smile. Majestic Mystic Spell. This was the first time Han Fei used the Majestic Mystic Spell because he had no chance to use it before. When he was in the Heavenly Desolate City, he hadn't had such a life-threatening event. Moreover, in the Battle of the Heavenly Desolate City, those inferior manfish only fought whoever was strong, so Han Fei did not dare to use it. After all, there would always be someone stronger than him in that place. But now, this combat technique could be used. He and Xuanhuan had too many restrictions. They could use neither their spiritual beasts nor their contractual spiritual beasts, and Master Hexagon could only serve as a mobile formation giver. Han Fei shouted, "Ha-ha, my food, die!" Chapter 425, Void Breaking Technique. To be honest, Han Fei was a bit unaccustomed to not using the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers. The whetstone in Han Fei's hand was actually just refined. Due to recent events, Han Fei had obtained a lot of spoils. He found a mid-quality spiritual weapon from those sea-swallowing seashells, and then re-refined it and forged the universe to make it a high-quality spiritual weapon. The whetstone and kitchen knife were simply a perfect match for their new travels. At this moment, Han Fei rushed into the group of people. There was no peak-level dangling fisher among them. This was the first time Han Fei used the Majestic Mystic Spell, so he was not quite experienced with it yet. After being shot dozens of times and slashed dozens of times, he finally knocked over one of their fishing boats. As the blood-drinking knife turned, the entire fishing boat was cut in half by Han Fei. Those people were shocked and they raised their weapons to block him. However, with a single slash, he shattered dozens of spiritual weapons and clattering sounds were heard one after another. One of those people failed to respond quickly enough and was cut into 2 pieces along with his rod. A dozen people were seriously injured in just one blow. Many people's arms were chopped off by Han Fei and some were about to run away in horror. "Run!" someone suddenly shouted. Now they were not in the mood for enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. With such a simple blow, he seriously injured most of them. What if he attacked again? Han Fei held the whetstone in one hand and the blood-drinking knife in the other, laughing out loud. "We, the black and white ghosts, will take your lives today. Now tremble under our feet." The young man picked up his sister and jumped into the sea. He felt like he had already peed. Crazy. The world is crazy. Just as Han Fei opened his arms and posed to the sky, everyone escaped. These people just wished they could have 8 legs so as to escape from the lunatic, Han Fei. Xuanhuan was also dumbfounded. At this moment, she was still standing on Han Fei's shoulder. As soon as she raised the stick in her hand, she saw the blade flash, and then the enemy was defeated. What the hell happened? She knew Han Fei was strong, but never expected him to be this strong. Even she might still be seriously injured by that slash just now. And when Han Fei made the cut, she could feel that he didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, the dozen or so people would have been all dead now. Han Fei still kept that pose and glanced at Xuanhuan. "Are they all gone?" Gulp. Xuanhuan lowered her head, looked at Han Fei, and suddenly screamed, "Gosh, how have you suddenly become so powerful?" Han Fei signaled her to hush before putting away the whetstone and blood-drinking knife. Then he patted Xuanhuan's little feet. "Come down first." Xuanhuan flashed to the fishing boat and then looked at Han Fei with her large, watery eyes as if looking at an alien. Xuanhuan shivered. You just used a secret method, didn't you? It must be a secret method. What secret method can make you so strong suddenly? How much power did you use just now? 50%? Listening to Xuanhuan blab, Han Fei was complacent. Suddenly, Xuanhuan pulled his ears. Come on, tell me, where did you get such a powerful secret method? There isn't such a powerful secret method in the school library. And is there any side effect with your secret method? Are the side effects severe? Hey, let go of my ear first. The two horsed around for a while, and then Han Fei lied to her that he obtained the secret method by accident. When Han Fei said that this secret method could be used after he accumulated enough food, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. Really? Are the side effects so small? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Can I lie to you? I accumulate energy by eating yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, okay? Only high-energy foods can supplement energy faster. But, in the level 3 fishery, there are too few marine creatures with extremely high energy such as yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. If I eat ordinary foods, how much do I have to eat? Xuanhuan swallowed. Then, if Xuanhuan uses this secret method, if Lurenquang got this secret method, he would probably spend 11 hours a day eating, and use the 1 hour left for fighting. After a pause, Xuanhuan said with shining eyes, I want to learn it too. Han Fei knew that Xuanhuan couldn't resist this temptation, so he said generously, Girl, give me a smile, and I will teach you. He. Xuanhuan immediately gave him a fawning smile. Han Fei said in an ostentatious manner, Good, I like it. Now kiss me, and I will teach you. Smack! Han Fei grinned from ear to ear. When he got this majestic mystic spell, he knew the other four would also want to learn it, especially Lurenquang. He would never let go of this secret method. And Zhang Xuanyu, he could even hug Han Fei's legs and cry, begging him to teach him. As for Luo Xiaobai, well, she was like a fair lady and never ate too much, unlike Xuanhuan, who would eat like a horse when she got delicious food. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, enjoying Xuanhuan's ingratiation, grunting. For some reason, I suddenly feel a little sore in my shoulders. After waiting for a while, Han Fei got no response from Xuanhuan, so he opened his eyes and looked up. Xuanhuan was looking at him from above, grinning grimly. Suddenly, a pair of slim legs locked his neck. Master Han Fei, does it feel good to boss me around? Your shoulders are sore? What about your head? Hawk, let go of my neck. Han Fei was lying on the deck, his neck was strangled by Xuanhuan and his face flushed. I'll teach you, Hawk, after a moment. Han Fei complained helplessly. Where are your manners? You're a girl, okay? Xuanhuan was holding a jade slip right now and staring back at Han Fei. Don't bother me. Shut up. Han Fei was very angry. What a wretched girl. Why the hell do I take Xuanhuan as a cute little girl? Am I only in it for the pain? In addition to the majestic mystic spell, Han Fei also gave a bunch of combat skills for soul warriors to Xuanhuan. After all, Xuanhuan could no longer act as a hunter for some time to come. Therefore, she must learn some combat skills to temporarily pretend to be a soul warrior. Xuanhuan went to cultivate in the sea, and their journey was temporarily suspended. At this time, Han Fei took out his fishing rod. Since he deduced the void fishing technique to level 4, he hadn't had time to fish, let alone practice the void breaking technique. Now he hadn't made a name for him and Xuanhuan as the black and white ghosts yet, and was not in a hurry to rush to the steps into the sea. Since he had time, he should practice his fishing skills. He couldn't just spend all his time playing lovey-dovey with Xuanhuan. Han Fei shuddered as he thought about it. Xuanhuan liked this feeling at first because the experience was fresh and new. Then, as they kissed a lot, she was no longer tense all over like the first time. Once, when Han Fei tried to do something to her, she almost chopped his hand off, which almost scared him out of his pants. Different from the first 3 levels of the void fishing technique, which were only fishing skills and hook skills, the void breaking technique was, 1,000-mile fishing technique. Han Fei blinked. Level 4 of the void fishing technique was actually a 1,000-mile fishing technique. With this magical hook technique, he would be able to fish thousands of miles away just like Wen Renyu and Xiao Zhan. Although there are limitations in time and space, the technique can break the void and help you fish tens of thousands of miles away in a flash. Han Fei recited the mantra, which suddenly popped up in his mind. Almost subconsciously, Han Fei cast the hook. Han Fei saw the fishing hook flash in the air, and after it disappeared for about 0.1 seconds, it appeared deep underwater. This technique really worked. In the next few days, Han Fei swung the hook frantically. Just as they were traveling at tortoise speed on a dragon boat near the steps into the sea, the news about the black and white ghosts had already spread. If only 1 or 2 people were talking about the black and white ghosts, it didn't matter. But there were dozens of people talking about them. This was worth paying attention to. At this moment, in the hiring hall of the dragon boat, a young woman said softly, 3 players looking for 1 more player. We need a hunter who is also a peak-level dangling fisher to team up to hunt the black and white ghosts. Does anyone want to join? In the crowd, a young man with 2 scars running through his face came over. Hey, I want in. Chapter 426, Make a Name. Han Fei and xuanhuan had just come out of a secret realm. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting in front of a large pot with a skinned sea snake stewed in it. The soup was boiling, bubbling, and the aroma overflowed, and even the hexagon starfish was waiting by the pot eagerly. Xuanhuan supported her chin with her hand in depression. Why have most of the places marked on our map been explored? Han Fei shrugged indifferently. Isn't this normal? We are only about 50,000 kilometers away from the bustling steppes into the sea, so it's normal that the secret realms along the way have been explored. Xuanhuan poked at the sea snake with chopsticks in boredom to see if the meat was done. When she glimpsed at the hexagon starfish who was sticking to the wine jar, she poked it with her chopsticks. You lazy starfish, can I stew you too? The hexagon starfish? The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's leg immediately, and his 6 big eyes were full of horror. I am not tasty. The starfish has no meat. My body is now full of alcohol, not tasty at all. The hexagon starfish was really scared of Xuanhuan. In this short period of tens of days, he had seen Han Fei being abused by this woman many times. Powerful as Han Fei was, he was still abused by her. How horrible this woman could be. Xuanhuan sighed. Humph. These secret realms are really boring. Let's hurry up to the steppes into the sea. Han Fei was also poking at the snake meat with his chopsticks, and making sure it was done, he picked up a large piece of meat and put it in his mouth. No hurry, only after we become famous as the black and white ghosts will no one suspect us. Han Fei and Xuanhuan twisted her head. We are already very famous. Recently, many fishing boats ran away from a distance as soon as they spotted us. They must have known us. Han Fei shook his head. That's different. We still need a big victory. For example, a few peak-level dangling fishers, a famous figure in the level 3 fishery, or a descendant of a powerful family in the 1,000-star city. Only by winning against such a person can we be considered famous. Well, ideally, our ranking on the wanted list will rise, and then we'll be qualified to enter the steppes into the sea. Xuanhuan sighed, took a large piece of snake meat and threw it into her bowl. Are the steppes into the sea really that dangerous? Han Fei said with a smile. The steppes into the sea are very safe and almost everyone can go there. As long as you are in the area of the steppes into the sea, you are safe. However, it is said that those who can really descend into the depths of the steppes into the sea are all extremely strong. For example, those on the wanted list, descendants of big families from the 1,000-star city, influential figures in the level 3 fishery, heavenly talents in the towns. If we're not famous enough, how can we compete with these people? As he said this, he suddenly picked up the unboiled sea snake head and smashed it into the night sky. The next moment, the snake's tongue flew back. A fishing boat descended from the sky, and there were 3 peak-level dangling fishers on it, which demonstrated the strength of the people who came this time. Han Fei glanced at them. A soul warrior, an armorist, a spirit gatherer. Shouldn't there also be a hunter and a manipulator? Xuanhuan muttered. Is this wave of people strong enough? Han Fei chuckled. I think so. Xuanhuan picked up her rod and looked around. She and Han Fei were not fools. Since only 3 people appeared on the other side, there must be the 2 others nearby. With her hunter's instinct, she guessed that the opponent's hunter must be looking for an opportunity to assassinate her. Since the strength of Han Fei had been known, Xuanhuan would always be the first target to be attacked. Besides, she was a girl, so the opponent's hunter would naturally pick her first. The leader of these people was an armorist. At this moment, his armor box was opened and soon surrounded by 9 weapons. The black moon sickle among them was exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. Recently, I heard that there were 2 people named the Black and White Ghosts near the steppes into the sea. This must be you, right? With the strength of an intermediate dangling fisher, you can wipe out more than 20 people? You're quite strong. The armorist laughed loudly. His body was full of steel thorn armor, and there was a big tortoise shield on his chest to protect his vitals. Beside him, a soul warrior was holding 2 scimitars and carrying 2 others behind him, looking quite cool. This soul warrior stepped over from the ship, and the 2 scimitars in his hand were thrown out, spinning like 2 huge rollers, one attacking their upper bodies and the other attacking their lower bodies. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the 2 scimitars on his back and rotated them in his hands. The huge blade light swept across the sea, like 2 vertical wave scimitars, rolling towards Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. What's the use of all these bells and whistles? Bang, the whetstone came out. Following Han Fei's heavy smash, the 2 scimitars bounced off and Han Fei took a step back. When the 2 blades rolled over at him again, he swung the whetstone at them again and took a step back. Seeing this scene, the opponent's eyes were all lit up. Since Han Fei took a step back, it meant that he couldn't resist them. The soul warrior smiled. This guy had to retreat even in face of his tentative blow, which showed that Han Fei was not his match. When this soul warrior got close, the 9 sword shadows fell from the sky, carrying a shocking power that darted at Han Fei. Swish, 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 swish. With the blood-drinking knife in his hand, Han Fei shouted, "You are no match for me." Clatter. As soon as Han Fei shouted these words, the fishing boat under his feet was suddenly lifted up. An octopus tentacle tens of meters long suddenly rose up and snapped onto the boat. At this critical moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared behind xuanhuan. Boom. In the blink of an eye, xuanhuan disappeared. She didn't flash but used the roaming technique, majestic mystic spell. Almost at the same time, Han Fei and xuanhuan used their secret method. In an instant, their soaring momentum directly formed a powerful energy shock. The armorist's expression changed drastically. Not good, retreat. However, it was too late. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife in his hand, and the guy was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. The soul warrior tried to block his slash with 2 scimitars and drove the other 2 to hack at Han Fei from behind. However, Han Fei didn't even dodge them as he slashed at the soul warrior. Swoosh! An octopus tentacle slapped Han Fei horizontally, intending to block his blow, which must have been from the manipulator. As a ray of spiritual energy fell, a spiritual energy armor fell on the body of the soul warrior. This was a means from the spirit gatherer. A tortoise shield rose in the air, also to stop Han Fei's attack. Assisted by the other 3, the soul warrior launched a spiritual energy protective cover on his body with a cold look, and at the same time a crab phantom appeared in front of him, pinching at Han Fei. Puff, crack, crack, puff, but in the blink of an eye, the tentacle flew out. The tortoise shell burst into pieces, the spiritual energy armor and the spiritual energy protective cover shattered at the same time, and the crab phantom was cut into 2 pieces. This scene stunned everyone. What the hell was this power? How could this slash be so powerful? Unfortunately, Han Fei was only an intermediate dangling fisher after all. Even though his strength increased 5-fold, he still failed to kill the soul warrior with this blow. After all, the latter still had 2 scimitars to protect his body. However, even so, this soul warrior was still sent flying upside down by him, and the 2 scimitars in his hand broke directly. He was terrified and wanted to retreat. However, the whetstone had turned into a large slab tens of meters tall and smashed at him abruptly. Bang! The sea vibrated and huge splashes emerged. Han Fei stepped on the seawater, withstood the power of the 9-sword shadows, and slashed out again. Puff, clang, clang, clang. That soul warrior, when he was dying, showed a look of horror. He, a peak-level dangling fisher assisted by his companions, couldn't even withstand 2 blows of this guy? Han Fei's body was also marked with 9 scratches by the 9-sword shadows, and there was blood seeping out of his skin. The armorist on the opposite side was dumbfounded, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the soul warrior who was split into 2 pieces by the slash. Of course, in addition to Han Fei's offensive power, he was even more alarmed by Han Fei's defensive power. He knew the 9-sword shadows very well. The one in the middle was a high-quality spiritual weapon, and the outer ones were 8 mid-quality spiritual weapons. This 9-sword killer move was actually physically resisted by this guy? At this moment, the worldview of this armorist collapsed. Is this guy really a ghost? The opponent's spirit gatherer directly controlled the fishing boat to take off. Withdraw. Han Fei looked up with a smile and suddenly said, Master Hexagon, now it's your turn. Swish, 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 purple beams of light rose into the sky. Master Hexagon had been idling around for so long and finally had a chance to use his tactics. Chapter 427, Show No Mercy Above the Sky, the fishing boat started. Han Fei waved his hand remotely and said, Welcome to come again. With that, Han Fei turned around and jumped into the sea. In fact, Han Fei let off the armorist and spirit gatherer intentionally. After all, they wanted to make a name as the black and white ghost combination. However, he would not let go of the manipulator hiding under the water and the hunter on his ship. These people were peak-level dangling fishers, and unlike those advanced dangling fishers, their words counted. It was enough to have the 2 people go back to spread the news. Han Fei did not worry that xuanhuan would not be able to defeat the hunter. Now that the armorist and the spirit gatherer had both ran away, the remaining 2 people were bound to die. xuanhuan no longer had to pretend to be a soul warrior. Underwater, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers all came out, frantically cutting the big octopus. However, suddenly the big octopus disappeared. It must have been taken back by its owner. At this time, he saw a young woman suddenly flash and then hit the 6-gate formation with a bang. Han Fei looked at her with a smile. Yo, you can't flash out? Want to try again? The woman was horrified and crushed another flash stone only to flash to a place only 20 meters away from Han Fei. What formation is this? Han Fei shrugged slightly, and Ninetail's 9-star chain had already shot out, so did the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. If Han Fei was just an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher, his million-knife art would not be so terrifyingly powerful. However, Han Fei at this moment had 5 times the combat power of an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers rotated like a tide, and when they rolled out, they were even more powerful than the torrent of swords and knives. Besides, because their speed was too fast, everyone could only see a stretch of light. Although the manipulator was already a peak-level dangling fisher, she was no match for Han Fei, no matter her reaction speed or strength. In face of the million-knife art, in a fluster, this manipulator could only block it with her contractual spiritual beast or even spiritual beast. Are you Han Fei? Please spare my life. Han Fei gave her an apologetic smile and tilted his head slightly. Sorry, I can't let you tell others my real identity. It's you who wanted to kill me first, right? As Han Fei snapped his fingers, driven by the million knife art, the daggers rolled over at her frantically. Now all Han Fei could see was the glints of his daggers. At this time, Han Fei fully understood how it felt to be a strong master. Although Han Fei was not yet a peak-level dangling fisher, he felt what it was like to be strong. With a wave of his hand, a strong master who was once extremely powerful in his eyes turned into flying ash. After killing the manipulator, Han Fei picked up a sea-swallowing seashell and prepared to board his fishing boat. If he let her go out alive, his identity would be exposed. When Han Fei broke out of the water, 2 rays of light swished at him. He instantly blocked them with the blood-drinking knife and discovered that it turned out to be 2 fine needles. Holding her dagger, xuanhuan was fighting fiercely against the hunter. The hunter's body was like a funnel, squirting needles everywhere. Huh? Xuanhuan, why haven't you won? Although the hunter had expected it, he still almost burst into tears when he heard Han Fei call her by her real name. He had already paid attention to information about the black and white ghosts. At first, he didn't take them seriously, as they were only intermediate dangling fishers. He estimated that their strength at best equaled to that of a peak-level dangling fisher. If he tried his best, 2 peak-level dangling fishers wouldn't be a problem for him. Besides, to be on the safe side, he also joined a team of all peak-level dangling fishers before coming. But who would have expected that the soul warrior was killed in an instant, and the armorist and the spirit gatherer also ran away? How the hell could he handle the 2 of them alone? Xuanhuan said, "This hunter is very unusual. He is so powerful and has many tricks up his sleeve. I think I need to learn from him. Puff, this hunter must be desperate now." An intermediate dangling fisher was teasing him, a peak-level dangling fisher. It was simply incredible. At this time, the hunter said, "Han Fei, Xuanhuan, this is a misunderstanding." Han Fei ignored him but stood on the edge of his fishing boat. "Oh, my pot is broken. Where is the snake meat? I accidentally knocked it over just now." Han Fei, the hunter almost cried. "I'm fucking fighting you. What are you doing? Chatting? Please show me some respect, okay? V me some Han Fei. I'm Lian Qi. Let me go. I'm willing to tell you all the unexplored secret realms I know and give you all my wealth in exchange." Han Fei paused. Lian Qi? This name sounds familiar. Then he took out the wanted list, turned the pages on by one, and searched carefully. During this period, Xuanhuan asked, "Hey, is he on the wanted list?" Lian Qi almost burst into tears. "Fuck! There are only 100 people on the wanted list." After quite a while, Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Found it." Xuanhuan shouted, "Read his information." Number 75 on the wanted list. Namek Lian Qi, nicknamed Shadow Hunter L. Sexo Male, Occupation Hunter, Spiritual Beast, Dark Spiritual, Dark Spearfish, Exotic, Contractual Spiritual Beasts, Ice Crystal Shell, Exotic, Mad Bloodworm, Exotic, Featurous, has elusive body movements, and is good at using hidden weapons. Combat skills, Fury Bloodburst, 17 Shadow Attacks. Money to be rewarded 50,000 mid-quality pearls. Other rewards 50 caddies of Spiritual Spring, 1 demon-level low-quality combat technique, 1 mid-quality spiritual weapon, and 50 spiritual fruits. We evaluation dangerous. Heard for 32 times without a miss, killed 8 peak-level dangling fishers. After reading it, Han Fei commented, "Your reward money is only 500,000 mid-quality pearls, which is far behind us. The Spiritual Spring is so little. A demon-level low-quality combat technique is nothing but trash. And a mid-quality spiritual weapon? Oh, you're simply a disgrace to the wanted list." Xuanhuan asked, "What are the Fury Bloodburst and 17 Shadow Attacks? I haven't seen him use them. Hey, use them." Han Fei threw the book into Forge the Universe and nodded solemnly. "This brother is really ambitious. If he kills us, he will be ranked 3rd on the wanted list. Maybe he can still compete with Mo Qiansheng, who ranks 1st. Lian Qi begged, "Han Fei, since we are all on the wanted list, I can make a vow to the god of sea that I will never reveal your identities." "Puff," Han Fei laughed. "Is it such a fucking prize to be listed on the wanted list? We are all badasses. So badasses should be friendly to badasses? So badasses should be friendly to badasses? Do you mean that?" At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly turned into a shadow. In the mess of hidden weapons, her dagger suddenly appeared in the sky, flashing like a phantom. Puff, 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 in the blink of an eye, Lian Qi was cut a dozen times by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan yelled, "Come on, use the Fury Bloodburst and 17 Shadow Attacks, show me." Lian Qi's face was all dark and the 2 scars on his face twitched. In fact, he had guessed this result early on. How could the people on the wanted list have any compassion? Even if they did, they wouldn't show it to him who was also on the wanted list. Lian Qi smiled wanly, and suddenly a strange red light flashed on his body, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his momentum was soaring. Huh? Han Fei was slightly surprised. Why was it a bit like Xuanhuan's frenzy? Then Lian Qi, as fast as a phantom, suddenly turned into 8 bodies, which was like a clone technique. Immediately afterward, he launched a weird set of attacking and killing techniques, a bit similar to Xiaoshan's Thousand Strike technique, but much less powerful. However, it was certain that it was also a secret method and didn't seem to be weak. This secret method actually doubled his strength, whether it was speed or combat power. After fighting for about half an hour, Lian Qi terminated his mad blood state. However, Xiaoshan was too excited and accidentally stabbed Lian Qi through again. Xiaoshan, Han Fei muttered, not all secret methods can be compared with our secret method. Lian Qi's body was stabbed by Xiaoshan with 7 or 8 big holes in an instant. All his internal organs were damaged, and there was a big hole in his neck. If Han Fei was willing to use the divine healing technique on him now, he might have a chance to survive. In despair, Lian Qi grinned suddenly. I'm sorry, I can't. Go back, cough cough. Han Fei's eyes were icy at this moment. He stepped forward and stabbed Lian Qi again. This man must die. Everyone has a story. No fisher who could come to the level. 3 fishery was mediocre. However, they chose to come and stay and got accustomed to fighting here. Their past and the people they left behind were no longer important because they were ready to die at any moment. Xiaoshan was panicked. Han Fei smiled lightly. Can he be more miserable than the people in the heavenly desolate city? Xiaoshan's body stiffened, and she remembered the scene of millions of people graciously going to death outside the heavenly desolate city. Compared to people like Lian Qi, those people were more courageous and their fate was more tragic. Han Fei used the divine healing technique on Lian Qi's body, letting his flesh heal. I may be cruel, but others won't show mercy to us either. Chapter 428, The Poor Li Hanye. One news of the black and white ghosts finally made waves on the dragon boats. According to the armorist and the spirit gatherer who escaped, the black and white ghosts had a peerless secret method that could double their strength. Especially Fan Datong, who was able to hack to death the soul warrior who was a peak-level dangling fisher with 2 blows. He really shocked many people on the dragon boats. As for their weapons, as many people had said, the black ghost used a kitchen knife. And to everyone's shock, they actually ate human flesh. Immediately afterward, those who had been robbed by the black and white ghosts all came out and described how vicious they were. Ever since, the names of Fan Datong and xuanhuan became very famous on dragon boats. It was even said that some people were preparing to gather many peak-level dangling fishers to hunt them down. Of course, the purpose of these people was very simple, which was nothing but to catch the black and white ghosts and snatch their secret method of multiplying their strength. Now that the black and white ghosts suddenly popped up out of thin air, they must have had a big opportunity somewhere. Secret methods were common, but a secret method that enabled an intermediate dangling fisher to easily kill a peak-level dangling fisher was extremely rare even in the Thousand-Star City. Others said that any secret method had a price to pay. Maybe the cannibalism of the black and white ghosts was the price they needed to pay. In short, no matter what, the black and white ghosts became famous. On dragon boats, everyone was indignant, believing that the black and white ghosts were a disgrace to cultivators. Because of their extremely cruel methods, they were no different from fish and crabs in the sea. But before the hunting team was built, another bit of information spread. It was said that the 75th person on the wanted list, Shadow Hunter, Lian Qi, was hung on the bow of the fishing boat by the black and white ghosts for those to see. For a time, many people fell silent. It was not easy to be on the wanted list. There were tens of millions of people in the level 3 fishery, and a person who was listed on the wanted list with only 100 spots available could not be weak. Because of this news, the black and white ghosts became even more famous, and everyone knew that they would soon be on the wanted list. The news about the black and white ghosts spread everywhere on dragon boats, causing a lot of shock among the cultivators. At this time, Han Fei and Xiaoshan had already accelerated. Han Fei hadn't mastered the void-breaking technique and could only penetrate 100 meters of space occasionally. However, he did not continue to practice. The death of Lian Qi forced them to speed up. Han Fei was lingering on the sea just to find someone or a team to overawe people. Now, Lian Qi was tied up with a rope and hung on the bow. This would definitely make them a target of public criticism. On this day, Xiaoshan looked at the marine chart and said excitedly, Han Fei, we are only 20,000 kilometers away from the steps into the sea. Shall we go full speed ahead? Han Fei carried a brush in his hand, which was covered with squid ink. Han Fei was brushing the hull diligently, painting half of the hull black. People usually brush the hull white, but Han Fei did exactly the opposite. Han Fei looked up and smiled. Just a moment, I'll finish right away. Xiaoshan looked back at the half-black and half-white hull and asked with a frown, do I have to do this? Han Fei grinned. Of course. Now we are the black and white ghosts who have nothing to do with Han Fei and Xiaoshan. We gain power from the secret method and are famous for cannibalism. Now we're going to the steps into the sea to seek opportunities. Xiaoshan put her hands on her waist and tilted her head. But we can't use our spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. We only have a starfish. The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. The starfish doesn't fight. Xiaoshan stomped her feet. Look, he said he won't fight. Han Fei made the last stroke, dropped the brush in his hand, raised his head 45 degrees and looked up at the sky, saying with reflection, yes, this is a problem. We need to make up a story. Alf! Li Han vomited a mouthful of blood and said to a peak-level dangling fisher behind him, of course I am not Han Fei. Li Hanye was going crazy. He didn't know how to explain himself. This was his third time on a dragon boat. A while ago, he explored a secret realm and got a big chance, so his strength went straight up and he became an intermediate dangling fisher in one fell swoop. He thought that few people were faster than him in cultivation speed in the whole level 3 fishery. He also knew that Han Fei and xuanhuan became famous. Not only did the two of them get on the wanted list, but they also caused a mess. It was said that the sea grassland had undergone tremendous changes. In the center of the sea grassland, the most important tree was gone, which seemed to be related to Han Fei. A few days ago, there was news that the undersea city collapsed. This seemed to be related to Han Fei too. Li Hanyi certainly didn't want to admit defeat. When they were in Blue Sea Town, they had fought. He admitted that Han Fei was not weak, but when they just came to the level 3 fishery, Han Fei's realm was not higher than his own, but how could Han Fei do so many extravagant things? So, he was determined to make a foray into the steppes into the sea. As far as he knew, it was not that there were no intermediate dangling fishers to enter the steppes into the sea. On the contrary, a large number of junior, intermediate, and advanced dangling fishers gathered on the steppes into the sea. Anyone, regardless of their strength, could get a chance on the steppes into the sea and everyone could try their luck. He, Li Hanye, was confident that few people in Blue Sea Town were better than him. How could he miss the chance? But unexpectedly, as soon as he was 5,000 kilometers away from the dragon boat, he was spotted. The first words of the other party turned out to be, "You are not Han Fei." Li Han was almost speechless. Of course I am not Han Fei. How could I be Han Fei? The peak-level dangling fisher snorted. Of course I know that you are not Han Fei. Otherwise, I would not dare to come over. But although you are not Han Fei, you must know him, right? Li Han was surprised. Why do you say that? The peak-level dangling fisher said hatefully. In the undersea city, he pretended to be you and crept into 100 fisher team, and I was the leader of the fucking team. Because of him, only 3 people survived in the end. Tell me, what is the relationship between you and Han Fei? 1? Han Fei, aren't I your fellow townsman? Why did you do this to me? You son of a bitch. Li Han responded immediately. Han Fei and I are actually rivals. However, the peak-level dangling fisher looked disgusted. What? Are you fucking bragging? Who do you think you are? Do you deserve to be Han Fei's opponent? Li Han, wrist? Tell me the truth, or I will kill you now. Li Han almost cried. But I am telling you the fucking truth. I'm really his enemy. When we were in Blue Sea Town, we had confronted each other while exploring a secret realm, and even had a fight. Brother, I don't have to lie to you. If I were on good terms with Han Fei, he wouldn't have pretended to be me. The peak-level dangling fisher looked at Li Han for a few seconds and finally said slowly, "This seems to make sense, but I have to say, I admire you. He has already used your face, and you still dare to show up on a dragon boat. Tisk, tell me, does Han Fei have any weaknesses? What kind of person is he?" While this peak-level dangling fisher was asking him, he suddenly frowned, and then he saw a black and white fishing boat flying in his direction at full speed, and there seemed to be a person hanging on the bow. Fuck, the peak-level dangling fisher immediately cursed and dove into the water. Gosh, why was he so unlucky? When he went to the undersea city, he met Han Fei, and when he came to the steppes into the sea, he came across the black and white ghosts. Compared to the black and white ghosts, Han Fei was like an angel. At least, Han Fei would not kill for no reason. However, the black and white ghosts were completely another story. They ate human beings, they were simply psychotic. If he didn't run, he might be eaten by them. Li Hanyi's face had turned green. When he realized what happened, the black and white fishing boat was dozens of meters away and was suspended in the air. The 2 ghosts were looking at him. Gulp. Li Hanyi's heart skipped a beat. I'm doomed. Han Fei and xuanhuan looked at each other in surprise. They just passed by and saw a peak-level dangling fisher hijacking a fishing boat, so they came over to check it out. But when they approached, they were surprised to see an old acquaintance. Han Fei said to xuanhuan via voice transmission, "In the undersea city, I pretended to be him. What do you think we should do with him? Let him go." xuanhuan thought about it. No, we can't. What if he tells others that the black and white ghosts are actually not that evil? Han Fei nodded slightly. You've got a point there. Then kill him. xuanhuan was speechless. Why are you so cruel? Anyway, we're from the same town. How can we kill him? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I can't let him go or kill him? Then what should I do? Keep him as our henchman? xuanhuan suggested. Or hang him up too? Chapter 429, The Poor Li Hanyi. 2. I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. The distance was so close that Li Hanyi didn't dare to run or move. He was just an intermediate dangling fisher, a relatively ordinary fisher. Although he had a few tricks up his sleeve, he could only manage to beat average advanced dangling fishers. However, the black and white ghosts were almost described as monsters on the dragon boats, who even ate people. At this moment, these 2 people, one in black and one in white, wearing high hats, seemed to be talking via voice transmission. Maybe he was going to be cooked. With this in mind, Li Hanyi almost blacked out. In this case, he might as well be killed by the peak-level dangling fisher from before. When Li Hanyi saw the fishing boat land on the sea and approach him, he thought he was going to die. Suddenly, Li Hanyi suddenly took out his armor box and put it in front of him. Don't even think of cooking me. Even if I blow myself up, I won't let you eat me. Han Fei looked at Xiaoshan and clicked his tongue. This guy doesn't look tender enough. If I fry him, will his flesh become too tough? Xiaoshan stared at Li Hanyi and looked him up and down. Yes, shall we steam him? Han Fei shook his head disgustedly. Forget it. It'll be a waste of seasoning. I don't want to eat him. Li Hanyi was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned green. Seeing the two of them seriously discussing whether to fry or steam him, he really wanted to blow himself up. When he saw the disgusted look on Han Fei and Xiaoshan's faces, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they wouldn't eat him, he could accept anything. Suddenly, he heard Han Fei say, "xuanhuan, don't you think this guy looks familiar?" Xuanhuan suddenly jumped into Li Hanyi's fishing boat and looked straight at him for a long while. Yes, kind of, Han Fei said grumpily. All you know is how to eat. Don't forget our purpose. We are going to the steps into the sea to hunt for treasure. Don't think about eating people all day long. Xuanhuan sighed. Okay then, his flesh looks tough anyway. Hey, wait, didn't Han Fei use this face? Han Fei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, last time, the person we ate seemed to have painted a portrait of Han Fei, and it seemed to look like this. Li Hanyi felt as if his brain exploded and there was nothing inside. Fuck, Han Fei, you son of a bitch! I'm gonna kill you. Han Fei also jumped on Li Hanyi's boat and stood upright, staring straight at Li Hanyi. But he cannot be Han Fei. He is too weak, Xiaoshan scoffed. A fool can see it. Hey, what's your name? My eyes can see into your heart. Once you tell a lie, I will throw you into a big pot, cook you for 3 days and 3 nights, and then eat you. Li Hanyi's face was green. I'm Li Hanyi. Han Fei nodded. Okay, Han Fei nodded. I can see that you don't dare lie to me. Tell me, what kind of person Han Fei is? Along the way, everyone was talking about him. He stole our thunder. Next time I meet him, I'll have a good fight with him. Xiaoshan bared her teeth. Maybe he will be delicious. Han Fei shook his head. Stupid. I heard that Han Fei is a body refiner. His body is as tough as a stone. How long would it take to cook him? Li Hanyi's ears were ringing. Who the hell are these people? Do they really eat people? There are so many fish and shrimp in the sea. Why don't they eat them? Li Hanyi was sweating profusely. Han Fei, he is an asshole. Smack. As soon as Li Hanyi said so, he was slapped hard and half of his face swelled. Han Fei said sullenly, no matter what, he is not someone you can insult. Think well before you speak. Well, talk about his good points. Xiaoshan tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei, really wanting to kick this guy away. Talk about his good points? He was so shameless. Han Fei didn't feel ashamed at all, narrowing his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Li Hanyi was stunned. Would villains appreciate each other? Li Hanyi stammered. Han Fei, he is actually quite cunning. Smack, Li Hanyi was slapped again. He was stunned. Damn, can't you beat me after I finish? Han Fei said. What do you mean by cunning? That's called smart, okay? Although Han Fei is no match for us, he is still a hero. How dare you insult him again? Li Hanyi felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish racing in his heart. Damn, if I can beat you, I must slap you to death. Li Hanyi took a deep breath. Although Han Fei is not talented, smack, this time Li Hanyi was slapped flying. Han Fei said with a straight face. Above all else, I hate liars like you. If he was not talented, could he kill thousands of people alone? Do you think I'm a fool? Xiaoshan couldn't stand it anymore. Wasn't what he said true? If you continued to slap him, he might really blow himself up. Xiaoshan rolled her eyes at Han Fei. That's enough. Are you going to ask him about Han Fei or not? If you knock out his teeth, how can he tell you about Han Fei? Han Fei smiled awkwardly at Xiaoshan. Ha, yes, I shouldn't be angry, but I really can't stand these people, slandering others out of jealousy. They should show respect to their opponents. Han Fei said lazily, forget it, let's hang him up, right next to Lian Qi. I think it looks more impressive to hang 2 people on the bow anyway. Li Hanyi trembled hard and hurriedly shouted, wait a minute, let me finish. Han Fei is quite handsome and strong. He can challenge opponents above his level. When he was a junior fishing master, he could fight an advanced fishing master and easily win. He is extremely strong physically and seems to have practiced some kind of powerful body tempering method. Among the younger generation, no one can match him. After listening to Li Hanyi's gushing words of praise, Han Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Well, not bad. This does sound like Han Fei. Continue. Smack. Xiaoshan slapped Han Fei's arm and then pulled Han Fei's arm and then pulled Han Fei's ears. You're addicted to listening to the story, aren't you? We have to hurry up to the steps into the sea. Give me a break. Hey! Let go of my ear first. Let's set off after I hang him up. Li Hanyi was immediately infuriated. You, how can you be like this? Don't come over. Although I can't beat you, I would rather blow myself up. Han Fei gave Li Hanyi a sideways glance. I'll just hang you up and won't kill you. Why are you nervous? I think you are a good storyteller. Tell me stories along the way. After a while, another cross was erected on Han Fei's black and white fishing boat, and Li Hanyi was hung on it, looking ashamed and angry. However, he glanced at Lian Qi, who had long been dead next to him, and swallowed. He told himself, "It is better to bend than to break. Only when I endure what ordinary people can't will, I become successful. As long as I can survive, I don't mind telling stories." At this moment, Li Hanye, who was always cold and arrogant, turned into a chatterbox. Along the way, Li Hanye talked about the Thug Academy, the Thug Legend, Han Fei, the Fiery Mountain, and so on. In his opinion, the black and white ghosts were so interested in Han Fei because they wanted to kill Han Fei and snatch his opportunities when they met him. Therefore, the more details he told about Han Fei, the greater the chances of winning for the black and white ghosts. Even if it only added half a point of the possibility, it was worth it. Now he just wanted to skin Han Fei alive and then severely abuse him. Using the ordinary fishing boat that Han Fei snatched from Jiang Tong, Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were not slow. Only after half a day, they had traveled across the sea area of 20,000 kilometers. During this period, Han Fei and the others encountered no less than hundreds of fishing boats. However, most of them fled from a long distance as soon as they saw them. So soon, there were rumors that there was one more person hanging on the bow of the black and white ghosts' fishing boat. Many people asked curiously who the guy was. However, no one could find him on the wanted list. The next morning, the sun rose in the east and the sunshine reddened the sea. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoshan said, "It seems that we're about to reach the steps into the sea." Chapter 430, The Black and White Ghosts Are Here. Li Hanye wished the fishing boat not to stop. As long as the fishing boat was still moving, Fan Datong had no time to cook. After asking him about Han Fei, the black and white ghosts didn't ask him anything else but for information about the steps into the sea. He told them all he knew. After all, it was common sense. As long as you stayed on a dragon boat long enough, you would certainly know about these famous secret realms. Han Fei had no intention to kill Li Hanye. Instead, he actually saved Li Hanye's life. After all, if Li Hanye went out with this face, he wouldn't be able to make it to the steps into the sea at all. The fishing boat traveled more than 1,000 kilometers. At this place, there were more fishing boats, which literally came and went in an endless stream. As long as Han Fei raised his head, he would always see a fishing boat passing by. However, wherever their black and white fishing boat went, no other ship dared to appear. Everyone avoided them as far as they could. Different from the sea grasslands and the undersea city, the steps into the sea didn't have so many difficulties and sea creatures, and almost everyone was welcome here. From junior dangling fishers to peak level ones, there were countless people there. Everyone acted casual like they were just traveling through. "Come on, let's go. The black and white ghosts are here." "What? Black and white ghosts? How dare they appear on the steps into the sea so blatantly?" "Huh? Why didn't anyone stop them? The two really have too much nerve. How dare they come here?" Along the way, everyone who saw the black and white fishing boat couldn't help but exclaim, including some peak-level dangling fishers who thought that someone should stand up to kill the black and white ghosts. At this time, Han Fei set up the big pot and held a big spoon, about to cook. Xia Xiaoshan asked, "We will be there in 1,000 kilometers. No one will stop us, right?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "Probably not." "Who will be the first to make a move? Does he want to die?" When the fishing boat drove further 500 kilometers, there were fishing boats everywhere on the sea. These people were not afraid of them. Although this was not the safe area of the steps into the sea, it seemed to have been agreed that in this area, people would only exchange cultivation experiences and chat or trade. Killing was not allowed. When the black and white fishing boat flew over, many people exclaimed, "It is the black and white ghosts. How dare they come here?" Someone said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, in this area, let alone the black and white ghosts, even Mo Qiansheng, who ranks first on the wanted list, must behave himself." Some people frowned. "These two people are infamous. Look, there are still two people hanging on their fishing boat." Someone asked, "Aside from Lian Qi, who is the other person?" Everyone was looking at Li Hanyi because they discovered that this guy was still alive, which was simply a miracle. Wasn't it said that the black and white ghosts were totally inhuman? Why didn't they kill this guy? Immediately, several fishing boats took off to block Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Looking at the 4 or 5 fishing boats in front of him, Han Fei put down the big spoon in his hand. Next to the big pot, a yellow-blooded sea cucumber had been cut into pieces and the water in the pot had boiled. A peak-level dangling fisher scolded, "Fan Datong, don't go too far. How long are you going to hang Lian Qi and this little brother on your bow?" Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand and the blood-drinking knife in his right hand, rubbing the blood-drinking knife against the whetstone. He said with a smile, "I'm preparing the side dishes. Don't you see that the water in my pot is already boiling?" Hiss! Many people immediately felt a chill down their spines. Although Han Fei was smiling, he looked so scary. And the blood-drinking knife kept making unpleasant grating sounds. Soon, a few fishing boats took off and someone stared at Han Fei. "Fan Datong, what do you think this place is?" "This is the steps into the sea. You have to behave yourself here. How dare you cook people here?" Giggle, giggle. Wearing a crooked hat, Xia Xiaoshan chuckled. "This is not the steps into the sea yet." "Don't you dare meddle in our affairs?" Han Fei echoed with a giggle. Yes, will anyone in the level 3 fishery have any pity for others? Just shut the fuck up, someone said coldly. Although the level 3 fishery is dangerous and full of vicious people, cannibalism is simply intolerable. Fan Datong, xuanhuan, we know that you two have a very powerful secret method, but if you don't put down the little brother and Lian Qi, we'll rise up against you together. Han Fei laughed. Well, what should I say? Actually, you just want Lian Qi's body, right? Although he died, you can still receive a reward with his body. Taisk. But what if I don't give his body to you? Good point. I had thought that you were just fishing for fame, but now I discovered that you seem a bit interesting. A fishing boat landed from the sky and Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. A ghost speed divine boat? Han Fei recognized that it was a ghost speed divine boat at the first glance, which was a white fishing boat densely engraved with speed arrays. A little fatty who was only 14 or 15 years old was laughing at Han Fei and even gave him a thumbs up. Han Fei grinned. Oh, it's rare to see a ghost speed divine boat, the little fatty laughed. Why? Do you want it? Han Fei chuckled. If it's outside of here, I certainly would want it, but not here. I think you despise the reward for Lian Qi, right? The little fatty was as casual as ever. Of course, how much money is Lian Qi worth? I don't want it. However, it is indeed a windfall for these people. I just wonder who can get Lian Qi's body in the end. How about you throw Lian Qi out to see who will take it? Han Fei laughed. Interesting. It seems fun. Okay then. With that said, Han Fei grabbed Lian Qi's body and threw it out regardless of the direction. Han Fei said cheerfully, Hey, Lian Qi is yours now. Come on, take it. Hula, the people who were standing in Han Fei's way immediately dispersed, chasing Lian Qi's body. Someone shouted, It's mine. Who dares to touch it will be dead meat. Someone ridiculed, Yours? Are you kidding me? Anyone can take it. Someone had caught Lian Qi's body in one swoop, ready to run directly to the steps into the sea. Unfortunately, someone caught up to him even before he ran a kilometer away. In the beginning, they were only quarreling, but soon, some people started to fight. Xiaoshan watched this scene with a frown. Everyone says we are evil. Look, this is the real evil. The little fatty on the ghost speed divine boat said with a smile. Of course, this is how the level 3 fishery is. Benefits are the most important. Fairness, justice, and righteousness are worthless here. With that, the little fatty glanced at Han Fei. Aren't you going to grab it back? Han Fei cast a leisure glance at the little fatty. For what? We won't board any dragon boat, so we can't get the reward. Just take it as a gift to the steps into the sea. The little fatty grunted in disappointment. He had thought that Han Fei and Xiaoshan would rush out to kill these people. However, he immediately looked at Li Hanyi and then was surprised. Isn't this guy, Han Fei had pretended to be him, right? Han Fei shrugged. Yes, we are about to cook him. Xiaoshan pretended to complain. No, his flesh is too tough and won't taste good. With that said, Xiaoshan seemed to take out a head from a sea-swallowing seashell, which belonged to a pretty girl. Xiaoshan said, I want to eat someone like her. The little fatty on the ghost speed divine boat was shocked and let out an exclamation. Fuck, do you really eat humans? Xiaoshan stared at the little fatty. I think you should taste good. White, tender, chubby, and cute. The little fatty shuddered slightly, not because he was frightened by Xiaoshan's strength, but by her mentality. Damn, am I food in your eyes? Han Fei pretended to blame Xiaoshan. Hey, don't say that. Although he looks a bit delicious, he has a ghost speed divine boat. I am afraid his background must not be simple. The little fatty sneered. Come on, I almost believed what you said. Black and white ghosts? Black and white ghosts? Hey, are you going to eat this man or not? Han Fei looked at Xiaoshan and she pouted. No, his flesh is as tough as a turtle shell. Yuck! Li Hanyi almost cried. Don't eat me, please. At this moment, he really liked Xiaoshan. Fan Datong had no lower limit. He always wanted to eat him. Fortunately, Xiaoshan didn't want to eat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. For the first time in his life, he felt that being disdained was a wonderful thing. The little fatty chuckled. If you don't eat him, let him go. If you really eat him, you will be beaten to death. However, I really like the two of you. Shall we form an alliance? Chapter 431, Little Fatty Cao Han Fei kept Lian Qi's body just to overawe people and make a name. At this moment, they had reached the steps into the sea, and his body was no longer of any use to him. As for Li Hanyi, he actually intended to save him. After all, Li Hanyi came from the Blue Sea town. Although there were conflicts between them, it seemed insignificant compared to the fighting and killings in the level 3 fishery. Besides, Li Hanyi was actually not weak and had the mentality of becoming a strong man. Maybe, in the future, he could become one of the best talents in the Blue Sea town. It would be a pity if he was to die like this. Now, as suggested by this little fatty, Han Fei had a reason to let him go. Han Fei reluctantly said, I have been hanging him up for a day. I plan to eat him. Forget it. Since you have a ghost speed divine boat, you must be something. I'll listen to you. Li Hanyi's tears almost fell. No one knew how he came over this day. He was so scared just now, when Han Fei was setting the pot, he almost blacked out. Now, his luck had finally turned. He actually had the urge to weep with joy. Han Fei kicked him, sending him flying. You're lucky. But you have a very bad habit of talking behind people's backs. This is very bad. Remember to tell people how good-hearted we are. At least, we're honest. Li Hanyi plunged into the sea in a free fall, and he was completely speechless. Fuck. Good-hearted? Honest? Bastard? You have no lower limit. To know, the little fatty didn't care about Li Hanyi at all. After all, Li Hanyi was just an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. In the level 3 fishery, there were countless people like him. The little fatty said cheerfully, "Hey, Fan Da Tong, is human flesh delicious?" Han Fei answered with a smile. "The younger the person is, the better the flesh tastes. Besides, it depends on the body part." As for men, as he said, Han Fei looked at the little fatty up and down. For example, the oil on your belly is good, and your fat little face must be very tender and smooth, and your palms would be very juicy. The little fatty felt his hair stand on end under Han Fei's gaze. Who the hell is this guy? He sounds quite experienced in eating humans. Sha giggled and said, "Little fatty, what's your name?" The little fatty didn't get angry but said with a smile, "My name is Cao Chu. I'm from the Cao Sha Shu. I'm from the Cao family in the Thousand Star City. I was extraordinary from birth and have a wide range of interests. I am quite proficient in refining, alchemy, formation, and invention. Especially my invention. Look at this ghost speed divine boat. It is my invention." Puff, Han Fei, and Xiao Shan were dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw such a shameless person. The ghost speed divine boat was invented by this little fatty? Han Fei rubbed the whetstone with the blood-drinking knife and asked, "So, Ball, why do you want to be with us? Aren't you afraid of me?" Cao Chu pouted. "My name is not Ball but Cao Chu, 2 words. What's wrong with being with you? Would you really eat me?" Then the little fatty suddenly said via voice transmission, "Han Fei, Xiao Shan, you two are really daredevils. How dare you to come to the steps into the sea alone? With this alone, you two are very special." Han Fei and Xiao Shan's faces both suddenly changed. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged, and they were ready to kill this little fatty at any time. Han Fei was shocked. Fuck. Xiao Shan and I have been pretending for so long, but this guy saw through us at first glance? Cao Shu lay on the ground. Don't get agitated. Don't get agitated. I'm a genius, so I found out about you. Your disguise is really brilliant. If I hadn't invented the monster-revealing mirror, I wouldn't have found out." Han Fei smiled and touched his nose. "Little fatty, didn't you see it wrong? Do you think we look like Han Fei and Xiao Shan?" The little fatty sat up a little bit, took out a bunch of dried fish, threw one in his mouth, and said, "It's because of your faces. The spiritual energy over your faces is a bit more than those of ordinary people. Besides, the spiritual energy seems to be circulating in a certain rhythm, so I guess you must have used some kind of disguise. Besides, you happen to be a man and a woman and are both intermediate dangling fishers," Shan said softly. "Just because of that, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are Han Fei and Shan." The little fatty said confidently, "Yes, there are various kinds of people at the steps into the sea, but you have done too much. Especially Fan Da Tong, you even killed peak-level dangling fishers. Besides, the time when you appeared was about the same time as Han Fei and Xiao Shan left the undersea city. On the surface, you deliberately showed people that they were going to 10,000 Smoke Valley, but the black and white ghosts suddenly popped up out of thin air on their way to the steps into the sea." Han Fei smiled. "Just so? The level 3 fisheries have tons of talents. Can't there be others as talented as Han Fei?" The little fatty squinted his eyes and smiled. "Yes, but you have too many similarities. Most suspiciously, every time you purposely let people go and spread your name. Why is this? The only thing I can't figure out is whether you're really cannibals or not," Han Fei said to Xiao via voice transmission. "This little fatty seems to be quite smart." Xiao responded, "Yes, although he can't be sure of our identity, he speaks with certainty." Noticing the two of them talking in private, the little fatty waved his hands. "Hey, don't kill me. We can cooperate. I have always wanted to kill Yang Deyu and Mo Feiyan, especially Mo Feiyan. Humph, each is more annoying than the other. Let's kill them together? And then I will help you solve their life monuments and escape the level 3 fishery, okay?" Han Fei continued to sharpen the whetstone. "Alas, fatty, you are wrong. We really are not Han Fei and Xiao Chen. As for Yang Deyu and Mo Feiyan, who are they?" The little fatty immediately said angrily, "Don't pretend. In my eyes, your disguise is full of flaws. Do you think I want to snatch the sea token? No, I don't care about that stuff at all. Only those who are not capable want to seize it. For a genius like me, exploring the secrets behind the sea-quelling painting is far more meaningful than that." Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes turned cold and he was shocked in the heart. Was the sea token related to the sea-quelling painting? Now he just wanted to tie this little fatty up and ask him. Many people had mentioned the sea token, but it was the second time he heard someone mention the sea-quelling painting. For the first time, it was Zhang Qin, who ran away with old Zhang because of the sea-quelling painting. The two seemed to have gone to the unknown place. The little fatty seemed to find that he was talking too much, so he hurriedly covered his mouth. "Oh, I didn't say anything. Well, anyway, the sea token is actually not as useful as you think. When I was 8 years old, I just used it as a toy." "It's not interesting, Han Fei." Xiao turned her eyes to Han Fei. This little fatty seems to be from a very powerful family. Han Fei looked at the little fatty and said, "May I visit your fishing boat?" Han Fei chuckled. "What are you eating?" "Here I am." The next second, the ghost speed divine boat disappeared and the little fatty sat on Han Fei's boat right beside the big pot. As he smelt the pot, his mouth watered. "Han Fei?" Xuanhuan looked. Han Fei asked, "Little ball, aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The little fatty made a face at Han Fei. "You dare not. Even if you can kill me, you can't run away." Xuanhuan looked puzzled. "Why? Because you also have a life monument?" The little fatty rubbed his hands, looking eagerly at the yellow-blooded sea cucumber in the pot, and his mouth was watering. It looked so tasty. When he saw the doubt on Han Fei and Xuanhuan's faces, he casually explained, "On the one hand, it is the life monument. On the other hand, all children from powerful families in the Thousand-Star City who come to the level 3 fishery will be shielded with life-saving treasures such as an amulet and dying strike. Those truly talented will even be given an immortal seal. Anyway, you won't be able to kill me." Han Fei was speechless and cursing old Bai in his heart. "Look at them, and look at what you have done to protect me. I was only given a spiritual weapon and a sea-swallowing seashell, which are everywhere in the level 3 fishery. What the fuck is the use of these two things?" Xuanhuan wondered. "What is a life monument? And what are the amulet, dying strike, and the other life-saving treasures?" The little fatty murmured. "Life monument is something to inform your family the moment you're killed. An amulet is something protecting you, which can block many attacks. A dying strike is a blow from the strongest one of your family that is sealed in the body. When you're dying, it will shoot out of your body and attack your enemy. It is set based on your strength and is usually a whole realm above yours. As for the immortal seal, with it you can come back to life even if you're killed." Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, he didn't try to kill the Sun Mu trio when he was in the sea grassland, otherwise he might have been killed. Chapter 432, Spiritual Sea Cucumber with Soy Sauce. The distance of 500 kilometers was a very short distance for a fishing boat. When the fishing boat reached the steps into the sea, Han Fei saw a super huge platform on which people covered. Many people sat on the ground, with a layer of fish skin under them and various things on it. It was like a flea market here and the atmosphere was very lively. Of course, Han Fei and Xuanhuan, who had come here for the first time, were still wondering where this platform came from. They couldn't see any traces of land. There was only a huge above-water platform in this place. It seemed that the surface of the sea was frozen, forming a huge piece of transparent glass, and people were walking freely on it. Unreasonable. Is the seawater frozen? It doesn't seem to be cold. Han Fei was still thinking. "Look, the black and white ghosts are here." Someone yelled, "Black and white ghosts, get out of the steps into the sea. You are not welcome here." Most people disliked them very much. When they saw the black and white fishing boat, they were very disgusted. More people gathered around. They all wanted to see what the two cannibals looked like. At this time, the black and white fishing boat disappeared. Han Fei held a pot even bigger than him with one hand and he fell from the sky, and Xuanhuan stood on his shoulder. Each of them was wearing a tall and long crooked hat with kill and die respectively written on them. Because their costumes were very weird, with one of them completely black and the other completely white, they didn't look like good people at all. Therefore, when Han Fei landed holding the pot, many people retreated to the sides. Coming down with Han Fei was little fatty Cao. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized. "Oh, it's Cao Chu, huh? Why is Cao Chu with the black and white ghosts? Damn, does Cao Chu eat humans too? Oh my god, Cao Chu is really a person born with a silver spoon. Are the black and white ghosts also from a powerful family?" There was constant discussion, and everyone was speculating about Han Fei and Xuanhuan's backgrounds. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Cao Chu. "Are you famous?" Cao Chu proudly said. "Of course, I'm very famous. The first ghost speed divine boat was built by me here within a month. I still got a big chance here, and many people were very envious of me. I am also zero." Cao Chu began to brag about his past records, such as catching a big turtle from the steps into the sea, which broke some record, and refining a powerful weapon, blah blah blah. Han Fei's face turned black. This little fatty is so shameless. I really wonder how he became an advanced dangling fisher. Yes, Cao Chu was only an advanced dangling fisher. But this kind of person couldn't be treated as an ordinary advanced dangling fisher, just as Han Fei couldn't be merely treated as an intermediate dangling fisher. Xuanhuan asked, "Let's eat first, then we can go for a walk." Cao Chu rubbed his hands. Yes, we are now teammates. Apart from inventing, I also like cooking." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Fat people like to cook. Who said that? This is a hobby. For example, you can't boil sea cucumber this way. You should add some spiritual fruits, and it'll be better if you add different kinds of spiritual fruits. Xuanhuan snorted. "Shut up. This hasn't been done yet." Cao Chu scoffed. "Huh? Isn't it already cooked?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "Cooked? Yes, but it's not done yet." "You underestimate my unrivaled cooking skills." "Cao Chu, you?" Han Fei poured the broth out of the pot with a splash under the surprised gaze of everyone. Then he poured a spoonful of oil into the pot. Another pot appeared in Xia Xiaoshan's hands. She put the sea cucumber into the pot and drained it, while the blood-drinking knife was dancing in the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen spices fell into the pot. Sparks flew high, and many people exclaimed. Then, while Cao Chu was dumbfounded, Xia Xiaoshan poured the dried sea cucumber pieces from the pot into Han Fei's pot. Then Han Fei began to toss the pot vigorously. With another splash, a piece of sea cucumber was tossed into the air 3 meters high with sparks and seasoning, and Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit containing nearly 70,000 points of spiritual energy from Forge the Universe. While the as dancing with the sea cucumbers, the spiritual fruit was beaten to pieces by Han Fei and mixed in the pot. At that moment, a mystic light burst forth, and the fire burst out 10 feet high. When the sea cucumber and juice all fell into the big pot, Han Fei threw the pot to the ground, and the aroma suddenly rose to the sky. Han Fei raised his head high and shouted, "Come taste my spiritual sea cucumber with soy sauce." "How does it taste?" A string of data appeared in his eyes. E-name spiritual sea cucumber with soy sauce. Introduction. A dish cooked with yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and the essence of various ingredients, supplemented with spiritual fruits, has an endless fragrance. Tastes smooth and delicious, full of energy. It is a very rare dish. L level 29, quality. Raro contained spiritual energy, 86,680 points. 8 Ebel effect provides a huge amount of energy and strengthens your physique by up to 40% in a short time, 3 hours. Gulp, Cao Chu sat on the ground, his mouth watering. He stared at the yellow-blooded sea cucumber in the pot dumbfounded and licked his lips from time to time. Cao Chu's mouth trembled. Oh my god. It's the first time I've ever seen someone cook like this. Not only Cao Chu, but many onlookers were also dumbfounded. He cooked more fancily than fighting. This Fan Datong is such a freak. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's lap, saying to him via voice transmission, "Can I eat it now?" Han Fei snorted. "You are a stupid contractual spiritual beast in their eyes. You can't eat it until there is no one else left." Cao Chu rubbed his mouth casually with his sleeve, picked up a large piece of sea cucumber and took a big bite. Gulp. After a bite, the rich broth rolled over Cao Chu's taste buds. The billowing fragrance rushed into his nostrils and dipped into his mind. He shuddered all over and then said in a trembling voice, "Impossible, impossible. How can there be such a delicious thing in the world? Ah, somebody come." Immediately after the little fatty yelled, 2 peak-level dangling fishers from the crowd rushed over. "Master, what's your order?" Cao Chu shouted. "Go buy me 1,000 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. From now on, I will eat this every day. Also, buy a large pot and a large spoon and make a kitchen knife and a whetstone, nothing less. Do you hear me?" "Yes, boss." Cao Chu gobbled up with no regard for his table manners. Xia Xiaoshan also grabbed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber, chewing and mocking. "Hey genius, do you still think you're good at cooking? Can you cook this dish?" Xiao Chu's mouth was full of sea cucumber and he looked at Han Fei with shining eyes. "I'll learn it. I will definitely be able to learn well. There is nothing in this world that I cannot learn." Han Fei ate a large piece of sea cucumber and mumbled, "Did I say I would teach you? I've watched you cooking, so I'll learn it." "Alas, but what kind of spiritual fruit did you use? I don't seem to have seen it before. Also, what's that black sour water you used? Where did you get it?" A smile appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. "That's a secret recipe handed down from my ancestors." Cao Chu waved his hand. "I'll buy it from you." Han Fei shrugged indifferently. "But I don't lack anything. This is very precious and not for sale. I think it's worth a divine weapon at least." Puff, the onlookers whose mouths were watering were all shocked by Han Fei's words. A recipe is worth a magic weapon? Is this guy out of his mind? Cao Chu's eyes widened. "I can't afford it, but I will research it. I have already got the taste for it." Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "But for the sake of our friendship, I can give you a little, but you've got to get the sea cucumber yourself. I only have 1 yellow-blooded sea cucumber." Cao Chu was overjoyed to hear that Han Fei would give him some seasonings. "No problem, I can give you some of the sea cucumbers I'll buy. I will only keep a few of them for trying it out." In the crowd, Li Hanye, who swam here from underwater, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the scene of Fan Datong cooking, he frowned suspiciously. Han Fei seems to be good at cooking too. After the meal, the 3 of them were full of vigor and spiritual energy. They didn't intend to cultivate, but instead wandered around on the steps into the sea. Xia Xiaoshan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "When shall we go down the steps into the sea?" Chapter 433, The Steps into the Sea. Cao Xiaoshu's stomach bulged with food and he chuckled. "Do you want to go down the steps into the sea now? You really underestimate it." Xia Xiaoshan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The little fatty's belly trembled as he said, "It's your first time coming to the steps into the sea. Don't believe the hearsay. I guess you must have heard that people of all levels come here and obtain treasures by fighting and killing each other, right? Let me tell you the truth. This is all false. The talented guys are all below." Han Fei asked. "Huh? Isn't it said that each floor of the steps into the sea is a distinct world where tens of thousands of people are fighting? Is it not that simple?" Haha, which fool told you that? Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Did the idiot Li Hanyi tell him the wrong information? The little fatty dropped a piece of black iron in a stall, then grabbed a jar of sea green tree sap and sucked at it. Then he said to Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, basically, there are no decent things for sale at the steps into the sea. What you can see now are some low-level spiritual weapon materials and spiritual-level combat skills, which is of no use to us. Han Fei asked, but where did these people get so much material? The little fatty said, by bartering. Xia Xiaoshan wondered, with whom? With the steps into the sea. Oh, do you know that the steps into the sea are actually not steps for you to walk down? It is just a name. In fact, this is a large altar. If you pay, there will be a return. Cao Chu suddenly started to speak via voice transmission and explained, let's speak this way. Most people don't know about these things. I can't tell them all. Cao Chu kept explaining for nearly half an hour, and Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's faces changed many times as they listened. The two exchanged a glance from time to time. According to Cao Chu, the step into the sea was an extremely weird place, so weird that it gave people the creeps as if someone was manipulating this treasure place that everyone yearned for. In Cao Chu's description, the steps into the sea was actually an altar in the sea. Anyone who wanted to get a chance from the steps into the sea, whether you were on the first floor or the 100th floor, you needed to offer sacrifices to the altar. The only difference was that the sacrifice on the first floor was very cheap, while the sacrifice on the 100th floor was very expensive. The sacrifices could be spiritual energy, weapons, materials, spiritual fruits, or ocean creatures. It was said that after reaching the 100th floor, a single sacrifice, if converted into spiritual energy, would cost at least 10,000 points of spiritual energy. As for how much it was, Cao Chu was also uncertain. In Han Fei's eyes, 10,000 points of spiritual energy was not much, it was quite little. But that was for him. In fact, the total amount of the spiritual energy an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher owned was only around 5,000 points. So, was 10,000 points of spiritual energy much? Yes, it was a lot. However, for some wealthy people such as this fatty sow, he asked his men to buy 1,000 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers for him to experiment with, just for a meal. This kind of person who had money to burn could carry a lot of spiritual fruits. However, this little fatty was really generous. 990 of the 1,000 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers were already in Forge the Universe, so the steps into the sea was not that simple. You offered sacrifices, but you wouldn't necessarily get an opportunity. On the contrary, the price you paid was just for holding a summoning ceremony. You needed to fight against the creatures you summoned, and then it was possible to obtain something from these creatures. Of course, some lucky guys directly summoned the corresponding reward after paying the price, but it was not certain how good the rewards would be. According to Li Hanyi, for example, on the first 50 floors of the steps into the sea, there were a large number of people fighting and killing, which was because everyone wanted to rob one another. The adventurers' agreement was that it was completely safe on the platform. No matter who you were, you would have to behave yourself. Otherwise, people would gang up on you. However, it was a different story after you entered the steps into the sea. For example, someone offered a sacrifice on the first floor of the steps into the sea and got a treasure. If someone else wanted this treasure after seeing it, they might attack you. According to Little Fatty, there was once an incredibly lucky guy who offered a sacrifice on the 49th floor and got a divine weapon. However, this guy ended up being killed with this divine weapon staying in his hand for less than 5 minutes. Then, more and more people got to know the existence of this divine weapon. In the beginning, hundreds of people were scrambling for it, but in the end, tens of thousands of people were fighting for it. And then a dragon boat came over and a huge number of dangling fishers came over to join in on the melee. In the end, according to incomplete statistics, as many as 50,000 people died at that time because of that divine weapon. This showed how terrifying the treasure could be. Han Fei couldn't help wondering, who took Lian Qi's body in the end? How much turmoil did it cause? Cao Chu said to Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan with a smile, so, in fact, the lower you go, the better the opportunity you'll get. Have you heard of the guy who reached the 2008th floor? Han Fei shrugged. Yes, what happened to him? Cao Chu chuckled. That was, You, my elder brother, Han Fei shouted. Can you just say it all in one breath? Damn, I was freaked out. Cao Chu smiled. But my brother's chance is also my chance. That day, he got a broken shipwreck, with which I created a ghost-speed divine boat. Am I awesome? Come on, praise me, praise me. Han Fei glanced contemptuously at Little Fatty and said, Then how about you? Which floor did you reach? Cao Chu took a sip of the sap and said, Actually, I've done okay. I have reached the 48th floor. By the way, I heard that you destroyed the sea grassland, so I went over to check it out. However, when I got there, I found that you had all gone. The current central area of the sea grassland is a complete mess, and many people have died there. Han Fei was stunned. Did you go into the sea grassland? Cao Chu dropped the sap jar in his hand, and someone immediately picked it up. To him, this stuff was worthless. However, to others, this wooden jar was also a refining material, which could be used to refine at least a high-quality magic weapon. Cao Chu smiled. Not only did I go to the sea grassland, but I also went to the undersea city. But when I got there, the city collapsed into rubble and nothing was left. Then I heard you guys were going to the Valley of 10,000 Smokes, but I didn't think you would go to such a boring place. So I explored 2 secret realms on the way and came back. I never expected to meet you here. Isn't it amazing? Han Fei didn't know what to say. Does this little fatty have nothing to do? They were more than 200,000 kilometers away from the sea grassland. And the sea grassland is not close to the undersea city either. So the little fatty had traveled 500 to 600,000 kilometers these past few weeks. Cao Chu nodded. Well, let's wander around. We will be at the center of the steps into the sea soon. The things in that place are slightly better, mostly from the 80th floor onward. If there is anything worth buying, buy it so that we have something to sacrifice when we enter the steps into the sea. Xuanhuan tugged at Han Fei's arm. We don't seem to have that much money. Before Han Fei said anything, the little fatty said with a smile, Oh, you don't have to worry about money. As your teammate, I can sponsor you with 5 million mid-quality pearls. It can't bring you to the 200th floor for sure, but the 150th floor will be no problem. Do you have anything on you? Or if you don't have money or spiritual energy, it doesn't matter. You can grab some at the steps into the sea. Many people are doing this down there. Maybe you can make it to the 100th floor without spending a penny. Shan grinned. Haha, I like it. And I like your 5 million mid-quality pearls better. Xiao Chu waved his hand generously. It doesn't matter. This little money is nothing. As long as we cooperate to go down and kill Yang Deyu and the others. Yes, kill them. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. You seem to really hate them. Cao Chu's expression turned grim. Yes, indeed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When I first saw you, I knew our friendship would be firm. Han Fei, Xia Xiao Chen. Han Fei didn't respond to him. They were all from the powerful families in the Thousand-Star City. He couldn't just agree to this matter. Who knew what would happen if he got involved in this? However, what made Han Fei excited was what he could do in this place. Can I really rob the people down there at will? Cao Chu patted his belly. Sure. Now that you have a disguise, it becomes even easier for you. They won't even know who robbed them. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the little fatty speechlessly. Have you done this a lot? Why would I bother to rob those useless guys? I just need to rob my brother. Han Fei, Xiao, Chapter 434, The Most Approachable Patrician. The appearance of Han Fei and Xiao caused commotion along the way. However, no one was afraid of them. Because this was above the steps into the sea, no matter how cruel and fierce the black and white ghosts were, they dared not touch them here. But why were the black and white ghosts with the little fatty from the Shao family? Along the way. Oh, young Master Cao, have you come back? This is the frozen fish marrow from the 66th floor. It has been kept on ice, refreshing and delicious. Would you like a cup of it? Cao Chu shook his head. No, my stomach is bursting. I can't drink anything more. Someone also greeted him. Young Master Cao, I have a broken mirror I got from the 82nd floor. Although I don't know what the use of it is, I think it looks extraordinary. Would you like to take a look at it, young Master Cao? Cao Chu took the mirror casually, turned it over, and immediately threw it to the side. It's just an ordinary mirror. Maybe some girl dropped it on the ground. It's useless. Someone hurried over holding a stone and said, Young Master Cao, please take a look at this. Is there anything special about this egg? I got it from the 99th floor. Maybe some peerless beast can be hatched from it. Cao Chu snorted. If some peerless beast can be hatched from it, you'll have to show me. Get out of the way. This is just a damn stone. Watching many people rushing over to show things to Cao Chu expectantly, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Do you often come to collect junk? Cao Chu was stunned. What? Collect junk? I have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. Nothing good can escape my sharp eyes. I'm a genius. Sha Chao curled her lips. But you look stupid. Cao Chu was very unhappy to hear that. What are you talking about? Although I look stupid, although I'm a little bit on the heavy side, you can't call me stupid. I'm very smart. Han Fei shook his head with a smile. Yes, you are smart. Is this the core trading area you mentioned? In Han Fei's view, things here were indeed not bad. He just glanced casually and saw that there were broken extra-quality spiritual weapons on sale. If they were repaired, they could be as sharp as before, Xiao exclaimed. Datong, look at this dagger. Han Fei was surprised. Well, Xiaoan, you are a soul warrior. Why do you need a dagger? Xiao suddenly remembered that she was now called Xiaoan. Oh, she forgot about it again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chu secretly sighed. Come on, you guys just spilled the beans. You are Han Fei and Xiao. Only a hunter would have that look when he or she sees a dagger. After walking for a while, Han Fei saw numerous things on the side of the road, such as spiritual trees, spiritual plants, alien demonic fish, special crab claws, python tendons, snake gall, black stones and crystals, turtle shells, combat skills, all kinds of stuff. They looked pretty good. It was just, they were still far from what he wanted. Despite this, Han Fei still bought a lot of things and spent mid-quality pearls like water. These things Han Fei bought have a very interesting common feature. That was, they were particularly bright, shiny, and dazzling. Cao Chu asked, Hey, why do you buy so many shiny things? Don't you be afraid to blind your eyes? Han Fei smiled strangely. It's okay. I like shiny things. Secretly, Han Fei complained to the hexagon starfish, Master Hexagon, that's enough. Do you know how much money I spent for you just now? As much as 300,000 mid-quality pearls. The hexagon starfish responded, I have set formations for you and killed your enemies for you. However, before today, I haven't gotten a shiny treasure. Hanfei smiled helplessly. Fine, I'll buy them for you. However, you can spend at most 500,000 mid-quality pearls. If it exceeds this number, I will sell you instead. While they were talking, someone hurriedly ran to a clearing not far away. He put a fish skin map on the ground and waved his hand, and then a mess of things fell on the fish skin map. Among them, there was an extremely dazzling flash, and many people unconsciously looked away to avoid looking at it. This person just wanted to peddle and suddenly glimpsed that Cao Chu was not far away. He immediately waved at Cao Chu and shouted, young Master Cao, I've got a treasure here. And Hanfei heard the hurried shouts of Master Hexagon, I want this treasure. Xiao Xiaoshan scoffed. This gluttonous and lazy starfish wants you to buy something again, right? The hexagon starfish said via voice transmission, this is a treasure, a big treasure. Hanfei's face was black. Shut up, I'll see myself if it's a treasure. Hanfei and Cao Chu stepped forward at the same time. Cao Chu grabbed the luminous object and took a look at it, and his eyes were dazzled by it, so he tilted his head and asked, what's this thing? I can't even look at it. This kind of black crystal has appeared before. Wearing it for a long time can stabilize one's spiritual power and soul. It is not that good, but in Hanfei's eyes there was different information. Namak Soul Crystal, Introduction. A black crystal condensed from a shattered soul. It will only be produced from the souls of hidden fishers and above. It is ownerless and can boost the power of your soul if swallowing it after suppressing it with spiritual power and nourishing it with soul. Level 1, 1U effect. It can slightly strengthen soul power. Hanfei paused. Master Hexagon, you know what it is, don't you? The hexagon starfish opened his eyes secretly, and then his eyes rolled slightly. I don't know, Hanfei smiled. Master Hexagon, you are becoming more and more dishonest now. Isn't this a soul crystal? Why don't you tell me? Okay, since you tried to keep it from me, you're not going to get it. No, wait a minute. The hexagon starfish was shocked. Do you know it's a soul crystal? From above, I know astronomy. From below, I know geography. From outside, I know the universe. And from inside, I know the heavens and earth. You lie to me. This is a big deal. I'll keep the soul crystal myself. The hexagon starfish's tentacles held Hanfei tightly. I'll tell you, but give me this soul crystal, okay? Hanfei shrugged. It depends on what you'll tell me. Now tell me. The hexagon starfish's tentacles drooped, and he replied helplessly. Creatures above level 50 will usually produce soul crystals after death. Some powerful creatures that are under level 40 can also produce soul crystals. Soul crystals are ownerless, so any creature can actually absorb it to strengthen their soul. Hanfei urged him, and the hexagon starfish dared not to lie to him any longer. It could only respond, also, soul crystals are divided into levels, just like the spiritual heritage of you humans and the demonic heritage of sea monsters. That's all I know. I'm still young, and I don't know that much. Hanfei's face changed slightly. Don't pretend to be young. You are already hundreds of years old. The guy peddling the soul crystal was a little disappointed to see Cao Chu not interested. However, before he put it away, he heard Hanfei suddenly say, I want this thing. How much is it? Cao Chu glanced at Hanfei strangely. Why do you want to buy this thing? Hanfei said casually. I'm buying it for fun, Cao Chu said to him via voice transmission. Do you know this is a soul crystal? This is only a level 1 soul crystal. Although it looks dazzling, it's not that useful. Even if you can fully absorb it, it can't promote your soul power much, Hanfei was surprised. Then why did you say this was only an ordinary black crystal? Cao Chu rolled his eyes. Of course I can't tell the truth to ordinary people. If I do, the price of this thing will soar. Then how can I buy it in the future? Hanfei discovered that this little fatty was very cunning. Or maybe it was the consensus of the people like him that this kind of thing shouldn't be known by ordinary people. The man was overjoyed that Hanfei wanted to buy this crystal. He just came out of the steps into the sea, so he had never heard of the name of the black and white ghosts. Although Hanfei was weirdly dressed, he didn't mind. Well, bro, it pained me to get this. But you're a friend of young Master Saul, so you just need to pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Before he finished speaking, Cao Chu suddenly put his hands on his hips. Hey, what? How much do you charge? The man looked embarrassed and then hurriedly said, I'm mistaken. 50,000, only 50,000 mid-quality pearls. This price is quite fair. However, Cao Chu waved his hand. Okay, 30,000 mid-quality pearls then. The seller? Widened? Hanfei widened his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone counteroffer like this. Xiao Xiaochan's beautiful eyes blinked. Such a counteroffer was so interesting. In the end, Hanfei spent 30,000 mid-quality pearls to buy this soul crystal. However, Hanfei didn't care about the soul crystal so much now. Instead, he looked at Cao Chu suspiciously. Do you know these people well? Why do I feel that everyone here knows you? Cao Chu proudly said. Because I am close to the people. Chapter 435, Little Fatty Sow, with a backstory. Han Fei was playing with the soul crystal, and the hexagon starfish on his shoulder was gently scratching Han Fei with its tentacles as if begging him. Han Fei asked, "Are many of these soul crystals produced on the steps into the sea?" Cao Chu shook his head slightly. "No, not many show up before the 48th floor. Han Fei's face was black. "Don't keep reminding me that you have reached the 48th floor. And what about the lower floors?" Cao Chu tilted his head, making a look of contemplation before saying, "I heard that as long as you're past the 50th floor, the output of soul crystals is good. Between the 100th and the 50th floor, a soul crystal will appear about every 100 times you make a sacrifice. And there may be 2 below the 150th floor. You call this good? Every 100 times? Han Fei calculated in his head. In this case, soul crystals are actually not cheap at all. There is only one chance to obtain a soul crystal every 100 times you sacrifice something. This thing seems to be very rare, Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish via voice transmission. Master Hexagon, do you hear that? If you want soul crystals, I can take you down. But you'll have to offer sacrifices with your own treasures. The hexagon starfish? Ren? The tentacles of the hexagon starfish were twitching. Give me this one first. Han Fei threw the soul crystal into Forge the Universe. Don't worry, I'll keep this one for a test to see how effective this soul crystal is. The hexagon starfish grew eager. It can greatly increase soul strength. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what's the benefit of increasing soul strength? It can strengthen one's spiritual power. Han Fei leaned closer. And then? There are many benefits. You can perceive farther away, set up formations faster, and have a stronger perception of danger, Han Fei sneered. You mean you can escape faster then, don't you? Don't think about it. This soul crystal is mine. After we get down there will be tons of soul crystals. Or we can just rob others. Cao Chu took Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshan to saunter around. At first, Cao Chu led the way, and then Xiao Xiaoshan led the way. Xiao Xiaoshan picked up something from time to time. Sometimes it was a spiritual weapon, sometimes it was a crystal, and sometimes it was a combat skill. And Cao Chu and Han Fei followed behind to pay. Mainly Cao Chu paid, or to be exact, his men following him paid. Cao Chu looked at Xiao Xiaoshan, who was on a shopping spree. Do women like shopping? Han Fei smiled. I think so. It must be. My sister also likes to go shopping, and she buys a lot of junk every time. In the end, she throws everything to me and asks me to pick out useful things for her. But how can I find anything useful from a pile of junk? Han Fei smiled and said nothing. In fact, he told Xiao Xiaochan to do this same thing. Anyway, the little fatty Cao Chu would pay for her. But there was no free lunch in the world. No matter how rich the little fatty was, he didn't have to splurge like this, right? He had already spent 10 million mid-quality pearls for him and Xiao Xiaochan. Was there really such a good thing in the world? He could even buy the fish dragons with this money. 14 Cao Chu didn't care what Xiao Xiaoshan bought and approached Han Fei's side, saying, Hey, I heard that Sun Mu, Yang Deyu, and Mo Feiyan all suffered a great loss because of you when you were in the sea grasslands. Is it true? What losses did they suffer? Did you beat them or slap them? Did you slap them hard? You should have slapped them as hard as you could. If only you could beat them to death, Han Fei said solemnly. My name is Fan Datong, not Han Fei. The little fatty said indifferently. Okay, so which of the 3 of them suffered most? I heard that dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in the Sun family died. Did you kill them? But it doesn't make sense. How could an intermediate dangling fisher manage to do that? Is it because of your secret method? Han Fei did not answer. The little fatty continued. You know what? Sun Mu looks like a gentleman but is actually very sinister. Yang Deyu is a fool, but he always thinks he is super smart and he is very rude. As for Mo Feiyan, that woman is scary as my sister. Han Fei wondered, You mean your biological sister? The little fatty nodded naturally. Yes, of course. My brother is my biological brother and my sister is my biological sister. However, my brother is stronger. My sister is very beautiful. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, It's none of my business whether your sister is beautiful or not. The little fatty chuckled. I think my sister also has a good personality. Although she is scary in other people's eyes, she is nice to her family. Would you like to date her? Off. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaoshan didn't hear these words. Otherwise, the little fatty would have been stabbed just now. Han Fei asked, Seriously, are Sun Mu and the others all below? Fatty Sao nodded angrily. Yes, they are all below. These bastards are all below. They came a month ago, and it has been a month since. Not only them, but also other bastards, such as Zhang Wen from the Zhang family, Li Haye and Li Baizhou from the Li family, Chen Awachin from the Chen family, Chen Awachin from the Chen family, Wang Zitian from the Wang family, Ye Baiyu from the Yi family. They are all below. Yes, these damn people are all below. Han Fei always felt that this little fatty was a bit strange. At this moment he felt more so he asked, Do you think that, except for your Sao family, all the juniors of other families in the Thousand Star City should be killed? Huh? How do you know what I'm thinking? Han Fei questioned. Why? There was a trace of determination in Cao Chu's eyes. Han Fei even saw a trace of sadness, but Cao Chu quickly put away this emotion and said ferociously, No reason. They deserve to die. All of them. It's best to kill them all. Han Fei was helpless. As you said, they all have something like an amulet, immortal seal, dying strike, or life monument to protect them. With so many life-saving methods, we can't kill them. Cao Chu clenched his fists. Then let's kill as many of them as we can. Han Fei smiled and said, what if we can't even kill one of them? Cao Chu seemed to be frustrated. Then we still have to try. This is a great goal, and I will fight for it all my life. Han Fei laughed. Then who do you want to kill the most? Cao Chu's face suddenly changed. After a long silence, he said, Cao Chu's, stunned. Cao Chu seemed Is he from the Cao family? He is my brother. Your biological brother? Yes. Han Fei gaped in shock. Is this little fatty out of his fucking mind? He once mentioned that when he wanted something, he would snatch it from his brother. It turns out that the one he wanted to kill most was his brother, the record holder for the steps into the sea. Is this guy crazy? Han Fei was almost speechless. If your brother knows this, will he kill you? Cao Chu disdainfully said. He already knows. It's just that I can't beat him now. If I could, I would have killed him long ago. Han Fei. What kind of family is this? The younger brother wants to kill the elder brother, which the elder brother knows about, but he still lets his younger brother snatch his things. However, there must be some unknown story behind the situation. It seemed that it was just an obsession of this little fatty to kill the juniors of the other big families. Although he didn't know how this obsession was formed, based on the little fatty's current strength, he obviously had no ability to kill any of them. So, the little fatty wanted to cooperate with him and Xuanhuan. Perhaps, in his eyes, anyone who could go against the juniors of the powerful families from the Thousand-Star City were potential partners. And the Sunmu's trio suffered a great loss because of him when they were in the sea grasslands. Therefore, this little fatty traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers to search for him and Xuanhuan. Because he was very concerned about him, this little fatty could distinguish Han Fei and Xuanhuan at a glance. After all, he really cared about this matter. As thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Although this little fatty looked a bit stupid, he didn't seem to be lying to him. If what he said was true, this little fatty was actually a man of great perseverance. This slightly moved Han Fei. Han Fei said to Xuanhuan via voice transmission, Xuanhuan, don't buy anymore. It's enough. Xuanhuan asked, are we going down? Yes, these deals here are meaningless. Let's go down and have some fun. With that, he looked at Cao Chu. Going down? Cao Chu smiled cheerfully. Wait a minute, we have to agree on something. Once we go down, the situation will be very complicated. We should make an agreement on the way of where to meet up again. Han Fei frowned. Are we not going to be together? Cao Chu scoffed. Of course not. Many secret realms only allow one person in each time. However, there is another special thing about the steps into the sea. That is, the further we go down, the more chances we will encounter. Xuanhuan had already walked over. Why? Cao Chu smiled. Because the further you go down, the smaller the steps. Chapter 436, Enter. Having seen the bustling scene on a dragon boat and experiencing the high-level transactions on the ghost boat, Han Fei really wasn't impressed with the products sold here. But Xuanhuan had never boarded a dragon boat or the ghost boat. Therefore, she was very attracted to the lively scene here. The three agreed to meet on the 48th floor half a month later. Why the 48th floor? According to Cao Xiao, the 48th floor was relatively easy. Starting from the 49th floor, it would be very difficult. Han Fei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Difficult? It must be that the little fatty didn't have the confidence to pass the 148th floor, so he asked Han Fei and Xuanhuan to wait for him on this floor. But Cao Chu would never admit that he wanted them to help him pass this level because he couldn't make it through himself. At this moment, the three of them were standing on a cliff. At the very center of the surface of the steps into the sea, there was a huge cliff that went all the way to the seabed. This cliff was circular, with a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. From here, seawater was gushing down, making big splashes and causing layers of white mist. On the surface, no one could tell how deep it was below. If this platform was just a bottomless pit in the sea, it was normal. But in the middle of this large circular pit, there was a water column rising straight from the bottom. Han Fei saw two groups of people walking out of the water column in the middle respectively from the left and the right, controlling their fishing boats to fly to the outer platform. At the mouth of the cliff, people jumped off in different postures. Some entered on their stomachs, some on their backs, some plunged in head first, and some jumped in a fancy diving style. Xuanhuan looked at these people in astonishment. How deep is this? Is it okay for them to jump in like this? Cao Chu smiled and said, it's okay. It's very exciting and comfortable to jump down. Many people, in order to enjoy this process repeatedly, run back up after they jump to the first floor, repeating this process, and they never got bored. As soon as Cao Chu said this, Xuanhuan jumped. However, before she flew out, she was dragged back by Han Fei. Do you have money on you? Yes. I've just bought a lot of things. Han Fei was helpless. No, those things are not enough. I guess you've spent all your mid-quality pearls, right? As he said this, he took out a bag of sea-swallowing shells and gave it to Xuanhuan. I don't have much, but this is 100 or so sea-swallowing shells. It should be enough. Cao Chu was shocked. So many sea-swallowing shell? How many people have you robbed? Han Fei said solemnly. Am I that kind of person? I picked them all up. Cao Chu rolled his eyes. Really? Where did you pick them up? I can't believe I gave each of you 5 million mid-quality pearls. It turns out that you guys are so rich on your own. However, Xia Xiaochan did not take it. She also took out a bag of sea-swallowing shells and then compared it with Han Fei's. Why is yours so much fuller than mine? Huh? Where did you get so many sea-swallowing shells? Xia Xiaoshan blinked. I grabbed them. Han Fei, Cao Chu, Han Fei was helpless. For the first time, he gave away something to a little girl so solemnly, but she refused. This was fucking embarrassing. Han Fei put away the sea-swallowing shells and grunted. Fine, let's go down. See you in half a month. As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, Xia Xiaoshan flew into the air in a graceful posture. Upon seeing this, Han Fei glanced at Cao Chu and said, see you then. Then Han Fei also turned his back to the pit and jumped with a swoosh. For some reason, Han Fei felt Cao Chu was trustworthy. This was very strange. After all, what Cao Chu said was a bit crazy and he didn't look like a reliable person at all. However, Cao Chu was very frank, which was the sheer opposite of Yang Ruyun, who was so cunning and sophisticated. Perhaps he had told many people that he wanted to kill his brother, which felt like something a childish kid would do. In midair, Han Fei smashed through the misty clouds. After about 100 meters, Han Fei felt that he had smashed through a marshmallow-like layer of water. After another 100 meters, another marshmallow-like layer of water was smashed by him, which felt so soft and airy. Gee, no wonder some people like to jump down repeatedly. The hexagon starfish's big eyes were wide open and rolling. I feel there are treasures here, many treasures. Han Fei was helpless. Master Hexagon, are you stupid? Aren't you talking nonsense? Everyone knows this place is full of treasures. Master Hexagon shouted. No, I have a strange feeling. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What do you feel? Do you feel there is a very precious treasure? Like a divine weapon? Master Hexagon was puzzled for a while. I can't describe it. Anyway, it feels very special here. Han Fei kept this in mind. The hexagon starfish was very good at treasure hunting. Maybe this was his talent. But Han Fei believed even if there were precious treasures, they were on the lower floors. Han Fei passed through the layers of water mist, enjoying the soft and comfortable feeling of plunging into cotton. Suddenly, he felt a tingling pain in his wrist. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. Was the demon purification pot reacting? This was rare. Every time the demon purification pot reacted, it represented an opportunity. Besides, this time it even stung him. Its intense reaction was unprecedented, indicating there was a great opportunity. At this moment, Han Fei completely believed the words of the hexagon starfish. He glanced at the hexagon starfish avidly, thinking, the hexagon starfish is a treasure hunter indeed. Its perception of treasure is so keen. How can I keep him 1 year more? The hexagon starfish had a chill down his spine under Han Fei's stare and immediately closed his eyes. Then he climbed from Han Fei's shoulders to his legs and hid somewhere Han Fei couldn't see, which made him feel much safer. Bam, bam, bam. Han Fei smashed through many layers of water mist along the way, and finally, he sank into a large piece of cotton. When he woke up, he found he was less than 100 meters above the ground. Looking around, he found that there was a huge space covered by mist below. In his field of vision, there were nearly 100 people scattered everywhere. Among them, some people were fighting with some marine creatures such as white-boned fish, black moon sicklefish, red-hair big-mouthed crabs, red-browed prawns, and other creatures. Han Fei's appearance should not have attracted much attention. After all, many people jumped off the steps into the sea. Almost every moment, someone was jumping down. However, Han Fei's costume was too conspicuous. He was like a dazzling star among the plainly dressed crowd. He was wearing a black trench coat and a tall hat on his head with the word "die" written on it. Immediately someone exclaimed, "No, it's Fan Datong, run." Some people who had never heard of the black and white ghosts asked in surprise, "Who is Fan Datong? What are you running for?" The running man answered in a panic via voice transmission, "He is the black ghost of the black and white ghosts. He is very powerful and has killed many peak-level dangling fishers. As a cannibal, he kills without blinking. He is really scary. Shoot." Hearing it, someone let out a cry and immediately ran wildly, wishing that he had 4 legs. When Han Fei landed, he found that there was not even one person around. And those marine creatures, after their enemies ran away, all looked at Han Fei and then charged at Han Fei like crazy. Han Fei? Han Fei chopped an anti-heaven blade in half. However, this anti-heaven blade did not bleed, but turned into a cloud of water mist and disappeared. Then, in the seawater, there was a piece of transparent gypsum in a gleaming mass of water mist. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. Are these ocean creatures not real? But why did it feel like a living creature when he chopped at the anti-heaven blade just now? Then he turned his eyes to a mess-swallowing worm and a string of data appeared in his eyes. Name a mess-swallowing worm. Introduction. This is an omnivorous worm that will feed on its own kind when it is lacking food. It usually hides in the sand and can be 30 meters long when it matures. There are sharp hooks and circles of blades in its body. It also has swallowed pearls that can increase your speed when eaten. L level 36 quality. Rare contained spiritual energy. 13 6 points E edible effect. Unable to be eaten. Or CHC OCHP, non-able to be eaten, or CHPNACC, non, or CCHP. Horsey HPNHPATH. Horsey HPATKHKCHPATCHT. Horsey CX contained something called swallowing worm's body contained something called swallowed pearls, which didn't exist now. Besides, it had become non-absorbable. This meant that he couldn't get any spiritual energy from these ocean creatures. Besides, marine creatures usually either had some edible effects or they were inedible, but this was specified as unable to be eaten. Inedible and unable to be eaten seemed to be close in meaning, but actually had different meanings here. Han Fei swung the blood-drinking knife and shattered more than a dozen marine creatures in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the water, more than a dozen kinds of things emerged. There were ordinary black crystals, spiritual plants, spiritual wood, black irons, and crystal stones, and there was even a treasure-hunting fish in a mass of water. Oh, will there be a treasure in the fish? Chapter 437, Offer Up a Sacrifice. Han Fei cut open the fish happily. However, there was nothing in it, so Han Fei slashed it in half in anger. However, when the treasure-hunting fish was split into two pieces by Han Fei, it did not turn into water mist, but into a block, falling on the invisible ground. Then, to Han Fei's surprise, this treasure-hunting fish disappeared without a trace on the smooth and invisible ground under his feet. Huh? Han Fei immediately understood that this treasure-hunting fish must be a so-called sacrifice reward, so it was real. When he discarded it, it would be swallowed by the steps into the sea. Han Fei casually grabbed the black iron, crystals, and other materials floating in the water. According to Cao Chu, he only needed to communicate with the world in his mind to offer up sacrifices. Then he found that the stuff in his hand disappeared. Immediately, the water rippled not far in front of him, and then an iron hook squid popped up out of nowhere. As soon as this iron hook squid appeared, Han Fei smashed at it with a stone. The tremendous power made the ink sac in its stomach shoot out. If someone else watched this scene, they would be shocked. This squid had just come out and hadn't even aimed at a target before being squashed by Han Fei. 1 or 2 minutes after he killed the squid, a gleaming mass of water appeared. The return this time was a shrimp spur, no more than half a meter long. Han Fei took it in his hand, fiddled with it, and tried to break it with 50% of his strength, but it didn't break, so he exerted a greater strength to crack it. Crack! It finally broke when he used 60% of his strength. Han Fei immediately threw the thing to the ground. After about 5 minutes, it was slowly swallowed by the ground. Shit. Trash. However, Han Fei did not stop immediately, but he gathered a group of spiritual energy at his fingertips, about 500 points, and tried to use the spiritual energy as a sacrifice. But it didn't work, so Han Fei added 500 points more, which was still not enough. Then, he added another 500 points and found that only 200 points would do, and there were about 300 points left. So much? Han Fei frowned. This was only the first floor of the steps into the sea. Besides, in terms of the rewards he just got, it wasn't that worthwhile. But why did it require as many as 1,200 points of spiritual energy as a sacrifice? This was quite a lot. Even the spiritual energy of a peak-level dangling fisher could only be consumed 4 times. This time, what appeared was a black moon sicklefish. After being hacked to death by Han Fei, only an ordinary transparent plaster was left behind, which was worthless. After getting familiar with the rules here, Han Fei recited in his heart, trying to communicate with this world, only to feel that the hard, invisible barriers under his feet seemed to have disappeared. Swish, Han Fei felt as if he had penetrated a cloud of soft, cotton-like mist before appearing about 100 meters higher on the second floor. Oh, the black and white ghosts are here. Run. Some people didn't take it seriously as they stood up and glanced at Han Fei. Someone next to him immediately scolded, "What are you looking at? Quickly run. Fan de Tong is here. Do you want to be eaten? Run. Come on." In the blink of an eye, these people ran away, leaving more than a dozen creatures summoned by sacrifice. There was almost no difference from the first floor, even in the summoned creatures. With Han Fei's current physique, even if he stood still, these marine creatures had no chance of killing him after a moment. Han Fei looked at the various materials wrapped in more than a dozen water balls and sighed helplessly. Aren't the stones, shells, and various spiritual plants the least valuable in the ocean? Aren't there any better returns? Among the dozen water balls, only one water ball contained a flash stone. Han Fei didn't even want to pick up the other things. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, did I only get these garbage objects after paying so much? In fact, these things couldn't even be used to make low-quality spiritual weapons. The further he went down, the higher the quality of materials, but the price he had to pay was also greater. This was a problem. Han Fei used spiritual energy to offer up a sacrifice again. It took nearly 1,300 points of spiritual energy, but only summoned an anti-heaven blade. Continue down. Han Fei smashed the anti-heaven blade with a brick, took the things presented, and then appeared above on the 3rd floor. According to Cao Chu, only after defeating the creatures he summoned and getting the return of the steps into the sea could he enter the next floor. Han Fei wondered, after the 200th floor, what kind of creatures will be summoned. The situation on the 3rd floor was almost the same as the 1st and 2nd floors. As soon as Han Fei appeared, someone screamed and then told his origin in horror. This time, Han Fei sacrificed nearly 1,400 points of spiritual energy. Hiss, Han Fei clicked his tongue. There seemed to be a pattern. Every time he went to the next floor, he needed to consume nearly 100 points more spiritual energy. In order to verify his discovery, Han Fei went all the way down. The time spent on each floor did not even exceed 10 minutes. Not only did he not spend money, but he also made a small profit. After all, so many people ran away, leaving him a lot of sacrificed items. The large number of people who knew about the black and white ghosts ran off as soon as they saw Han Fei without any hesitation. So the creatures left naturally belonged to Han Fei. This situation lasted until the 31st floor before it ended. After entering the 31st floor, Han Fei saw a dozen or so people, far less than the hundreds of people on the upper floors. The creatures here were obviously a level stronger. They were no longer the most common black moon fish, anti-heaven blade, etc., but rather black moon sicklefish, mess-swallowing worms, and crayfish. Besides, in terms of level, the creatures here were 1 to 2 levels higher on average than those on the upper floors. On the 31st floor, none of these people knew Han Fei, so no one tried escaping. However, the strange costume Han Fei wore still forced them to stay away from him. Han Fei hadn't planned to rob these people. In his opinion, even after the 30th floor, the creatures here were still too weak. Different from the upper floors, the number of fish like the black moon fish and anti-heaven blade had decreased, while the relatively advanced fish such as the black moon sicklefish had increased. That was all. Han Fei offered up a sacrifice. This time, he used 3,300 points of spiritual energy. He didn't estimate very accurately, but the error should not exceed 200 points of spiritual energy. When he saw that a red-browed prawn was summoned, he was a little disappointed. He fired a stone at it, causing its internal organs to burst out. Gosh, seeing this scene, everyone around him ran away, looking horrified. Sure enough, no strangely dressed fishers were simple. The 51st floor was another watershed. After smashing a sapphire lobster on the 50th floor, Han Fei was rewarded with a palm-sized jade slip, which turned out to be a spirit-level high-quality combat skill. In terms of the return he got on this floor, he definitely made a profit. But then he thought of the rubbish items he got on the first 49 floors, so altogether he found that he seemed to only break even. After he spent a lot of spiritual energy and got a pile of garbage in return, something good finally appeared. This must be the reason that so many people still wanted to come in after knowing that this place was not simple. Then he went directly to the 51st floor without hesitation. This time, he actually met as many as 30 people fighting here. These people were all fighting one-on-one instead of in groups. After Han Fei landed, he casually threw out 20 pieces of meaningless items. According to the previous experience, these 20 materials should be enough for a sacrifice. However, someone laughed and said, "Brother, this is not enough. This is the 51st floor." Seeing that those things hadn't been accepted as a sacrifice, he looked at the man who was fighting with a red-haired, big-mouthed crab not far away, and then threw out another 20 pieces of rubbish. Swish, 34 items disappeared. Huh? Han Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. The level of sacrifice on the 51st floor was higher than that of the 50th floor? When a purple soldier crab appeared, Han Fei confirmed that the level here had indeed been higher. Han Fei smiled and then shook his head slightly. But it's still not enough. He swung a stone and smashed the purple soldier crab to death, which stunned many people. Someone's face changed and then slowly moved away from Han Fei. But these people did not flee as they seemed to have something or someone to rely on. After receiving a flash stone, Han Fei offered another sacrifice of spiritual energy and 10,000 points of spiritual energy disappeared instantly. Shit, so much? Chapter 438, Start Looting. Continuing down, Han Fei stayed longer and longer on each floor. According to his own experience, the 50th floor of the steps into the sea could be regarded as a watershed. Starting from the 51st floor, if sacrificing spiritual energy, it would consume at least 10,000 points of spiritual energy each time. Every floor down, the spiritual energy would be consumed by about 1,000 points more. This amount of spiritual energy to be consumed was something that many people couldn't afford, although the spiritual energy contained in a single spiritual fruit was enough for anyone to go down 7 or 8 floors. However, correspondingly, the creatures summoned on each floor were getting stronger and stronger. Besides, if you took a spiritual fruit, unless you could quickly pass the coming floors within a few hours, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual fruit was dissipating, and you also needed to use spiritual energy in the fights with the summoned creatures. Therefore, in theory, if a person had 100,000 points of spiritual energy, considering the spiritual energy used for fighting that dissipated and that was used as the sacrifice, they could probably only pass 5 floors. As calculated by Han Fei, the price of buying an ordinary spiritual fruit on a dragon boat was about 800 to 1,000 mid-quality pearls, which could be used by ordinary people to pass 5 floors after the 50th floor. Of course, as the difficulty increased, the number of floors a person could pass would gradually decrease. At this moment, on the 100th floor, Han Fei sacrificed about 65,000 points of spiritual energy, which was equivalent to 6 low-quality spiritual stones and 1 ordinary spiritual fruit. He took out the embroidery needle, and now his opponent was a red flame python. At this moment, the red flame python's head had been smashed by Han Fei's powerful blow. Hanfei was overjoyed to see the reward, which turned out to be a soul crystal. Although it was only a first-level soul crystal, Hanfei had earned back all his previous investments with it alone. It could be said that this time he didn't suffer a loss. The hexagon starfish pleaded, "Give me this one, you've already got two." Hanfei didn't enter the 101 first floor in a hurry, but asked, "Master Hexagon, how shall I use this stuff? Eat it? Yes, just eat it. But it's not delicious. Give it to me, please." Hanfei smiled without saying a word and directly threw the soul crystal into his mouth. However, with a chomp he almost broke his teeth. "Fuck, it's so hard? Are you sure this stuff is eaten directly?" Hanfei spat out the soul crystal and found that the small crystal had not changed at all. The hexagon starfish rolled its many eyes. "Don't chew it. Just swallow it into your stomach directly," Hanfei questioned. "Did you eat one?" The hexagon starfish's eyes rolled. "I haven't eaten it, but I feel I can swallow it directly." "Shut up." Hanfei's face blackened. "You feel? Fuck, I'm not a damn starfish. Just because you can swallow it doesn't mean I can do it too." Hanfei thought that he needed to ask someone how to absorb the soul crystal. He had only 2 soul crystals, so he couldn't give one to the hexagon starfish. With this in mind, Hanfei stopped for the first time on the steps into the sea. Before, he stayed for 10 minutes or so on each floor to test the amount of spiritual energy required to sacrifice on each floor. Therefore, he hadn't strolled on every floor. Now Hanfei could guess that the 101st floor below would be another watershed. The amount of spiritual energy required to sacrifice on the 101 first floor wouldn't be small. The garbage items accumulated on the upper floors wouldn't even be enough to support him to pass 2 more floors. Should he use his stored spiritual energy? Hanfei didn't think it necessary. He only needed to test the spiritual energy to be consumed on the first 2 floors after each watershed. If he kept using spiritual energy, his spiritual energy would run out. Unable to get what he wanted, the hexagon starfish could only hang on to Hanfei's calf, his tentacles gently scratching his leg. The hexagon starfish secretly complained in his heart, "Didn't you say you would share treasures with me? But look what I've gotten now." Each floor of the steps into the sea was like a square chessboard. No matter from which angle you looked at it, it looked like you were in the ocean. However, the feeling of your feet on the ground told you that you were standing on a flat plain. Hanfei jumped out and ran for about 5 kilometers. Then he saw an armorist who was an advanced dangling fisher fighting with a machete crab. That machete crab was a mutant creature and could even be regarded as an exotic one. Seeing Hanfei swimming over with something glowing silver in his hand, the man couldn't help but frown. Hanfei swam over happily, took out the soul crystal, and asked via voice transmission, "Hey, brother, do you know how to use a soul crystal?" The advanced dangling fisher, looking at Hanfei as if looking at a fool, said in surprise, "Huh? Is this thing called a soul crystal? Hanfei? Hanfei was speechless and suddenly remembered that Cao Chu said that most people didn't know much about these. It seemed that what he said was true. The man suddenly drew a long knife from his armor box, which issued a dazzling light, and hacked the machete crab to death. Then, without blinking, the man grabbed a small sword in the water ball and stuffed it into his sea-swallowing seashell. Although the person's speed was very fast, Hanfei found out that what he got was only a high-quality magic weapon, which was not a good return. However, on the dragon boats, a high-quality magic weapon was not cheap. It could be said that this person had also made a profit. This person quickly swallowed a pill, filled his body with spiritual energy, and then put the armor box in front of him. "Give me that stone," Hanfei wondered. "Why?" The man smiled grimly. "Because you are only an intermediate dangling fisher." This person certainly saw Hanfei's bizarre outfit and the word "die" written on Hanfei's hat. However, he was only an intermediate dangling fisher. Would there really be so many geniuses in this world who could challenge people of higher levels? He was very confident that he could win against this weird boy. Hanfei couldn't believe what he heard. "So, you want to rob me?" The armorist smiled coldly. "You can say so." Hanfei immediately sneered. "Don't my clothes make you wonder about me? Do you know who I am? Now, give me your sea-swallowing shell." "What?" Hanfei knew that if he wanted to return to the sea surface, he needed to communicate with the steps into the sea. Just like entering the next floor, it would take several minutes. When the armorist saw Hanfei's brilliant smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and immediately took out a flashstone. However, something shocking happened. The seawater beside him was completely out of his control, and he didn't even have the time to crush the flashstone before he suddenly couldn't sense his hand. This person hurriedly called out a 3-sided turtle shield. However, when a blade flashed across, the shield shattered, and a circle of invisible blades was madly cutting his body. "Please spare me." Hanfei slowly hung the blood-drinking knife at his waist, and as his fingers slid gently in the water, the seawater turned into many looming sharp blades, cutting the armorist frantically. Hanfei grinned and smiled. The infinity water that could kill imperceptibly was simply amazing, even better than the blood-drinking knife. Hanfei said lightly, "Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I almost forgot that starting from the 100th floor, I can start looting." Before the armorist finished his words, his body was pierced by a strange water-shaped blade. At the last moment of his life, he seemed to understand a truth, that was, never ever think others aren't as smart as you. Hanfei took this man's sea-swallowing shell, glanced at it, and shook his head helplessly. This person's belongings were much poorer than he expected. There were less than 30 kinds of refining materials in the sea-swallowing shell, of which a piece of fish bone was the best. Judging by its quality, it could be used for making high-quality spiritual weapons. Unfortunately, there was only one piece. To make a complete high-quality spiritual weapon, Hanfei would have to find at least 10 fish bones of the same size. In addition to these materials, there were 5 spiritual fruits, less than 30 caddies of spiritual spring, and 5 or 6 bottles of pills in this man's sea-swallowing shell. But it was better than nothing. In this place, everything could be sacrificed. Although there were not many things in this man's sea-swallowing shell, they might be enough for him to continue down 10 floors. Putting away the sea-swallowing shells, Hanfei didn't feel pity for this guy at all. Everyone who came to the level 3 fishery was prepared for their death. After you were used to death, you wouldn't easily pity anyone. This guy wanted to kill him first. Why should he sympathize with him? Of course, it didn't mean that Hanfei was bloodthirsty. It completely depended on a person's attitude towards him if Hanfei decided to be hostile or friendly to a person. Hanfei continued to swim in the water without direction or goal as long as he could meet people. Hanfei still didn't find a single person after swimming 7 or 8 kilometers. However, he didn't give up. He noticed that there were ripples underwater. If he guessed right, there must be some people fighting within swimming distance. Chapter 439, I Want Money, Not Life. The steps into the sea was a very strange place, and the resources in it seemed to be endless. In the level 3 fishery, divine weapons were very rare, but almost everyone had 1 or 2 spiritual weapons, and a very important source for these was the steps into the sea. At this moment, more than 20 people were fighting each other. There were no summoned creatures here, which meant that no one had offered sacrifices yet. It was conceivable that these people were probably all trying to snatch each other's sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Hanfei was negotiating with the hexagon starfish. Master Hexagon, tie them up with your 6-gate formation. Then, all the shiny things in their sea-swallowing seashells will belong to you, and the remaining things will belong to me. The hexagon starfish didn't quite believe him. Then what about soul crystals? Those things are precious. The first one belongs to me, and the second one belongs to you. The hexagon starfish's eyes kept rolling. But you've already got 2, Hanfei said earnestly. I just don't want you to waste them. Look, we are already on the 100th floor. These people don't even know what a soul crystal is. What does this mean? The hexagon starfish wondered. What does it mean? Hanfei said leisurely. Being able to come here means that these people are no longer ordinary people. However, even so, soul crystals are something they have never seen. This shows that soul crystals matter more than we know. We can't eat them randomly. The 6 eyes of the hexagon starfish were tilted at the same time. You just don't want me to eat them, Hanfei stomped. Damn. Am I a tightwad? Then give me an extra quality spiritual stone. Hanfei replied, don't speak anymore. If you don't obey me, I will crush your essence blood. The hexagon starfish had learned to show the whites of his eyes to express contempt now. Yes, you're a tightwad. You have so many spiritual stones. Why can't you just give me one? Humph. Humans are all bastards, hypocritical bastards. Lu Qing, put down the dragon pattern stone. Otherwise, you won't be able to go out of the steps into the sea. The one who was called Lu Qing was not a man but an attractive woman. In her hands, 2 nooses were winding around her body like spiritual snakes. At her feet, there were large tracts of red vines. What surprised Hanfei was that these more than 20 people were actually besieging this woman. The point was that they hadn't been able to kill her yet. W.O. However, when Hanfei saw the nooses in Lu Qing's hands, he noticed the reddish venom they were exuding, and then he knew why they couldn't kill her yet. She was a peak-level dangling fisher manipulator who could use poison. Such a person was a bit similar to xuanhuan, to whom ordinary people weren't comparable. Besides, all those who were trying to trap her were advanced dangling fishers, not a single peak-level dangling fisher. Lu Qing, surrounded by this group of people, was standing among the red vines that bloomed like flowers and looked around at those people. Come on, I'd like to see how many of you can survive. Kill her, sell the dragon pattern stone. Each of us can get at least 100,000 mid-quality pearls. For advanced dangling fishers, 100,000 mid-quality pearls was already a lot of money. Unfortunately, in his opinion, this was a bunch of fresh and inexperienced people. Just as they dashed at the woman together, suddenly, 6 purple lights appeared out of thin air. Someone's face changed drastically. Not good. Retreat. Someone crushed a flash stone but ended up bumping into the 6-gate formation with a bang. Hanfei casually walked over, looking at these people coldly. I'm the black ghost of the black and white ghosts. I want money, not life. Put down your sea-swallowing shells and you can leave. Hanfei's sudden appearance stunned these people. Lu Qing was also stunned. An intermediate dangling fisher, someone's face changed slightly. Brothers, cut through this formation. He is just an intermediate dangling fisher. Find a way out. However, as soon as the person shouted this, he saw Hanfei jump over and cut at him with the blood-drinking knife that was dazzlingly shining. No, help! Some armorists summoned turtle-shell shields and some manipulators' spiritual grass entangled him. However, these obstacles were easily shattered by Hanfei with a single slash. At this moment, a fishhook broke through the air in an instant, fell in front of the clamoring soul warrior, and hooked his feet. Swoosh! This person was pulled out of the six-gate formation by Han Fei. Before he could cut the fishing line, a stone had already smashed into him. The man vomited blood and was sent flying, his arms slumping softly. Han Fei threatened again. You can buy your lives with money, or else I'll chop off your limbs, gouge your eyes, and cut off your tongue. Hiss. No, the soul warrior who fell to the ground was horrified and secretly held a flashstone. However, in the next second, he saw the whetstone smash at him like a huge seal, damaging his 5 internal organs, making him bleed from his 7 orifices. This person was horrified. Aren't you only an intermediate dangling fisher? I give you my sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei still cut down, and the blade glint was dazzling. You were trying to escape. As a punishment, I will break your limbs. Fortunately, you repented, so I won't take your 5 sense organs. When Han Fei took the sea-swallowing shell left by this soul warrior, he ignored him. The soul warrior dragged his remnant body and fled like crazy. The 6-gate formation opened, and the person disappeared from his vision in a blink of an eye. Han Fei straightened his hat and then said coldly, I want money, not life. You have 1 minute to consider. After that, Han Fei dropped his hands, counting down glassy-eyed, 10, 9, 8, 3, okay. Han Fei was too heavy-handed, and this purple light formation was also scary. The formation that they couldn't get out of, even with a flashstone, was definitely not something they could easily break. When someone threw out his sea-swallowing seashell, a gap would open in front of him, and the person who surrendered his sea-swallowing shells would flee in a hurry. Seeing someone leave, there would be a second one immediately, a third. After a while, in the 6-gate formation, only the manipulator named Lu Qing was left. Han Fei tilted his head. I want money, not life. Are you going to give me your money or not? Lu Qing's eyes turned cold. Cut it out. Come on, I'm waiting for you here if you want to kill me. Han Fei stepped into the 6-gate formation and then stepped up to Lu Qing. In an instant, the red vine raged and the nooses were like snakes directly covering Han Fei. Lu Qing snorted. You are very arrogant. Unfortunately, even peak-level dangling fishers aren't able to survive my red moon poison toad. Bam! 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 As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, all the red vines shattered and Han Fei grabbed the 2 nooses and let the red poison spread on his palms. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing was shocked and a red toad appeared behind her, with dark red poison bursting out. Immediately afterward, dozens of columns of dark red venom darted at Han Fei. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled slightly. He pulled the nooses abruptly, and Lu Qing fell forward as pulled by him. What greeted her was a rectangular slab, whetstone. Bam! Lu Qing was smashed to the ground by Han Fei like a cannonball. As for her red venom, it was led away by waves of water that couldn't even get close to Han Fei's side. Han Fei's voice was calm and there was no emotion in his eyes. You can buy your life with money. Put down your sea-swallowing shell and I can spare your life. Lu Qing sat up with difficulty, frowned, and looked at Han Fei. Who are you? Han Fei didn't bother to speak to her, but instead waved his knife, cutting the red vines into pieces, which all fell on Lu Qing in the end. Bang! Huh? In Han Fei's somewhat surprised eyes, Lu Qing appeared in another place, and what was cut just now was just a round red vine. Lu Qing immediately took out her sea-swallowing shell. I give you my money. Han Fei grabbed the sea-swallowing shell, looked inside, and took out a black stone in it. Han Fei looked at it carefully, but the demon purification pot had no response. However, he squeezed it hard and cut it gently with the blood-drinking knife, and there was only a shallow white mark left on the stone. Not bad. Han Fei raised his head and glanced at Lu Qing. I give you time to get your reinforcements. Go. Ever since Lu Qing was besieged, she had already planned to blow herself up. Later, this Han Fei popped up out of blue and seemed even tougher. As far as she knew, there were very few people like Han Fei in the level 3 fishery who didn't kill her, although he could easily kill her. Everyone knew a truth. Kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. However, Han Fei even told her to get her reinforcements. What did he mean? Lu Qing took a look at Han Fei and left quickly without saying a word. A soul crystal and a dragon-patterned stone, these were the 2 best items Han Fei had obtained here for now. He immediately checked the sea-swallowing shells of the others, which were generally similar to the one he got from the armorist he killed, containing very few things but their quality was slightly higher. In short, none of these people had anything really good. This inevitably made him a little disappointed. Is the 100th floor not enough? Are the good things still down below? Chapter 440, The Poor Dragon Eel. After about half a day, Han Fei robbed 43 people in total. He seemed to snatch a lot of sea-swallowing shells, but there were no useful things in them. Han Fei suddenly felt that his strategy was wrong. He shouldn't rob people on the 100th floor. Most of those who stayed on this floor didn't want to go down or were frightened by the huge consumption of the lower floors. During the period, Han Fei encountered another robber. The man had 18 sea-swallowing shells and was a hunter who was good at sneak attacks. On the 100th floor, the quality of this hunter's treasure was the best, but even so, there were no soul crystals in his sea-swallowing shells, which made Han Fei a little disappointed. Then what about the 101 first floor? According to Hanfei's estimation, starting from the 101 first floor, the number of people would decrease, and those who had the ability to reach that floor were at least advanced dangling fishers. Good things, of course, would be found from the strongest people. Therefore, Hanfei chose to enter the 101 first floor. This time, Hanfei only met one person, who was not fighting but seemed to be passing by. He saw Hanfei. An intermediate dangling fisher? This person paused in the water for a moment, seeming to be thinking about whether to rob Hanfei or not. However, when Hanfei turned to look at him, this person directly crushed a flash stone and fled quickly. Hanfei, Hanfei was speechless. The man was an advanced dangling fisher. But why did he escape as soon as he took a look at him? And the man swore in his head, "Damn, the black and white ghosts." Have these two bastards also entered the steps into the sea? Hanfei had just entered this floor and didn't think it a pity that the man ran away. He picked up a spiritual fruit containing 78,989 points of spiritual energy and directly sacrificed it. However, to Hanfei's surprise, the steps into the sea didn't accept the nearly 80,000 points of spiritual energy. What's wrong? Does the 101 first floor demand such a high price? Hanfei remembered that when he was on the 100th floor, if he sacrificed spiritual energy, only 65,000 points would be enough. With only a one-floor difference, the level of sacrifice had improved so much? Hanfei immediately took out another low-quality spiritual stone, which contained 12,111 points of spiritual energy, so he sacrificed more than 90,000 points of spiritual energy in total. However, it still didn't work. Does it require 100,000? Hanfei frowned and took out another low-quality spiritual stone. This time, the spiritual fruit in his hand disappeared, one spiritual stone shattered, and another spiritual stone was full of cracks, as if it was about to break at any time. Shoot! Hanfei was a little shocked. A sacrifice of 100,000 points of spiritual energy. In the level 3 fishery, how many people could afford this price? Even if converted into mid-quality pearls, it would be nearly 1.5 million mid-quality pearls. This price was not expensive in Hanfei's view. However, on the 100th floor, those people even had to fight for 100,000 mid-quality pearls, and the sacrifice of 1.5 million mid-quality pearls seemed very expensive. The water was rippling, and in Hanfei's shocked stare, a creature he was very familiar with swam up from the water. A dragon eel? Hanfei's face went dark. A dragon eel on the 101 first floor? Hanfei swallowed. Dragon eels were not low-leveled creatures. Although he had killed a dragon eel when he was still a great fishing master, he was almost killed by the dragon eel that time. Besides, only by relying on the demon purification pot to suck up the spiritual energy of that dragon eel did he manage to kill the dragon eel in front of him, was much stronger than that one, 5 levels higher. Timone Dragon Eel Introduction. A demonic fish of dragon heritage living on dragon bones is extremely cold resistant, has a tough body, and powerful high-voltage electricity. All LLFLAE quality ES quality. All exotic I contain spiritual energy 2,484 points. Edible effect. Inedible effect. Inedible effect. In terms of strength, this dragon eel was equivalent to an advanced dangling fisher. However, dragon eels were capable of discharging electricity and were extremely powerful in the ocean no matter in strength or speed. Sure enough, this level and the upper level are completely two different worlds. Hanfei grinned, looked at the dragon eel that was pouncing at him, slightly turned, and punched the dragon eel's gills. Sizzle, a strong electric power rushed directly into Hanfei's body. Hanfei's body stiffened. However, as he shuddered, the electric current dispersed into his limbs. Following that, a giant tail swept across. Hanfei grabbed the dragon eel's tail. Its tremendous power made Hanfei take a step back. However, he turned over and rode on the eel. Come on, keep going. Sizzle, bubble. Hanfei spat out a string of bubbles, but he was not panicked at all. Perhaps for some ordinary advanced dangling fishers, encountering creatures like dragon eels would be very troublesome and even a little scary. However, to Hanfei, the eel was simply harmless to him. Unless it was level 40 or above, it was just a mobile charger pumping a lot of energy into his body from time to time. Sizzle, sizzle, the dragon eel was very angry. It kept rampaging and got extremely irritable. After less than 10 minutes, however, the dragon eel quieted down. It was very upset. Is it because my electric power is not strong enough? Why doesn't the guy on my back react at all? And Hanfei was enjoying the huge energy. He had to admit that a dragon eel was not even inferior to the famous freak octopus in terms of comprehensive capabilities. He couldn't imagine what would happen if an octopus bit a dragon eel. Based on the octopus's properties, it was likely to run away. However, while Hanfei was enjoying his time, the hexagon starfish was suffering. Several times, the hexagon starfish was electrocuted and fell from Hanfei's calf. However, Hanfei grabbed him back and put him on his shoulder. The hexagon starfish pleaded, "Human, can you kill this big fish? I feel that I am going to blow up from the power of the electric current." Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, Master Hexagon, you are already a level 43 creature. Why are you afraid of this level 38 eel? The hexagon starfish's eyes turned glassy. My body is not strong enough, Han Fei wondered. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. However, the electric energy of this dragon eel can strengthen your body. Have you tried absorbing it? Give me my essence blood. I think I can go hunting for treasures alone. Gee, how troublesome it will be. There is strength in numbers. Many hands make light work. The hexagon starfish, the dragon eel, had run out of electricity and was completely defeated by Han Fei. At this moment, it went limp and no longer moved, but with a bang, a brick hit its head. Swim. You haven't even swum 10,000 meters. Are you a fish? You're a disgrace to fish. Han Fei was very aware of the properties of dragon eels. Although it ran out of electricity, it still had a lot of strength. He certainly wouldn't let it slack off. Being knocked hard, the dragon eel rampaged again. Then a strange phenomenon appeared on the 101 first floor, a boy with air bubbles all over, riding on a dragon-shaped eel that was more than 10 meters long, swimming in the water. Liu Dai had been on the 101 first floor for 7 full days. In the past few days, he had repeatedly offered sacrifices and had gained a lot in return. At this moment, he summoned a large blue ring octopus, which was very rare. He felt that he might be going to make a fortune this time. Poochie. Liu Dai took out his glinting knife and a huge octopus tentacle was cut off by him. Haha! I'm destined to get a great opportunity today. Just as Liu Dai was about to strike hard again, he saw a dragon eel rushing over in the distance. Huh? Why is there a single summoned creature? Is the summoner killed? However, when the eel approached, Liu Dai suddenly widened his eyes. A figure was sitting on the back of the dragon eel. Oh? Is this someone's contractual spiritual beast? Liu Dai glanced at the dying blue ring octopus and suddenly gritted his teeth, and all 9 swords shot out. As the 9 swords danced, the blue ring octopus was killed. Then Liu Dai quickly grabbed at the water ball. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Damn it, this is already the last step. How can I let someone else snatch my gains? But before the water ball appeared completely, Liu Dai saw a spinning knife thrown over. Humph, how can a mere hidden weapon beat me? But the next second, when the 6-gate formation rose, Liu Dai was stunned. The hexagon starfish complained via voice transmission. Why did you throw me at him? Han Fei said plainly. If I hadn't done so, he might have run away. Then we would have gotten nothing. Han Fei smiled. Brother, now hand over your sea-swallowing shell. Chapter 441, A Professional Stabber Splash. Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit from the water, which was an ordinary spiritual fruit. Liu Dai was lying on the ground. Just now, he tried to resist, only to be knocked to the ground by a brick. Under Liu Dai's shocked gaze, Han Fei grabbed the spiritual fruit, took a bite with a crunch, and then looked at him saying, I want money, not life. Liu Dai's face turned blue. He gritted his teeth and asked, Really? You have my word. Remember, my name is Fan Datong. I am the black ghost of the black and white ghosts. Remember to take your revenge on me. Liu Dai handed over his sea-swallowing shell. In more than half a year, he lived pinching and scraping and finally used the wealth he accumulated in exchange for this gain. However, all his previous efforts were wasted here. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Han Fei thought that the steps into the sea was the real beneficial place in the level 3 fishery. It felt so good to rob anytime, anywhere. Liu Dai disappeared directly in front of Han Fei's eyes. He knew that if Han Fei really wanted to kill him, no matter if he tried to escape or not, he would have to die. Anyway, he had become a penniless pauper now and could only leave the steps into the sea. No wonder people often said that the steps into the sea was dangerous, and the real danger here actually came from the human beings. Han Fei was a little curious as he watched a person just fade away before his eyes. Why did this altar exist? Just to exploit these dangling fishers? Yes, in Han Fei's view, the steps into the sea was definitely a tool of exploitation, and it might be an exploitation tool of the mighty. Every day there were a large number of people offering sacrifices here, but few could really get enough rewards and leave smoothly. It was the same case for Han Fei. Except for a few floors where he used spiritual energy as the sacrifice, the other sacrifices he used were snatched from others. But up to now, although the quality of the looted items were higher, the amount of sacrifices had also increased. There was not much that could be left in his hands. When Han Fei looked back, the dragon eel was still lying there and not running away. For some reason, the creature summoned at the steps into the sea didn't seem to know how to escape. Han Fei walked up to the dragon eel. This thing raised its hideous head, glanced at Han Fei, and suddenly jumped up to bite at Han Fei. However, Han Fei slightly dodged the attack, leaving a thigh for the dragon eel. Ouch, that hurts. Bam, Han Fei smashed it hard with a brick, and his strike was so hard that the 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish trembled. Master Hexagon disdained in his heart. This big fish is so stupid and hasn't recognized the situation clearly yet. Look how smart I am. The first time I saw Han Fei in the level 3 fishery, I knew that this guy was very difficult to deal with, so I didn't even resist him. At this moment, the dragon eel almost cried. Why is the guy's flesh so tough? Is he made by 9th heaven black iron? Han Fei pried open the dragon eel's mouth roughly, looked at the tooth marks on his leg, and slapped the dragon eel's big face hard. Fuck, how dare you bite me, you big mouth idiot. After more than a dozen slaps, Han Fei jumped on the dragon eel's head and slapped down. Keep swimming. On the large platform of the steps into the sea. From time to time, someone exclaimed, "Wow, isn't that guy the genius Wang Yu? Why did he come out, huh? Isn't that guy Lu Dai? This guy is said to have passed 100 floors. Did he get some treasure? Oh, is that Zhou Ming? Why are there so many holes in his belly?" Many people were no longer surprised when nearly 20 people appeared on the center of the steps into the sea with a splash. Someone was surprised. Who did they meet? Were they kicked out together? Some people wondered, how is it possible? If they meet a strong master, why are they still alive? Some people speculated, is it possible that someone summoned a special creature and they couldn't resist it, so they all came out? Someone nodded solemnly. It is possible. After a moment, someone came up to those people. "Hey, Brother Wang, have you got any gains? I am lacking some extra quality materials. If you have any, sell them to me. I'll pay a good price." The face of the young man called Brother Wang was all black, and he said gloomily, "No material. The black and white ghosts were robbing us on the 100th floor. All of our sea-swallowing shells were snatched away." On the other side, Lu Di yelled, "Hey, can anybody tell me about the damn black and white ghosts? Where did these guys pop up? Anyone want to join me? Let's wait here and fuck them up when they come out." "Not far away," someone sneered. "Brother Lu, are you kidding me? What makes you think you can fuck up the black and white ghosts?" Lu Di glared angrily. "So what? He snatched all my treasures. Can't I mess him up? Even if I can't beat him, I can hire someone to kill him." Someone chuckled. "Come on, these guys seem to all be victims of the black and white ghosts. You'd better ask, in the entire steps into the sea, except for those young masters busy exploring the lowest floors, does anyone dare to mess with the black and white ghosts?" Lu Di froze for a moment. It seemed that someone said something to him via voice transmission, and he looked more and more panicked. What the fuck? They eat people, and they killed Lian Qi, and they are on the wanted list? Gulp. Many people had just come out and hadn't heard of Fan Tong. Now, hearing what terrible things this guy had done, they were all shocked. Is this guy so scary? Where is he from? In the steps into the sea. Han Fei was on the 101 first floor and had already robbed 37 people. His pet phrase of, "I want money, not life," had been spread widely even outside the steps into the sea. However, no one felt that Han Fei was afraid to kill. Many people described Fan Datong and xuanhuan as a pair of lunatics. Would a madman be afraid to kill? Therefore, everyone agreed that Fan Datong was trying to make a name, trying to let more and more people know about them and be afraid of them. Of course, Han Fei didn't know how others talked about him, nor did he care. At this moment, he found that something went wrong. Cao Chu said that the lower you were in the steps into the sea, the smaller the place. He was on the 101 first floor now and had run for at least 200 kilometers on the dragon eel, but he had not yet traveled through this floor. Of course, what mattered was not the size of this floor, but that Shan seemed to have been here. In front of Han Fei, a young woman was looking at Han Fei with horror. "Are you the black ghost? Do you know me? It's no use knowing me. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashell." The girl turned pale and lifted her clothes to reveal her belly. Han Fei looked away. It's useless to seduce me. I'm a gentleman." The girl was angry but didn't dare to throw a tantrum. She gnashed her teeth and said, "I was stabbed 3 times by the one in the white hat who said she was called xuanhuan. Have you met xuanhuan?" Han Fei glanced at the girl's lower abdomen, with 2 stab wounds respectively on the left and right. Her belly seemed to be stabbed through. Han Fei also keenly noticed that the clothes on the girl's chest were torn and blood was oozing out. The 3rd cut must have been there. Han Fei glanced at the woman. "Which direction has Xiaoxiao gone?" Han Fei jumped on the dragon eel's head and slapped him, yelling, "Go!" And they went in the direction the woman was pointing. More than half an hour later, Han Fei only met 2 people. These 2 people had one thing in common. They were both fighting with injuries. Where were their wounds? Both on their bellies, both stabbed with daggers. Han Fei even suspected that Shan didn't even take the trouble to attack their summoned creatures, but just threatened them to hand over their sea-swallowing seashells and then ran away. Bam! Han Fei was about to chase Shan only to bump into an invisible barrier along with the dragon eel. A seal? The hexagon starfish said. "We've reached the end of this floor," Han Fei asked. "How far have we swam?" The hexagon starfish's tentacles twitched and his eyes rolled. "Almost thousands of kilometers." Han Fei was speechless. Thousands? Dragon eels were lazy and didn't swim fast, so they had swum at most 500 kilometers at this speed. "This doesn't work. There are so few people. I can't snatch anything good." On the steps into the sea, once a person's sea-swallowing seashell was snatched, he would have to leave here. Without the things in the sea-swallowing shell, he could only sacrifice spiritual energy. But on the 101st floor, any sacrifice required 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Ordinary dangling fishers didn't have that much spiritual energy even if they sold themselves, so they could only leave. Han Fei had only seen those 2 injured people along the way. Needless to say, they were all stabbed by Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was a professional stabber indeed. Han Fei just didn't expect that she could even stab with a stick. Did she replace the long stick in her hand with a spear? He didn't expect Xiaoxiao's speed to be so fast. She actually got ahead of him. Forget it. There is nothing good here anyway. Let's go directly to the 48th floor. Chapter 442, The Ingenious Use of Soul Crystals. To be honest, although Cao Chu said it would become very difficult after the 20th floor, Han Fei really didn't feel it in the least bit. He felt that he had already found out the basic rules of the steps into the sea. It seemed that the level of the summoned creatures would increase by 1 level every 50 floors. He thought the biggest difference between the 101st and the 150th floor was that the probability of encountering creatures above level 35 was getting higher and higher. In terms of strength, most of the creatures were close to the dragon eel. Considering that xuanhuan was clearing up the floors one by one, Han Fei didn't delay any time. Every time he entered a floor, he began to offer sacrifices right away. On the 13th floor, he once again obtained a soul crystal. On the 14th floor, Han Fei unexpectedly sacrificed nothing and directly received the prize. When Han Fei came to the 14th floor, he found that there was no one here. Because they had agreed to meet here, Han Fei didn't proceed to the next floor but chose to clear up this floor first. When Han Fei was sauntering around on the 14th floor, he found that the area of this floor had indeed become smaller. If the 101 first floor extended nearly 1,000 kilometers, then the 148th floor was only half as large as the 101 first floor. But even so, the area was still very large. Han Fei didn't rush to find Xia Xiaochan or Cao Chu, but sat in situ and checked his gains during this time. He discovered that since he entered the 101st floor, because he hadn't robbed anyone, he had sacrificed all the things he had snatched except the 3 soul crystals after nearly 50 times of sacrifices. In addition, he had also emptied 2 sea-swallowing shells and used massive amounts of materials. Suddenly, something occurred to Han Fei. Where did the things he sacrificed go? He boldly guessed that it could be that the things he sacrificed were given to others who sacrificed. Han Fei thought this was very possible. For now, he had begun to consume his belongings without getting many really good things. However, there were still benefits to him. Some better materials were kept by him. He used the garbage materials in the hundreds of sea-swallowing seashell as sacrifices and traded them for better returns from the steps into the sea. Ever since, Han Fei began to sacrifice frantically. Within a day, Han Fei emptied 12 sea-swallowing shell and sacrificed 26 times. This number startled Han Fei. He was shocked to find that on the 148th floor, the sacrifices consumed in a single sacrifice, converted into spiritual energy, amounted to 340,000 points. Fuck, not enough. Han Fei frowned. The returns he got from these 26 sacrifices were not bad. The worst piece was a spirit-level extra-quality combat skill, and the best one was a high-quality spiritual garment. Unfortunately, the spiritual garment was not armor, so its defense was not as strong as armor. However, Han Fei didn't care, because this was the first high-quality spiritual garment he had ever had. Although this spiritual garment looked far worse than his own designs, he got it almost without any effort, let alone that this piece of clothing was almost priceless. He didn't make sacrifices in vain, and the number of soul crystals Han Fei had also increased from 3 to 4. Under the intense request of the hexagon starfish, Han Fei decided to give it one. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting on the ground and looking at the hexagon starfish. Master Hexagon, it has been half an hour. Haven't you digested the soul crystal yet? The hexagon starfish's big eyes were motionless, but he said to him via voice transmission, still digesting. So slow? Han Fei hurriedly asked. Are you unable to digest it? Then quickly spit it out. I don't mind your saliva. It needs to be digested slowly. It can't be so fast. After a whole day, the eyes of the hexagon starfish rolled again. Okay, done. My perception scope seems to have expanded by 50 meters, and I feel my tentacles seem to be a little more flexible. Han Fei's face turned dark instantly. With only 1 soul crystal, 50 meters? Come on, tell me how to absorb this thing. The hexagon starfish paused. By cultivating. A starfish also need to cultivate. Han Fei was helpless. Then tell me how to cultivate. I inherited the cultivation method by blood. Don't you have it? Smack. Of course not. Han Fei slapped its tentacles with a fierce look and said, Do you think I look like the kind of person who can get an inheritance by blood? The hexagon starfish quickly retracted its tentacles. Actually, you don't have to cultivate. As long as you wrap it with your spiritual power, it will slowly melt away. Huh? Hearing this, Han Fei quickly took out a soul crystal and held it in his hand. Spiritual control was not difficult for him. The Million Knife Art was a combat skill about spiritual power and mental control of combat. It turned out to be so simple. Han Fei wrapped the soul crystal in his hand with his spiritual power almost instantly. 1 hour passed. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and his face blackened. Why is it absorbed so slowly? Han Fei felt that it took him an hour to absorb less than 1/10 of the soul crystal, and the increase in his spiritual perception seemed to be less than 5 meters. The big eyes of the hexagon starfish kept rolling. That's because I have the method of cultivation. Smack, Han Fei slapped at him, but the hexagon starfish suddenly retracted his tentacle, and Han Fei slapped on the ground. Huh? Master Hexagon, you're reacting faster. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's back with a swish. I told you that my tentacles seemed to have become more flexible. Han Fei wondered, could the soul crystal still have such effects? Han Fei continued to absorb it. 2 hours later, he felt that the soul crystal in his hand was a little smaller. However, it would still take him another day to completely absorb it. Suddenly, something occurred to Han Fei. Is my God-scaring painting considered a cultivation method? The God-scaring painting was just a painting and had been cut into thousands of pieces by Han Fei. However, it was too difficult to visualize the pieces in his mind, and he was extremely short of time, so he had put the painting aside for a long time. But, was visualization also a method of cultivation? He had watched the whole cultivation process of the hexagon starfish just now, during which there weren't any energy fluctuations in his whole body, and even his big eyes had stopped rolling. In his mind, when a picture with complicated lines appeared, Han Fei felt his heart suddenly tremble, and the soul crystal in his hand disappeared almost instantly. Immediately afterward, Han Fei seemed to feel a trace of satisfaction in his mind, just like having the first bite of food after starving, and his whole body was filled with joy. Han Fei felt that his memory seemed to have improved. And all this happened in less than 3 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, that small piece of the God-scaring painting was completely engraved in his mind. Wow. Is it really a cultivation method? As soon as Han Fei turned his head, he saw the hexagon starfish lying on its shoulders, looking at Han Fei's palm and then at Han Fei's head. The hexagon starfish was shocked. Do you also have a soul cultivation method? Han Fei grinned. Looks like it. The hexagon starfish was discouraged. Humans are all liars. You have an inheritance too. Han Fei. Han Fei was not in the mood to quarrel with the hexagon starfish at this moment. He felt his spirit outward and found that the range of perception had suddenly increased by 50 meters. Han Fei reached out and another soul crystal appeared in his hand. 3 minutes later, another soul crystal appeared in his hand. By the time the last soul crystal disappeared, Han Fei's spiritual perception range had increased to 450 meters, which was equivalent to visualizing the God-scaring painting for 3 months. It's a good thing. Han Fei stood up suddenly, his eyes shining with joy. No wonder soul crystals are so scarce. I didn't expect them to be so magical. But then his face became stiff. Even without the God-scaring painting, it seemed that it would only take about a day to absorb a soul crystal. No matter how rare the soul crystals were, it didn't seem to be difficult for someone like Cao Chu to get them. Also, it seemed that many people didn't even know what a soul crystal was. This made it easy for a large number of soul crystals to fall into the hands of those who were rich and powerful. In this case, didn't it mean that people from powerful families could increase their soul and spiritual perception range without limitation? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Master Hexagon, how many soul crystals do you think you can absorb? The hexagon starfish watched Han Fei absorb the 3 soul crystals, drooling with envy. Hearing Han Fei's question, he thought that Han Fei felt guilty and was going to give him a few more in the future. A lot. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What do you mean by a lot? Definitely more than my tentacles. Get lost. Han Fei was speechless. It was really hard to chat with a starfish that was not good at math. You have only 6 fucking tentacles. Just tell me the exact number. Chapter 443, Met in Advance. Han Fei had been cultivating on the 108th floor for 2 days before a sneaky-looking little fatty appeared at the end of his vision. Seeing Han Fei, Cao Chu jumped up and waved at him. I am here, I am here. Han Fei ran to him warmly and reached out a hand. Xuanhuan? Han Fei asked. Have you gotten any soul crystals? Cao Chu glanced at Han Fei blankly. No. Haven't you been to the 148th floor before? Why did you arrive so late? Cao Chu was surprised. It took me only 3 days to arrive. When did you arrive? Han Fei simply said, I arrived on the first day. Cao Chu's body stiffened for a while and then his chubby face drooped. Sure enough, you people. All the same, in what way? Cao Chu snorted. Nothing. Where is Xiao Chao Chown? Han Fei said with a serious face. It's Xiao Chaoan. Cao Chu curled his lips. Okay, then where is Ye Xiaoan? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Han Fei said lightly. She is busy robbing people on the upper floors. I think she will arrive here in 2 days. Hearing this, Cao Chao was not surprised. He had seen so many robberies, and he muttered, What's worth snatching on the upper floors? Han Fei asked Cao Chao about the soul crystals, mainly about the upper limit of the use of the soul crystal. Cao Chao's answer shocked Han Fei. Cao Chu said, There is no upper limit for the use of soul crystals. Han Fei was shocked by his answer. Han Fei couldn't help asking, What is your spiritual perception range? 800 meters, how much? Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Although Cao Chu was a level higher than him theoretically, the 800-meter perception range still frightened him. Then Han Fei asked, Since there is no upper limit for the use of soul crystals, why is your perception range so small? Soul crystals don't seem to be rare for you people, right? Cao Chu laughed. How can it be that simple? When your perception range reaches 500 meters, you will find that the effect of an ordinary level 1 soul crystal becomes 10 times worse and a level 2 soul crystal is extremely rare. Although my perceptual range is as large as 800 meters, do you know how many soul crystals I have used? I have used nearly 70 or 80. Han Fei was speechless. You fucking prodigal. 70 or 80 soul crystals, that's a lot. However, this number made sense for Cao Chu. After all, he was born with a silver spoon. Knowing what Han Fei was thinking, Cao Chu couldn't help saying, soul crystals are not that easy to get. They will only appear above the 120th floor. However, there are almost no weak people who can reach the 120th floor or above. Only those people who don't know anything about soul crystals will choose to sell them. People who know the real effects of soul crystals will usually not sell them. Han Fei frowned. Do you know what the largest perception range among the younger generation is in the Thousand Star City? Cao Chu replied without thinking. 3,200 meters? What? Han Fei was shocked again, looking at Cao Chu with a stunned expression on his face. 3,200? How many soul crystals have they used? Cao Chu grinned. Hey, I can't remember how many. Anyway, when Cao Qian came out last time, his spiritual perception range had already reached 3,200 meters. Now it must be 3,500. Your brother? Cao Chu sighed. Yes. In fact, he should have become a peak-level dangling fisher by now and made his way back to the Thousand Star City, but he wanted to break through the steps into the sea. Look, I don't know which exact floor he is on, but I think he must be lower than the 208th floor. Han Fei was shocked. How strong is Cao Chu's brother? If what Cao Chu said is true, how long has Cao Chu said is true? How long has Cao Chu been staying here? How many soul crystals did it take to make the range of his spiritual perception reach more than 3,000 meters? 2 days later, Xuanhuan arrived. When she saw Han Fei and Cao Chu, she bared her teeth and smiled happily. Xuanhuan nodded her head. Here I am. Han Fei responded indifferently. Okay, have you cleared up all the floors above? Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei in surprise. How did you know that? Han Fei smiled and said, I knew it when I found out that everyone who I wanted to rob had been stabbed by you. Cao Chu interrupted. Why didn't I know? Han Fei asked. Did you rob anyone? Cao Chu shook his head. No wonder I saw very few people when I came over. It turned out that they were all cleared up by you. Xuanhuan grabbed a large handful of sea-swallowing shells and showed them to Han Fei proudly. Look, I snatched more than 600 sea-swallowing shells. Would you like some? I'll give you some. Cao Chu, Han Fei clutched his head. Keep them for yourself. The further we go down, the more sacrifices will be required. I think when we reach the 200th floor, each sacrifice may cost nearly 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy or equivalent items. One sea-swallowing shell will very likely not be enough for a single sacrifice. Xuanhuan put away the sea-swallowing shells. I also think the sacrifices are too expensive. Then, we need to rob more people on the following floors. Cao Chu was dumbfounded. What kind of people did he make friends with? He had known that Han Fei and Xuanhuan were strong, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. Han Fei easily reached the 48th floor in 1 day. Xuanhuan cleared up along the way, and in only 5 days, she had snatched more than 600 sea-swallowing shells. How ferocious were they as to loot so crazily and unscrupulously in the steps into the sea? Cao Chu hurriedly stood up and said, Don't, it is too troublesome to clear up floor by floor. Let's just go straight to the 180th floor. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan looked at Cao, looked at Cao, looked at Cao, looked at Cao. Why? Cao Chu explained. Although you might be able to snatch hundreds of sea-swallowing shells, if you rob people floor by floor, those really rich and strong guys are all down on the 180th floor, especially the 200th and 200th floors. If you have a way to sweep these 2 floors, I bet you'll make a fortune. Han Fei and Xuanhuan smiled at each other and shook their heads together in a tacit understanding. No, we prefer to do it floor by floor. Cao Chu was dumbfounded. Why? Xuanhuan curled her lips. You have said that many strong people are on the 200th and 200 floors. What if we can't beat them? Han Fei nodded. Yes, no matter how small the white shrimp is, it's still meat. Besides, we are already on the 48th floor, and there are almost no weak people who can reach this point. Therefore, we can't let anyone off. Xuanhuan was a very decisive person. After the 3 of them met, she immediately took out a sea-swallowing shell and sacrificed it. A phantom jellyfish was killed by her with the 1,000-strike technique within 3 minutes. Cao Xiaoshu was stunned by the fluent battle process. Han Fei finished his fight and looked at Cao Xiao. Now it's your turn. Hurry up. Give me a minute, Han Fei. Han Fei said, Zhang Xuanyu was almost killed by this thing in the deep-sea jungle of the level 2 fishery. Jia Xiaochan sat cross-legged on the ground next to Han Fei and then said to him via voice transmission, I found a secret. Han Fei asked, What secret? Xiaoshan looked calm and secretly said to him via voice transmission, There are manfish in the steps into the sea. Han Fei was surprised. What? Have you summoned a manfish? Xiaoshan shook her head. No, but I smelled manfish from the creature that I summoned. Han Fei's eyelids flicked. Which kind of manfish? Xiaoshan pouted as she recalled. It seemed to be the most disgusting kind. However, there seems to also be the smell of the inferior manfish, but it is very weak. Then she tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Where do you think these summoned creatures come from? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. However, if there are manfish here, the road ahead may be dangerous. But I believe that within the 200th floor, there should be no manfish, but they may appear below the 200th floor. Xuanhuan nodded. Actually, I just lied to him. In fact, I snatched more than 800 seashells. Han Fei was at a loss for words and suddenly hugged Xuanhuan's head and kissed her on the face. This girl was so cute. Han Fei felt that Xuanhuan was like an idiot when she should be smart, but was so fucking smart when she shouldn't be. Xuanhuan was annoyed. She wiped her mouth with her hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Han Fei laughed. "You know Cao Cao is not good at math, so what's the difference whether you have 600 or 1,000? What he cares about is not this. Just keep them. We need to offer sacrifices on every floor below. You can give us some when we run out of sacrifices." On the other side, Cao Chu was stunned when his eyes caught the scene where Han Fei kissed Xuanhuan, and just at this moment, the ghost serpent hit him in the stomach and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Cao Chu shouted angrily, "You are too much. I'm fighting, but you guys are playing lovey-dovey on the side?" Chapter 444, a couple and a third wheel. Cao Chu's fighting style was very peculiar, or to be exact, this little fatty couldn't fight at all. Under the watch of Han Fei and Xuanhuan, Cao Chu was dressed in an extra-quality battlesuit, held an extra-quality spiritual level shield in his left hand and a warhammer of the same level in his right hand, and 2 moon scimitars of the same level were floating at his side. His outfit was so shiny that it almost blinded Han Fei and Xuanhuan's eyes. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were shocked by his splendid outfit and almost couldn't restrain the impulse to snatch his outfit. In addition to that, his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beast were really eye-openers for Han Fei and Xuanhuan. In Han Fei's eyes, the data showed Name, a blazing fish, Cao Chu's spiritual beast introduction, an exotic fish of light attack type. It can emit 3 different kinds of light. Blazing light has a blinding effect. Light of flame can be lethal. Eerie blue light has a hallucinogenic effect. Level 33 quality. Legendary contained soul. Power 820 points. Han Fei was stunned. This little fatty's spiritual beast was really magical. A single spiritual beast had both blinding and hallucinogenic effects and was also capable of attacking. It was no weaker than 9 tails. Although quality mattered more than quantity in terms of ability, its combat power couldn't be weak given that it was a legendary creature. At this moment, the blazing fish's eyes were shooting out 2 laser beams, which almost blinded the ghost serpent on the opposite side. But with such an advantage, the little fatty Cao Chu didn't have the slightest urge to rush forward to kill it. On the contrary, he called out his contractual spiritual beasts. Han Fei was stunned once again when he saw his contractual spiritual beasts. The little fatty might be lucky to have such a magical spiritual beast, but why were his contractual spiritual beasts so amazing too? At this moment, 2 contractual spiritual beasts appeared beside Cao Chu. Nominate poisonous bubblefish, Cao Chu's contractual spiritual beast introduction. A fish as soft as a jellyfish, highly poisonous all over. Its body can split and recombine, and it can spit out poisonous bubbles to attack the enemy. Level 36 quality, exotic contained spiritual energy, 2,156 points, FO food toxic insects and weeds or remarks. In its perfect state, it can completely turn into venom. Han Fei wasn't quite surprised when he saw the poisonous bubblefish. This fish had an ugly appearance and a soft, transparent body. At this moment, the ugly fish was spitting palm-sized bubbles at the ghost serpent like a kid playing with bubbles, but it blew out hundreds of bubbles in the blink of an eye. Then Cao Chu was heard yelling, "Xiaoyun, come on, hit it to death." The one called Xiaoyun was another contractual spiritual beast of Cao Chu. Namey Cloud Dolphin, Cao Chu's contractual spiritual beast introduction. A creature with extremely strong defense power. It will turn into a ball when in danger, which won't break even when attacked by a sharp weapon. In its peak state, it can increase its defense power by 9 times. Level 32 quality, exotica contained spiritual energy. 1,916 points of food spiritual plants, a current status, triple defense. The cloud dolphin looked like a ballfish, but it was white and looked much more beautiful than a ballfish. At this moment, the cloud dolphin bloated into a ball and kept bumping into the ghost serpent like a cannonball. Cao Chu held the 2 moon scimitars and made sneak attacks from time to time. Occasionally, he would walk around the ghost serpent and suddenly gave it a blow with the heavy hammer in his hand. However, what made Han Fei and Xuanhuan dumbfounded was that Cao Chu would run away as soon as he attacked, as if he feared that the ghost serpent would hit him with its tail. Han Fei gnashed his teeth and said, "I really want to kill this little fatty. He is too damn rich." Xuanhuan said with a black face, "Me too. He is the most timid person I have ever seen. Even if he stood there, the ghost serpent won't be able to hurt him." What is he afraid of? Han Fei resisted the urge to kill Cao Chu and shouted angrily, "Fuck you, can't you just kill this ghost serpent?" Cao Chu answered in panic, "I have been trying very hard. Look how fierce my attack is." "Fierce? But I've only seen you sneak attack it 3 times. Cao Chu performed and responded, "This is my tactic. When the enemy is exhausted, I will naturally win." Swoosh, Xuanhuan flashed and appeared next to the ghost serpent, cutting from its head to its tail with the dagger in her hand. When the ghost serpent swept its tail horizontally at her, she flashed again, appeared under the ghost serpent, and left a huge wound on its belly. After repeating the process 3 times, she launched the supreme stab and penetrated the head of the ghost serpent before she flashed back to Han Fei's side. Han Fei muttered, "Xuanhuan, you exposed your identity again." Xuanhuan scoffed, "I can't stand this guy anymore." With a flash of light, Xiao Qiao took back his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beasts. Immediately afterward, all the extra-quality spiritual weapons that armed him to the teeth also disappeared into his body. Cao Chu carefully glanced at Xuanhuan. "I can kill it alone." Xuanhuan glared at him. "Shut up and quickly go to the next floor. If you waste 1 more minute, I will kill you too." Cao Chu shuddered and shut up immediately. After grabbing a jade slip in the water ball, his body began to fade away. Han Fei could only comfort Xuanhuan on one side. "Don't be angry, he's just afraid of dying. Let's go loot the next floor. I think he will be almost finished when we're done there." The 149th floor. Han Fei ran across this floor for nearly an hour and robbed 6 people. He didn't meet Xuanhuan but Cao Qiao, who was fighting. Seeing this guy was fighting in exactly the same way as just now, Han Fei sighed. When he finally couldn't stand it anymore, he went up to smash the crab to death. Cao Chu was shocked. "Huh? You know what, in fact, this crab would have been killed by me in half an hour." "Shut up. Be quick next time. You're covered with extra-quality spiritual weapons. Why are you so fucking slow? Believe it or not, if you aren't quicker, I will kill you and grab all your extra-quality spiritual weapons." Cao Chu curled his lips. "You can't kill me." Han Fei really wanted to hit his head with a brick. How did he have the cheek to claim to be a genius? And he still dreamed of killing other big clan descendants from the Thousand-Star City. Any one of them would easily beat the hell out of him. After another half an hour, Han Fei finally found Xuanhuan, and then they entered the 150th floor together. The 150th floor was the last one of the 3rd-grade floors of the steps into the sea. There were hundreds of people staying here, which made Han Fei overjoyed. At this moment, Han Fei was yelling at a group of 5 people, "I want money, not life." Xuanhuan stood next to Han Fei. "Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells and we'll spare your lives." Before, Han Fei or Xuanhuan fought alone, but now the black and white ghosts finally fought together, and their behavior was surprisingly similar. However, the group of 5 people were not paying attention to Han Fei and Xuanhuan, but Cao Chu, who looked so scared. Someone asked with a cold face, "Young Master Cao, we haven't offended you, right?" Cao Chu looked away. "It's none of my business. I'm not robbing you." Someone shouted resentfully, "Young Master Cao, do you have any grievances with us? Why bother to do this to us?" Han Fei sternly scolded, "Hey, it's the 2 of us who are robbing you, okay?" Xuanhuan nodded and echoed, "Yes, show some respect to us, okay? This little fatty is no threat to you. You should be afraid of us." Cao Chu smiled bitterly. "The 2 acting masters are a goddamn perfect match. The 2 are destined to be together." Someone tried to fight back, but when Han Fei easily shattered his high-quality spiritual weapon with the blood-drinking knife, everyone was stunned. Xuanhuan's figure was elusive, and when she stabbed someone through the stomach with a stick, these people gave up. Someone was horrified. Is she a soul warrior or a hunter? If she is a soul warrior, why is her figure even more elusive than a hunter? Someone smashed a flash stone and ended up bumping into the 6-gate formation with a bang. These 5 people were desperate and looked at Han Fei and Xuanhuan in horror. "Brother, please don't kill us." Han Fei went up and hit him with a brick. "Don't kill you? Then why are you fighting me? Why didn't you show me any respect?" These people almost cried. The 2 are simply bullies. Who would respect a robber? They looked at Cao Chu, who was looking at this side not far away, and took out their sea-swallowing seashells in horror. Who the hell are the black and white ghosts? Why are they so fierce that even young Master Cao didn't dare offend them? After a moment, Han Fei and Xuanhuan head-to-head with a large starfish between them were checking the sea-swallowing seashells. Xuanhuan exclaimed, "Wow, there is. A battlesuit. It's a pity that it's not for a woman. Here you are." Han Fei took it and took a look. "A high-quality battlesuit. I already have one." "Okay, I will keep it though." Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Hey, xuanhuan, I have 2 daggers here, high-quality spiritual weapons. They are yours." Xuanhuan nodded. "You know what? I have a better one now." Aside, Shuoshu felt his eyes were going to be blinded. "Why the hell did I invite them to be my allies? Don't play lovey-dovey in front of me, okay?" Cove, especially Han Fei. I feel that this guy is just playing undercover. Otherwise, can you fucking tell me why a soul warrior needs daggers? To eat them? From time to time, the starfish with 6 eyes said cheerfully when it saw something shiny, "This is mine. This is for me." Cao Chu was speechless. What the hell is this? A talking starfish? I always thought that the starfish clinging to Han Fei was an ornament. Now, this ornament suddenly speaks? Hey, you 3, do you think I don't exist? Chapter 445, Shu Chu? The biggest reason that Han Fei and Xuanhuan would subconsciously ignore Cao Chu was his wretched fighting style. A man armed with extra quality spiritual weapons from head to toe, a man with a legendary type spiritual beast, a man with a contractual spiritual beast with super defense power and an utterly disgusting poisonous bubblefish would actually fight like a 5-year-old child. No one could bear such a person, the 5-year-old child. Coming here, Han Fei discovered that it would cost 500,000 points of spiritual energy for a single sacrifice. Of course, Han Fei was not willing to offer sacrifices with spiritual stones, but instead he sacrificed a whole sea-swallowing seashell. The creature summoned was level 39. Moreover, it was not an ordinary level 39 creature, but the kind of creature stuck at a breakthrough. It seemed that it would break through to level 40 at any time to reach another realm. Han Fei was shocked. Are the creatures here so powerful? If they summon a creature of such a level on the 151st floor, what about the 2001st floor? The creatures here were weaker than the mutant creatures like the freak octopus, but only a bit weaker. At this moment, Han Fei summoned a 1,000-blade turtle. This one was much stronger than the one that Xuanhuan caught. Fortunately, this was a 1,000-blade turtle. If he had summoned a water arrow turtle, he might have a little trouble. This 1,000-blade turtle was really unlucky to meet Han Fei. Even if it used up all its thousands of blades, it couldn't hurt Han Fei at all. At this moment, Han Fei, wearing a high-quality battlesuit, let the blades hack on him like raindrops. Carrying the embroidery needle, he hit the 1,000-blade turtle hard. Bam! The 1,000-blade turtle, whose limbs were not strong enough, was smashed to the ground by Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. Since he used the embroidery needle, he had not seen many creatures who could stand a single blow from it. Only a creature like a turtle, with a strong defensive power that was far superior to other creatures of the same level, could withstand the repeated beatings of the embroidery needle. When the three of them met again, they had snatched another 118 sea-swallowing seashells. Among them, none of the sea-swallowing seashells were snatched by Cao Chu. When Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshan found Cao Chu after they met, he was chatting with a group of people. When Han Fei and Xiao Xiaobai arrived, none of those people could escape. Why was Cao Chu so aloof as to chat with people on the steps into the sea? It turned out that those people all knew Cao Chu and knew that this young master didn't like robbing, and no one dared to rob him due to his identity. That was why this strange scene happened, the 18th floor. The area of this floor was even smaller and was less than 400 kilometers in length and width. It was here that Han Fei met a second young master from the Thousand-Star City besides Cao Chu. As soon as Han Fei appeared on the 18th floor, before he had found Xia Xiaoshan and Cao Chu, he saw someone fighting a few kilometers away. The boy who was fighting held a high-quality spiritual sword. His arms had almost turned into double swords, and there was a mystic pale yellow light under his feet. At this moment, he was fighting a green sun centipede. Every time his figure appeared, a shining sword light would be seen, and then a few centipede legs would be cut off by his sword. Han Fei was watching the show aside. However, as soon as he was less than 500 meters away from the two, he heard a rant. Fuck off! Han Fei looked around and found that this guy was yelling at him, so he walked forward for another 100 meters. The boy suddenly appeared on the head of the big centipede, and with a rip, he tore off a large piece of the centipede carapace with his sword. At the same time, the boy tilted his head and glanced at Han Fei. Fuck off or die. Han Fei was amused by his attitude. The strength of this boy was not weak. He was only an advanced dangling fisher, but his combat power was even better than that of an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. This boy, who was obviously very confident of himself, seemed to extremely despise Han Fei, who was peeping from the side, so he threatened Han Fei without thinking. Han Fei grinned. Why don't you fuck off? The two swords in the boy's hand suddenly became one, and a powerful sword, chi tens of meters long, pierced the head of the big centipede in an instant. Without even looking at the centipede, the boy grabbed the floating water ball and threw it into his sea-swallowing seashell. Then, he walked towards Han Fei step by step with swords in his hands. I think you must be a seed of heavenly talent, given that you, an intermediate dangling fisher, can make it to the 18th floor. However, I have seen a lot of heavenly talents, but most of them have become dead souls under my sword. Han Fei smiled. Who are you? Why do you have to be so arrogant? The corners of the boy's mouth trembled and a vicious gleam flickered across his eyes. You are qualified to know my name since you can come here. My name is Wang Zetian, and I'll be the last person you'll ever see in your life. With that, Wang Zetian stomped on the ground and his body was already tens of meters away. Faster than him was his sword Qi. After seeing that sword Qi, Han Fei squinted slightly. In many cases, even sword Qi or knife Qi alone could hurt people. The draw was to kill with knife Qi. As soon as he drew his knife, the knife Qi would remove all obstacles in the way and kill the enemy. From this trace of sword Qi, Han Fei knew that this boy had mastered sword Qi. With just this trace of sword Qi, few peak-level dangling fishers could match him. The reason that Wang Zetian used sword Qi in the first blow was that he had recognized Han Fei's strength. In the eyes of these powerhouses, realm didn't mean everything, and the fact that he was here had proved his strength. Han Fei didn't dare to belittle this guy. This person was not the first genius he encountered. Except for his classmates, the Sun Mu trio was also very formidable. Immediately, a battle of evenly matched powerhouses started. In an instant, the blood-drinking knife moved, just when the trace of sword Qi was only 10 meters away. Bubble. There was no violent explosion or turbulent ripples. Just like a bubble of water rising in the ocean, the knife glint and sword chi neutralized each other and then disappeared. Humph, interesting. Then see my explosive sword flow. Suddenly, a shining light appeared between Wang Zetian's hands. What Han Fei saw was not the two swords between Wang Zetian's hands, but 1,000 swords from above. On Wang Zetian's side, thousands of sword shadows advanced side by side, like a sword wall pushing across. Han Fei smiled. Before the sword arrived, the seawater beside him had begun to roll back, and the billowing water seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Han Fei glanced at the blood-drinking knife in his hand and inserted it into the sheath. He rose the embroidery needle horizontally, and spiritual energy gushed from the tip of it. Han Fei held the tail of the club and struck out with all his strength. The blood-drinking knife was suitable for a surprise attack, but facing a person like Wang Zetian, he certainly couldn't launch a sneak attack. In this kind of upright face-to-face confrontation, its advantage no longer existed. What Han Fei could do was to strike with sheer force. In an instant, the water exploded by Han Fei's strike, and a huge wave was set off, blasting directly against the powerful sword wall. Boom! At the moment the swords and the club collided, they exploded like a warhead in the water, and ripples shook out dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Puff! Wang Zetian took 7 or 8 steps back, bleeding from the corners of his mouth and his arms drooping. After the hair-raising sword chi disappeared, Han Fei gently put down the embroidery needle. I never expected a sword-wielding man to have so much strength. But, boy, you chose the wrong object. I, the Black Ghost, am not someone you can mess with. You are not old enough to be my opponent. Wang Zetian tilted his head, spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely, and said coldly, Not bad, but what makes you think you can rob me with this? Wang Zetian stood upright, like a sword hanging from the sky, proudly and upright. Han Fei put the embroidery needle upright in front of him. Perhaps you still have a trick card, but you won't be able to escape. I want your money and your life. Sorry, brother. Han Fei didn't know who Wang Zetian was, but obviously his background was not simple. To avoid endless troubles in the future, he gave up his principle of no killing. He would kill this genius if he could. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. Why did some people like to kill heavenly talents? That was because if these people didn't die, who the hell knew if they would cause them much trouble in the future? It would be simpler to kill them now, and he might not have a chance to kill him in the future. Just when Han Fei was about to move, he suddenly saw a petite figure and a fat figure swimming over. Fan de Tong. Han Fei looked at them and greeted them. Hi! Wang Zetian shouted in surprise. Cao Chu Chu? Chapter 446, A New Alley. Just as a fight was about to break out, Cao Chu came into the scene. When Wang Zetian saw Cao Chu, his fighting intent faded slightly. Cao Chu stared at Wang Zetian in surprise. 2 swords, you're here too? Wang Zetian's face immediately turned dark. Don't you dare call me that again. Cao Chu made a face at him. 2 swords, 2 swords, 2 swords. Wang Zetian directly slashed at him with a sword, only to see a big ball blocking in front of Cao Chu, which was his cloud dolphin with a shocking defense power. After the slash, Wang Zetian leaped back a few steps because Jia Xiaochan was rubbing the stick in her hand, looking quite hostile towards him. Wang Zetian frowned. Cao Chu, who are the 2 of them? Cao Chu glanced at Han Fei, then patted his chest and said, My teammates. Xia Xiaochan glanced at Han Fei. Are we going to rob him or not? Han Fei looked at Cao Chu and then at Wang Zetian. I don't care if you know him or not. Now hand over your sea-swallowing seashell. Cao Chu hurriedly shouted, Hey, don't. Although 2 swords looks arrogant, he is a nice guy. We can turn him into a teammate. Impossible. Han Fei and Wang Zetian shouted at the same time. Cao Chu gaped. Why? Han Fei grinned. If he hands over his sea-swallowing seashell, we can be friends. Wang Zetian sneered. You wish. Although you're strong, it is impossible for you to keep me. Just when Wang Zetian finished speaking, 6 purple lights shot into the air, trapping Wang Zetian in the blink of an eye. Wang Zetian frowned and pinched an ancient jade in his hand. The next moment, a powerful sword, Qi, as if to penetrate the heavens and earth, hit the 6-gate formation with a clang. However, a scene that shocked Wang Zetian happened. The purple light array flickered, but in the blink of an eye, it recovered. How could that be? Wang Zetian was shocked, and when he was about to make another strike, he found that Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were already standing in the 6-gate formation. The hexagon starfish said via voice transmission, This person is so strong. If the attack just now came 2 more times, I won't be able to hold him down. Han Fei answered via voice transmission, Don't worry, he won't have a chance to use it 3 times. Cao Chu hurriedly shouted outside the 6-gate formation, Don't fight. Black and white ghosts, our goal is not 2 swords, but the guys on the 200th floor. Han Fei said casually, Didn't you say that those big clan children from the 1,000-star city all deserve to die? Cao Chu hurriedly explained, Not all of them. 2 swords is the exception. Han Fei thought for a while. Hey you, if you hand over the soul crystals you have, I will let you go. Wang Zetian looked at Cao Chu. Are they the teammates you found to deal with those guys? Cao Chu nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Wang Zetian glanced at the six-gate formation, then looked at Han Fei and Xiao Xiao snorted, snorted, and threw 3 soul crystals casually. Wang Zetian said sharply, after this trip, let's have a fight. Han Fei took the soul crystals and threw 2 of them to Xia Xiaoshan, saying to her via voice transmission, wrap the soul crystal with your spiritual power to absorb it, and within 2 days it can increase your perception range by 100 meters. Xia Xiaoshan was taken aback for a moment. Really? I've grabbed 5 of them and haven't used them. Han Fei staggered. Where did you get so many? Unlike you, I robbed people floor by floor. I saw you bought it, so I grabbed some. Would you like some? I can give you half of them. Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. It seems that once your perception range reaches 500 meters, it will not be able to be changed by 1 or 2 soul crystals. If you want to increase your perception range again, it will take you at least dozens of soul crystals. Even if you give me all of them, it won't help much. Xia Xiaoshan nodded slightly. She certainly would not doubt what Han Fei said. The 5 of them were used to sharing good things. Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Master Hexagon. Remove the formation, Master Hexagon. Repeat. When the 6-gate formation disappeared, Han Fei said with a smile, Hey, your strength is not bad. Would you join us? Wang Zetian looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan and then at Cao Chu saying, what's the point for 4 soul warriors to stay on the same team? How can we fight those guys then? Han Fei was slightly surprised. So were Cao Chu and some other people really preparing to form a team to fight other big clan children from the Thousand Star City. This confused Han Fei. Aren't Cao Chu and the other children from the powerful families in the Thousand Star City too? Why did they hate each other so much? Cao Chu grinned. It's fine, I'm prepared. Wang Zetian looked at Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan and his expression changed a few times. Okay, but you two, don't blame me for not reminding you. None of them are weaker than us. Especially Chen Aochen. His sword is much stronger than mine. Han Fei wanted to ask who Chen Aochen was, but he heard Cao Chu say, I suddenly remember that Chen Aochen is nowhere to be found. Wang Zetian frowned. Huh? What about Ye Baiyu? He doesn't seem to be gone, but I don't think Ye Baiyu should be on the 200th floor. Wang Zetian shrugged. Even so, there are many people on the 200th floor. Cao Chu replied, don't forget, they don't get along with each other. Yang Deyu is a troublemaker. As long as he's around, there's going to be conflict. Mo Feiyan, that witch, can only play tricks. Sun Mu, just like you, is a loner. Zhang Mingkun did not come, and Zhang Wen came to no avail. Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, the 2 bastards, we have to be careful of them. As for the others, they are no threat to us. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were confused while listening. Are these all children from the big clans in the Thousand Star City? Each one sounds quite strong, and in Cao Chu's mouth, Sun Mu was a loner? But this damn guy almost killed him on the sea grassland, so how could the others be easy to deal with? Han Fei said. Let me make it clear, we black and white ghosts only want money, not life. We can help you fight, but not kill. Xia Xiaochan echoed, yes, we are here to hunt for treasure, not to kill. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were not stupid. The people Cao Xiaochan were not stupid. The people Cao Xiaochan mentioned just now were probably all powerful people. If they killed those people, God knew what terrible consequences would follow. Even if he didn't like some of those people, such as Sun Mu, Han Fei didn't want to kill them. Even if he wanted to, this would not be the place, especially not with Cao Chu and Wang Zetian. Wang Zetian snorted coldly. We don't expect you to kill them. It's still a question whether you can even beat them. Killing them is almost impossible for you, Cao Chu said crossly. Why impossible? Wang Zetian glanced at Cao Chu. Have you ever managed to injure your brother with the junk you invented? You only have one useful invention, which is the fishing boat, okay? Cao Chu flushed with anger. If I say it's possible, it's possible. You just don't understand. I don't bother to talk to you. Han Fei shrugged. So, we are teammates now, Wang Zetian nodded. For the time being, we cooperate. Han Fei glanced at Xia Xiaoshan. When we reach the 200th floor, go invisible and don't show up. Xia Xiaoshan looked puzzled. What about you? Fight. Even without these 2 guys, after we enter the 200th floor, we will probably meet those people from the Thousand Star City, especially the Sun Mu trio. I think they are likely to be there waiting for me. No matter what, we must find a way to kick them all out this time. Xia Xiaoshan nodded. That's right. Otherwise, if Xiaobai, Kuang and Zhang Xuanyu come here, they may not be able to escape from so many strong masters. Wang Zetian shook his head. What are you talking about? Xia Xiaoshan rolled her eyes at him. It's none of your business. It's a secret. Wang Zetian said lightly, since we are allies for the time being, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you will have one more enemy in the future. Han Fei sneered. Do you think we're afraid of you? Believe it or not, we are not talking about you. So a new member joined the Han Fei trio, an arrogant man who used 2 swords. 7 days later, on the 97th floor, the 4 met again. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshan had finished refining the soul crystals and her spiritual perception range had reached the upper limit of 500 meters. To a certain extent, Han Fei and Xiao Xiaoshen's perception ranges were the same, both 500 meters. And Han Fei finally understood why the perception range of most people in the level 3 fishery was small, and only the top geniuses had a large perception range when they met. Cao Qiu solemnly said, "From the 19th floor on, there will be many geniuses on every floor." Wang Zitian added, "But these people are not our target. Most of them are the disciples from the large sects of the Thousand-Star City. Just rob them, don't kill them." Chapter 447, Is he a heavenly talent? Han Fei was slightly surprised. Are the disciples of the large sects not related to your families? Cao Qiu shook his head. Basically not, but still a little related. All major families will try to be on friendly terms with the heavenly talents of some large sects, but we're not close. Han Fei didn't know anything about the Thousand-Star City. From Cao Qiu's mouth, he could vaguely tell that there were many powerful families in the Thousand-Star City. Almost all the floors under the 200th floor at the steps into the sea were occupied by the children of the big clans. As for the heavenly talents from the 36 towns, there might be some but very few. After all, they had different origins from these young masters. The former was born at the start point of life, while the latter at the end point of life. Things like adventures and opportunities wouldn't help at all. Who wouldn't get 1 or 2 opportunities after coming to the level 3 fishery? Han Fei wanted to ask if they knew Tang Ji. However, when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. His current situation was not good. Not to mention anything else, the possession of the sea token made Han Fei stand on the opposite side of many of the children from the powerful families of the Thousand-Star City. Even if Han Fei trusted the little fatty Cao Qiu, he would never tell an outsider about the relationship between Tunga and him. Han Fei asked in a different way, "Will you go to those large sects to study?" Han Fei knew that Tunga was taken away as a genius with a promising future, but he didn't know where Tunga went. Judging from Feng Zhe's behaviors, Han Fei didn't think Feng Zhe was from a powerful family. Now hearing Cao Qiu's words, he guessed that Tunga might have been brought into a large sect to study. Cao Qiu didn't think there was anything wrong with Han Fei's problem. He thought Han Fei was just being curious, so he said, "Sure, we all have to study in a certain large sect, but not necessarily in the same sect." Han Fei frowned. "Can we kill the heavenly talents from the large sects?" Wang Zitian said lightly. "Better not. No one who can hit the 200th floor is simple. Many of these people have been given all kinds of treasures by their sects, and their life-saving means are no less than ours. Besides, some teachers in the large sects are very protective of their disciples. If some teachers insist on taking revenge on us, no one in the level 3 fishery can stop them." Han Fei clicked his tongue. "That's a shame, but our slogan is that we want money, not life, so it's all right." Wang Zitian glanced at Han Fei. "But I remember what you told me just now was that I want your money and your life." "Oh really?" Must have been a slip of the tongue. The four chatted and entered the 19th floor one after another. From beginning to end, Han Fei did not mention Tunga at all. In fact, he didn't even tell his classmates about Tunga because it was unnecessary. When Han Fei appeared on the 19th floor, he saw no one on this floor. This time, he did not immediately offer a sacrifice, but searched around aimlessly. The area of the 19th floor was even smaller, and the probability of encountering others tended to be higher. Sure enough, as expected by Han Fei, after only a short while, he met an armorist and a manipulator. Both of them wore cyan robes, which looked to be their uniforms. After seeing Han Fei, the two exchanged glances and immediately swam towards Han Fei. Han Fei did not leave, leisurely waiting for the two to come over. Intermediate dangling fisher, senior brother, this person is not simple. The face of the girl who was a manipulator changed slightly as she spoke to the armorist next to her via voice transmission. Yes, but it doesn't matter. No matter how strong an intermediate dangling fisher is, he has a limit, but we two can easily solve a peak-level dangling fisher. Seeing the two arrive in front of him, Han Fei grinned. "It's nice to see you. I want money, not life. Please hand over your sea-swallowing seashells." The manipulator was shocked. "Senior brother, is this guy stupid? He seems to be robbing us." The armorist put his armor box down. "If you win, our things are yours. If you lose, your things belong to us." Han Fei smiled. "Okay, which of you will come first?" The armorist smiled slightly. "We, of course, are together." As soon as he said so, there were thousands of golden lights in every direction. At the foot of Han Fei, there was a formation made up of black balls. Han Fei's body was twisting back and forth in weird postures in the golden lights, which made the manipulator dumbfounded. Han Fei touched the few gold threads around him with the blood-drinking knife. "How sharp the gold threads are, but they won't work on me." As for this formation, Han Fei secretly said to the hexagon starfish via voice transmission, "Master Hexagon, it's your turn." On the periphery of the Blackstone formation, 6 purple lights rose, and the hexagon starfish arranged another formation outside their formation. "Huh?" The armorist frowned. Not only did the opponent not try to break the ceiling formation that he had laid, but he also could lay another formation out on the periphery? Is he afraid that they would run away in this situation? How damn confident is this guy? Amidst the thousands of threads, dense black spurs, like pear blossoms in torrential rain, gushed out from the armor box of the armorist. Hey, Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand, made it larger, and threw it to the air, intending to block the black spurs. However, then he discovered that those black spurs had similar characteristics to the million knife art. They formed a whirl in the air that chased Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei put away the whetstone, and the blood-drinking knife was shining with a cold glint. As he swung it, all the gold threads along the way were broken, and the black spurs were slashed away. Not bad, Han Fei frowned. The man controlling the black spurs was not weak, and he was a very special armorist. There seemed to be no swords or knives in his armor box, but only needles and spurs that were quite powerful. However, Han Fei didn't believe that an armorist would have such a strong spiritual power. He himself could easily control 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers once, but once there were more daggers, such as 80 or 100 ones, he wouldn't be able to control them. But the armorist in front of him was actually controlling more than 10,000 black spurs. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that these black spurs were not as flexible as they seemed. Han Fei's skin was full of small holes. Although no spur could penetrate his body, they were so powerful that they could leave tiny holes on his skin. This had demonstrated the strength of this armorist. Han Fei suddenly changed direction and rushed straight at the manipulator. The manipulator was slightly taken back and a large piece of gold thread swept out. However, Han Fei was too fast. Her golden thread could easily kill ordinary peak-level dangling fishers, but they didn't seem to work now. A single slash from Han Fei cut off all the gold threads. On the other side, the armorist's face changed slightly and he hurried to rescue her. Just when he was holding the armor box and was about to arrive, Han Fei grinned and changed his direction again. He stepped on the gold threads, passed through the black spurs and the gold threads, and slashed out. If xuanhuan were here, she wouldn't be surprised because she knew how flexible Han Fei could be. Han Fei could even resist 4 people alone. He was certainly very flexible. If he was fighting head-on, like with Wang Zixian, he might not be able to fight so fancily. But once in this chaotic and intertwined scene, Han Fei's flexibility was fully demonstrated. Han Fei needed to twist his body to avoid the gold threads, so the armorist asked the manipulator to let him in. That was exactly what Han Fei wanted. At the very moment the gold threads were released, he took the whetstone as a giant hidden weapon and threw it out, followed by the embroidery needle. After the continuous attacks, this armorist was immediately knocked over and the hundreds of thousands of black spurs fell. Swish! At the last moment, the manipulator pulled the armorist away with the gold threads and the two of them left the ceiling formation. Han Fei grinned. Now let's see who will break the formation faster. You two break the outer formation, and I break your formation, and I break your formation. Let's get started. Senior brother, what should we do? The armorist coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and one of his hands slumped softly. This guy is so strong. He must be a heavenly talent from some sect. Why haven't I seen him before? Senior brother, maybe he is from some big family. That's impossible. How much training did he have to go through to get such elusive footwork? He fought even regardless of his life. Do you think those young masters would fight in such a way? Senior brother, can you break the formation? As she said this, the manipulator looked at the 6-gate formation. With a wave of her finger, thousands of gold threads hit countless places in the 6-gate formation, searching for its eye, but the formation gave no response at all. But Han Fei just walked to a certain stone among the black rocks on the ground and hit it with a stick, and the stone cracked and the formation was broken. The hexagon starfish climbed onto Han Fei's calf. This formation is too simple. This human is not good at laying out formations. Han Fei smiled and looked at the two people. Oops, I accidentally broke your formation. Chapter 448, Meeting Tanga Again, 1. The armorist and the manipulator both frowned, respectively took out a piece of jade pendant and held it in their hands. The armorist spat. Do you really think you can kill us? Han Fei clicked his tongue. Amulet jade? Good, you have more cards in your hands, but I can last longer. When my people come, we'll be able to kill you. Huh? How come you know about the amulet jade? Which sect are you from? Han Fei grinned. No, I'm from the countryside. It's okay. Continue to hold the jade. I'm not in a hurry. With that, Han Fei took out a bag of air that he had stored in advance and took a big breath. Then, he took out a fish skin bag which contained dried fish. In front of these two people, he started to chew the dried fish. Han Fei asked, by the way, is your teacher so stingy as to only give each of you one amulet? I don't think that's enough. Have you got an immortal seal? Dying strike? The two of them turned green. They wondered where Han Fei got to know the secrets of these big families. Even in the big families of the Thousand-Star City, ordinary members dared not expect to obtain life-saving methods like an immortal seal. Only the outstanding geniuses within the families are eligible to enjoy these things. After all, the relationships in these families are so complicated that it is impossible for every member to enjoy the same treatment. They had never heard of this person in front of them, but he could defeat the two of them as an intermediate dangling fisher? It was impossible for him to go unheard of this whole time. The girl manipulator was a little nervous as she looked at Han Fei. If you kill us, our life monument will break. I don't think you can stand the consequences. Han Fei shrugged. I'm not going to kill you. I'm waiting for the people who can kill you. I'm not in a hurry. After half an hour, the two seemed to have been communicating via voice transmission the whole time. When they saw someone appear in the distance, their faces changed. The armorist quickly said, we'll give you our sea-swallowing seashells. Remove the seal. Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashells that they had thrown over, and then smiled and said, "You should have done that long ago." Then he got up and shouted at the person who flew over, "Come down and hand over your sea-swallowing seashell." The armorist and the manipulator, thinking that this person was Han Fei's companion, were completely shocked. However, the two communicated for a while and didn't seem to intend to join forces with the person who had arrived in the distance. Based on the strength that Han Fei showed just now, his terrifyingly strong physique, and elusive footwork that was even more flexible than an octopus, they didn't think they could beat him. The most important thing was not Han Fei's strength, but his realm. As an intermediate dangling fisher, he already had such terrible strength. They had seen people like him, who were all leaders of major sects now. They thought Han Fei must be one of those people, and he was hiding his identity just to commit the robbery. Seeing these two people gradually fade out of sight, Han Fei turned to the next person, half a day later. After robbing 12 people in a row, Han Fei unexpectedly met Wang Zetian, and the two had nothing to say. Han Fei said, "I'm going to continue to rob." Wang Zetian shrugged. "I'm going to find Cao Chu. The two of them met for less than 3 minutes and then left separately. When Han Fei saw Cao Chu, he was being chased and beaten by 5 people. As soon as he saw Han Fei, Cao Chu wailed, "Da Tong, I finally found you. Come on, help me." When Han Fei saw these 5 people, he was a bit surprised. Gosh, all of them are wearing the same uniform. Obviously, they are from the same big sect. Otherwise, why would they wear the same uniform? Han Fei was confident with his own strength, but to be honest, these people were not weak either. Although some of them were only advanced dangling fishers, in this place your title didn't represent strength. As for the soul warrior and manipulator that he encountered just now, Cao Chu might be able to resist them with his super strong defensive power. Xia Xiaoshan could escape from them by flashing away, but Wang Zetian would need a lot of effort to survive them. Han Fei sighed. "Hey little fatty, just turn around and beat them," Cao Chu said to him via voice transmission. "I can't beat them. These people are too fierce. They want my sea-swallowing seashell." Then Cao Chu turned his head back to shout at these people. "Don't chase me. We're classmates, aren't we? Don't do this to me." However, the 5 people didn't care about Han Fei at all. Although they knew that Han Fei couldn't be simple since he could make it to this floor as an intermediate dangling fisher, the other side only had 2 people even with Han Fei. They know Cao Chu too well. Although this guy was armed from head to toe, his actual combat power was lame, so how could they let go of such a defenseless goldmine? Han Fei sighed. "You coward, I know I can't count on you in combat." Having said that, Han Fei pointed his kitchen knife at the 5 people. "I want money, not life. Now give me your sea-swallowing seashells." Where is the idiot from? Is he out of his mind? Is he infected with Cao Chu's stupidity? Go away. However, Han Fei's momentum suddenly soared and he activated the majestic mystic spell, and terrifying power circulated throughout Han Fei's body. At that moment, Han Fei stood in front of Cao Chu and did not dare to use the draw art for fear of hacking these people to death. The embroidery needle swept across, and the speed was so fast that it left a shadow. "Not good, shield." An armorist summoned his shield, and the 5 of them immediately fused with their spiritual beasts. However, they underestimated Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei activated the majestic mystic spell, his strength increased by 5 times. It was safe to say that Han Fei could blow Cao Chu up easily despite his shining equipment and his cloud dolphin, let alone these unguarded people in front of him. Boom, the ripples shook, a tornado rolled up underwater, and the shield was shattered by Han Fei with a single blow. The 5 people flew out at the same time. Master Hexagon. When the 6-gate formation rose up, the hexagon starfish complained, "The 6-gate formation requires a lot of spiritual energy, and I can't use it frequently. I feel my spiritual energy is draining up." With 5 meat buns in front of him, Han Fei had no heart for such trifles. So, he took out 5 or 6 low-quality spiritual stones and threw them to the hexagon starfish. The hexagon starfish really wanted to vomit blood. "These are too few." "Shut up. Didn't I give all the shiny things to you while snatching treasure? But you just complain of being hard up every day." Every day, the hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling and he couldn't help shutting up when he remembered that he did have a lot more beautiful stones in his doors. He'd better not talk back to Han Fei, otherwise Han Fei wouldn't even give him low-quality spiritual stones. The 5 men were dumbfounded. The 5 of them were all at least advanced dangling fishers. They hadn't used their combat skills yet. How could they be defeated so easily? Therefore, lights and shadows burst out in the 6-gate formation as all kinds of shining skills were launched which knocked against the 6-gate formation. Han Fei was about to solve them one by one, only to see a large net suddenly thrown down. Someone exclaimed, "Not good, it's a spirit-forbidden net." "Help!" Clatter, a weird voice spread across the bottom of the sea. Immediately afterward, these 5 people all quieted down and took back their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts as their spiritual energy was completely suppressed. Han Fei looked back at Cao Chu. "Spirit-forbidden net?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he forget about it? Since Sun Mu could have a spirit-forbidden net, Cao Chu certainly could have one too. If Cao Chu suddenly threw a spirit-forbidden net at him, wouldn't he be defenseless? Han Fei's heart shuddered. In the future, no matter what, he could never turn his defenseless back to anyone, not even Cao Chu, no matter how harmless he looked. Of course, Cao Chu didn't think so much at this moment. He swaggered to the six-gate formation and scolded those people angrily. How dare you rob me? How dare you beat me? See, just as I said, you're getting what you deserve now. Han Fei glanced at Cao Chu. Don't talk nonsense. What was that voice just now? Cao Chu answered. That was a summoning order. We've got to rob them quickly, throw them out of the steps into the sea, and then run quickly. Han Fei said with a black face, Run, my ass, wait a minute. Then he walked into the six-gate formation and said harshly, I want money, not life. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells and you can go. Someone scoffed. You dare not kill us, Han Fei sneered. I dare not kill you, but I dare to rob you. With that said, Han Fei did it himself, pulling them over one by one. For a moment, cries, screams, and curses filled his ears. Hey, my shoes. Why are you taking off my shoes? Hey, give my weapon back. You can't use my weapon. Oh, I'm a girl. You can't touch me. Be a gentleman. Ah, don't pull my necklace, my earrings, you thief. I will find you and then kill you. Han Fei was taken aback. Really? This suit is good. Let me take it off. The little girl screamed. Hey, hello, I have given you everything else. What else do you want? Hey, pervert, don't pull my clothes. Gulp, watching the scene out of the formation, Cao Chu burst into a cold sweat. He regretted showing Han Fei his extra quality suit and weapons. What if Han Fei coveted them and snatched them from him one day? Han Fei was happily grabbing others' sea-swallowing seashells and treasures. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar smell coming closer, but didn't pay it any attention. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his ears. Ouch! Xia Xiaoshan, let go, let go. Xia Xiaoshan's face was dark. You. Why are you taking off this woman's battlesuit? Well, I just wanted to get you a battlesuit, Xia Xiaoshan said angrily. I've already got one. You just want to see her body. I didn't. I was wronged. However, the woman in the spirit forbidden net said angrily, he is sexually harassing me. Han Fei turned his head. Hey, what are you talking about? You liar, Xia Xiaoshan said coldly. Get out. Let me search. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoshan felt Han Fei's body suddenly stiffen and she wondered if she was too harsh to him. However, she looked back and found that Han Fei was staring at two people not far away. Xia Xiaoshan was puzzled. What's wrong? Han Fei slowly spat out a mouthful of bubbles, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. Old tongue, we finally met up. Chapter 449, Met Tongue G again 2A, 20. Although Han Fei had once wondered if Tenge would also come to the level 3 fishery for cultivation, he never expected to meet him in this way under such circumstances. Although Tenge was only a 15-year-old boy, he was already 1.8 meters tall. His once puerile face had become more masculine. Han Fei was a bit surprised when he saw his muscular body. What does he eat? Look at his muscle. Although he isn't too big, he doesn't look like a 15-year-old at all. Next to Tenge was a girl of the same age. The girl was a bit chubbier but looked quite calm. At this moment, she was adding a set of spiritual clothing to Tenge and herself, and at the same time drew a speed formation under her feet. It turned out that she was a spirit gatherer, and judging from the proficiency of the girl drawing the speed formation, Han Fei could tell that her formation skills seemed to be better than his own. After all, he couldn't draw a speed formation so quickly. Tenge, holding a person-high halberd and wearing a gilt combat suit, was watching this scene coldly. Cao Chu, why do you bully your classmates? Cao Chu shrank his head when he saw Tenge. I am not bullying them. They chased and beat me, trying to snatch my sea-swallowing seashell, so we fought back. Cao Chu tried to swell out his chest as if he was not afraid at all. However, Han Fei could tell that he was damn scared. The girl next to Tenge scolded, Cao Chu, you threatened them with your brother and snatched a lot from them, so you should pay them back a little. In the spirit forbidden net, the girl shouted, Sister Muling, we didn't intend to rob him, but he snatched a high-quality spiritual weapon from us. Next to her, a boy echoed, Yes, we just wanted to borrow some resources from him, and we'll return them to him when we go back to the sect, all right? Cao Chu immediately glared at the boy in the spirit forbidden net. But you beat me. If you hadn't beaten me, I wouldn't have snatched your spiritual weapon. What's the big deal of a high-quality spiritual weapon? I can give it back to you. With that, Cao Chu threw an ancient sword out. However, before the ancient sword flew 10 meters away, a fishing hook caught it and pulled it back. Then Han Fei held the fishing rod and played with the ancient sword. Now the sword is mine. Cao Chu, since you have snatched it, why bother to return it? Suddenly, Han Fei received a voice transmission from Cao Chu in his head. Give it back to him, give it back to him, you don't know how fierce Tenge is. In the entire school, he is the only one who dares to hit me in front of my brother, and also in front of my sister. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Shut up, you coward. Tenge looked at Han Fei, but for some reason, he felt this guy look a little familiar. But Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan were dressed so eerily with respectively the words kill and die written on their hats. They didn't look like good people at all, so his face turned colder. Tenge said coldly, put it down and fuck off. Han Fei still smiled, but Xia Xiaoshan immediately stared at him coldly. Say that again? Tenge repeated deadpan, fuck off. I'll stab you to death, Xiaoshan threatened. She couldn't stand Tange's arrogant manner at all and was about to attack him, but Han Fei tugged at her arm at this time. Han Fei said via voice transmission, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. This person is one of our own." Xiaoshan was stunned. "Ah? One of our own? I've never seen him before. Is he Zhang Xuanyu?" But Zhang Xuanyu is not so strong. As Han Fei talked to Xiaoshan via voice transmission, Xiaoshan's expression changed several times. In the end, she looked at Han Fei with a look of disbelief. "He doesn't look like your brother at all." But Han Fei smiled. "What if I don't put it down?" Tange raised the halberd with one hand and said indifferently, "Then die." Just as Han Fei was about to say something, he saw another figure rushing over. It was Wang Zixian. Wang Zixian didn't pay attention to the 5 people tied up by Han Fei but stared at Tange, and a strong intent to fight broke out from him. "Humph," Tange said coldly. "1 Sao Chu Chu, 1 2 swords, and 2 nobodies. Is there anyone else? Call them out to fight together." Han Fei secretly sighed. Tange was really arrogant now. He and Xiaoshan had become nobodies to him. Xiaoshan also said to him via voice transmission, "Your brother seems a bit arrogant?" Han Fei replied awkwardly, "Well, haha, arrogant? No, he just pretends." Xiaoshan looked at Han Fei strangely. "Are you sure?" Han Fei walked forward 2 steps. "Sao Xiuchu, Wang Zitian, you can go to the next floor." "Hey, Tangji, let's have a one-on-one fight? Everyone?" Sao Chu said to him via voice transmission. "Are you crazy? This guy is as horrible as my brother, and you want a one-on-one fight with him?" Wang Zitian also said via voice transmission, "Idiot, are you looking for death?" The few people trapped in the spirit-forbidden net widened their eyes in disbelief. "Is this guy out of his mind? Puff, Fan de Tong, right? You want to challenge Tange? Are you kidding me?" The girl whose clothes were almost taken off by Han Fei shouted angrily, "You are a dead man. Tange will definitely tear up your hat." Han Fei pointed his kitchen knife at the girl. "Shut up. Believe it or not, I will tear up your mouth first." The girl stiffened, and thinking of how fierce Han Fei was just now, she couldn't help closing her mouth. Han Fei said, "Hey, I'll give you a chance. If you win, these people belong to you, but if you lose, give me your sea-swallowing seashell." Mu Ling, who was standing next to Tange, couldn't help but glance at Tange beside her and then at Han Fei. Then she removed the speed formation and stood aside with interest. With that, she said to Cao Chu, "Chu, if your sister finds out you are bullying your classmates again, she will punish you." Cao Chu pouted. "I didn't bully them. They bullied me." Seeing these 2 people begin to chat aside, Tange said lightly, "Okay." Han Fei made a signal with his lips. "Let's go. Find a place that's clear." However, Tange remained motionless. Right here. Han Fei knew that Tange was afraid that after he left, something unexpected would happen, which was understandable, so he smiled. "Okay, let's fight here." This time, Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife in the whetstone. In the next second, spiritual energy exploded under his feet and he shot out like a sharp arrow, which was so fast and fierce that Xiaoshan was taken aback. From his move, Xiaoshan knew that Han Fei took this battle seriously, very seriously. In fact, Han Fei could not help but feel a little curious. How strong was Tange now? The moment Han Fei jumped out, the seawater where he was standing directly exploded and bubbles rolled forward. Wang Zitian exclaimed in surprise, "What a powerful force!" Tange just slightly frowned and brandished the halberd with one hand, and 3 halos on his arm were pushed onto the halberd with a powerful force. Clang! The seawater exploded, and as the club and the halberd collided, a huge water ball appeared and exploded in all directions. Just the power of this blow set off a cascading wave. Except for those in the 6-gate formation, the other people were all pushed back more than 100 meters away. Mu Ling was surprised. "Huh? The man in black is so strong." Tange stepped back and slightly bent his leg. Han Fei also took half a step back, horrified. He was very confident with his current strength, but Tange was no weaker than him. Although he had used the embroidery needle, they were evenly matched. Xiaoshan stood on the side holding her rod, tilting her head and not surprised at all. But Cao Chu immediately straightened up when he saw this scene. "Humph, of course, he is my new ally." Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him. "So what? Can you lead them to go through all 200 floors? Cao Chu retorted. "Why not?" Everyone was still watching the battle. Han Fei and Tange were locked in a pitched fight. Everyone knew that Han Fei's major combat skill was the Million Knife Art, and his weapons were the 9-star chain and the water-dividing seal, but only Xiaoshan knew that Han Fei had always been a pure soul warrior. The fiercer the battle, the stronger he would be, at this moment. Han Fei activated the shadow swimming art and was attacking faster and faster. Because their strength was too powerful, every time the embroidery needle and the halberd collided, a vortex of water burst out. Han Fei brandished the long stick in his hand and launched a spiral strike. At this moment, he pierced through the triple water barriers once. Tange adopted a power-type combat style and circles of powerful halos gushed out from the halberd, like countless circles superimposed on the halberd. After 100 rounds, Tange put his other hand that hadn't moved on the halberd. Seeing this, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. Finally, he is getting serious? Cao Chu immediately said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Be careful, this is the strongest halberd technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even a dragon can't escape 3 blows of his. Don't take his blow head on." Chapter 450, Reunited. Reminded by Cao Chu, Han Fei no longer reserved his strength. He injected 2/3 of all his aura into the embroidery needle and brandished it. Boom. Han Fei felt as if he were hitting a meteorite falling from the sky. He was no weaker than him, neither in speed nor strength. Han Fei was swept out by the halberd 70 or 80 meters away and his hand was bleeding. Cao Chu shouted in surprise, "Wow, you blocked his blow." Wang Zitian was lost in thought. How did Han Fei manage to do that? How strong is his physique? Hiss. For Han Fei, this kind of result was unexpected, as a blow of nearly 70% of his spiritual energy was completely suppressed. The first war halberd technique, TS big sects are really different. I am afraid that this level of combat skill cannot even be found in the library of the Thug Academy. A gleam of interest flashed across Tangge's eyes. Not bad. You are very strong in strength and speed. Han Fei shook his arm and smiled. You are not bad either. Tangge's face suddenly changed and dozens of red flashing lines spread across his arms. Then use all your strength. Let's see whether you can keep the people of our Heavenly Sword sect or not. Seeing that Han Fei's physique was so abnormally strong, Tangge wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. After all, if he couldn't beat Han Fei within 3 blows, his spiritual energy would be exhausted. In that case, he decided to directly use his killer strike, Dragon Soul Overlord Body. Beside Tangge, waves surged. Behind those layers of seawater, there seemed to be a gigantic black phantom dragon emerging. Tangge's muscles bulged. The momentum gave Han Fei the feeling that he had already surpassed the realm of peak-level dangling fishers and reached the realm of hanging fishers. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Dragon Feather Lobster, Tangge's spiritual beast, legendary level. It was hard to tell the difference between legendary level and mysterious level creatures. But from Ninetail's 9-star chain and Little Gold's Heavenly Thunderstrike, it seemed that the creatures of this level had their own advantages. Unlike Little Black and Little White's supreme yin-yang wheel that improved their own combat power, Tangge's Dragon Feather Lobster seemed to bestow Tangge with a secret power. Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei grinned as billowing energy circulated through his body, and the powerful energy impact made his body slightly red. Fight, kill. In an instant the two of them turned into 2 shadows, flashing and moving in the water. Clang, 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 clang. The previous collision of the rod and the halberd made a huge water vortex. But at this moment, when the strength of the two collided and the weapons bounced off, the water waves turned into extremely powerful water columns. Cao Chu, who was cheering for Han Fei in front, was knocked down by a jet of water and then flew back several meters. God, so strong. Wang Zitian's eyes were burning with fighting desire, but no one knew who he wanted to fight against. When he fought with Han Fei before, he felt that Han Fei won by playing dirty. However, at this moment, he had regarded Han Fei as an extremely powerful opponent. At least, he had seen few people who could compete with Tangge in strength. Mu Ling was very familiar with Tangge. Now watching Han Fei's figure moving and jumping in the water, she was shocked by his eerie and elusive footwork and precise evasion ability. Mu Ling and Xiao Xiaoshan seemed a little surprised because they seemed a bit similar in terms of footwork. Xiao Xiaoshan noticed this because Han Fei just told her about their relationship through voice transmission. But Mu Ling noticed this because of her knowledge of Tongji. In the 6-gate formation, within the Spirit Forbidden Net, the 5 people all widened their eyes in shock. Gulp, one of their mouths hung open. Oh, this person and Tangge are tied even after Tangge used his Dragon Soul Overlord body? The girl was dumbfounded. How is it possible? During the battle, Tangge felt that something was wrong. Han Fei was more flexible than him, and his weird avoidance postures and his body that was still sucking spiritual energy from the outside world during the battle reminded him of someone. At this moment, Han Fei was sticking to the halberd. His body was almost parallel to the ground, and he narrowly avoided Tangge's attack dangerously and went around behind Tangge. Han Fei poked the embroidery needle at Tangge's back, and the latter, without looking back, threw the halberd from his right hand to his left hand, backhand blocked it, and hit back with his right elbow. The two were knocked back again. However, Han Fei didn't exert all his strength after activating the Majestic Mystic spell. According to his calculations, the Dragon Soul Overlord's body enhanced Tangge's power by more than twice, but not more than 3 times. Tangge frowned slightly. You seem to be reserving some strength. Han Fei grinned. Why do you say that? Tangge's expression remained cold. Up to now, you have not used your spiritual beast, nor have you fused with your contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei shot back. You haven't either, have you? Tangge shook his head. I've used the power of my spiritual beast, and you seem to use some kind of secret method. If we continue to fight, within a short time, my power will disappear, but you, the secret method, cannot last forever. The energy in your body seems to be consumed quickly, so it should not last long. Han Fei smiled and suddenly said to him via voice transmission, "Not bad. It seems that you have grown up a lot the past 2 years in the Thousand-Star City. Both your strength and knowledge have been improved a lot. Why, haven't you recognized my incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning?" "Huh, Han Fei?" Tunga widened his eyes. The surrounding water surged turbulently and his eyes were full of shock. Han Fei hurriedly said to him through voice transmission, "Don't get excited. Don't expose my identity. I am wearing a disguise. My name is Fan Datong for the time being, and I act as a heinous bad guy. Let the people of your sect go out first." Although Tongay was extremely excited, he still restrained this mood. More than once, he had planned to find a chance to go back to the Heavenly Water Village. However, since he entered the Thousand-Star City, he had been busy dealing with various cultivation trials. After he came to the level 3 fishery this time, he was going to find a dragon boat to return to the Heavenly Water Village after leaving the steps into the sea. However, he did not expect that he would meet Han Fei on the 98th floor of the steps into the sea. Besides, through the battle just now, he found that Han Fei's strength had become so terrifying. Even though he used the Dragon Soul Overlord body, he couldn't overcome him. Han Fei suddenly sighed. "Hey, your strength is good, but if we continue to fight, we'll probably tie. I will release your people, but they'll have to leave the steps into the sea." Tongay pretended to be silent for a while. "Okay," Han Fei shouted out. "Master Hexagon, remove the formation." When the 6-gate formation disappeared, Cao Chu was surprised. "Fan Datong, are you really going to let them go?" Before Han Fei spoke, Mu Ling put a hand on his head. "Do you want to kill your classmates?" Cao Chu grunted, took back the spirit forbidden net and muttered, "They're more like my enemies." As soon as the 5 people came out and their strength recovered, they assumed a fighting posture, fused with their spiritual beasts, and had their contractual spiritual beasts attached to them. This time, they didn't dare to reserve any strength. However, Tunga put his halberd in front of them. "Go now." "Tungay boss Tung, this man bullied us. How can we let him go?" Tungay glanced at them, and these 5 people were immediately discouraged. They glared at Han Fei resentfully, and then their bodies gradually faded away. Han Fei looked at Cao Chu. "Go to the next floor first." Wang Zixian frowned. "Are you going to fight him again?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, do you still want to watch?" Wang Zixian snorted, and his body faded and disappeared. Cao Chu looked around and asked, "Are you guys really going to fight again? Isn't it all over?" Tunga gave Cao Chu a cold look. "Go down." Cao Chu shrank his neck, pouted, and looked at Han Fei. "Then finish the fight as quickly as possible. If you can't resist him, go downstairs. We still have a lot of things to do." Then Cao Chu's body also began to fade in the distance. Xiao Chang glanced at Mu Ling. "Let's go." Mu Ling frowned and asked Tungay via voice transmission, "What are you going to do?" Tungay shook his head slightly. "I suddenly have some thoughts on cultivation, which I want to confirm." Mu Ling warned, "This person is dangerous. He is not weak." Tungay shook his head again. "It's okay." Shashashan looked at Han Fei. "This floor has almost been cleared up. However, there should still be some people here. Be careful." Han Fei smiled. "Don't worry." With that, Han Fei dragged Master Hexagon from his body and threw him to Xia Xiaoshan. "Take him." Xia Xiaoshan glanced reluctantly. "You can only hang on my shoulder, not on my lap." The hexagon starfish, after Xia Xiaoshan and Mu Ling left, Han Fei's face began to twist and energy and spiritual energy were escaping from it. Seeing Han Fei's face, Tonga, who had been straight-faced, suddenly grinned and the smile spread on his face. The two looked at each other and hugged. Tongay laughed happily. "You bastard, I didn't think I would meet you here. How are you doing now? How could you become an intermediate dangling fisher so soon? Also, what Fangze gave you was a spirit-gathering art, right? How did you become a soul warrior? And why do you pretend to be this other person? What a lousy name. Who gave you this name? After I left, what did Li Jue do to you?" "Come on, tell me." Han Fei punched Tunga in the chest gently. "Are you a little girl? Why do you keep nagging? Let me tell you slowly." Tungay smirked again. Yes, no hurry, take your time."